हेलो, गुड इवनिंग। कैसे हैं आप सब? अ वेरी गुड इवनिंग टू यू ऑल। कैसा रहा आपका आज सुबह का पेपर? हाउ डिड योर पेपर गो? यस। आर यू ऑल रेडी फॉर BRBL? Welcome to the session. Are you all ready for BRBL, the final exam? How was the paper in the morning? We've already shared a PDF with you in which the whole BRBL revision is given. All you need to do is revise that. Okay, we'll be starting with the MCQs. What we'll be doing today is I'll be giving you a gist of the whole unit. Then we'll be practicing some important MCQs in which the whole unit will be eventually covered, so that there is a two-time revision for you. A brief में revision plus a revision via MCQ. That is what we are going to do today. Okay. If you have any question related to BRBL, please let me know. Okay, wherever you find any doubt, the point that isn't clear to you, you just have to write that in the chat section and I'll repeat it. Okay. Chale, let's start. We are doing BRBL in one shot. So first we'll start with module D, because सबसे important है हमारा module D. Module D, the first unit is law of contract. This is the first question. Let's not move on to the question first. Let's know what contract is. Okay? So contract क्या होता है? What is a contract? How is a contract formed? So first a person makes an offer to another person. Okay? I make a promise offer to you, buy this watch from me. Okay? I say, will you buy this watch from me for 5,000 rupees? If you accept that offer, it becomes a promise. If you accept my offer, it becomes a promise. The person who is making the offer is known as the promisor. The person who is accepting the promise or accepting the offer is known as the promisee. ठीक है? जो पूरा ट्रांजैक्शन है, ऑफर प्लस एक्सेप्टेंस, इसको हम कहते हैं प्रॉमिस. When this promise is combined with a consideration, we pay something for the promise. मैंने कहा 5,000 के आप वॉच लोगे मेरे से. If will you buy a watch from me for 5,000 rupees? This watch का promise, the buying and accepting with consideration of 5,000 rupees makes it an agreement. And if this agreement is legally enforceable, it becomes a contract. Okay? It becomes a contract. There has to be an intention of creating a legal relationship whenever we are checking कि contract है या नहीं. We have to see whether the parties have the intention to create a legal relationship. How do we check that? We'll see if the parties are capable to contract. Then the parties are giving free consent. That is, अपनी मर्जी से काम कर रहे हैं party. I am making the offer because I want to, and you are accepting the offer because you want to. ठीक है? And third is lawful object plus consideration. Lawful object होना चाहिए. जो भी हम काम कर रहे हैं, whatever the object behind the contract is, that object should be lawful, and the consideration that is getting paid for that promise should be lawful. That is, legally देना चाहिए. Everything should be legal. ठीक है? लेट्स मूव ऑन कि एसेंशियल्स क्या होते हैं हमारे कॉन्ट्रैक्ट के. तो एसेंशियल क्या होता है? एक ऑफर होना चाहिए, एक एक्सेप्टेंस होना चाहिए, लॉफुल कंसिडरेशन होना चाहिए, फ्री कंसेंट होनी चाहिए, एक एग्रीमेंट होना चाहिए जहाँ पे पार्टीज मेजर होनी चाहिए, प्लस पार्टी साउंड माइंड की होनी चाहिए. सो अ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट इज मेड बिटवीन टू पीपल ऑलवेज. दो जने होने चाहिए कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में. अब कॉन्ट्रैक्ट थ्री टाइप्स के होते हैं. फर्स्ट इज वॉइड, सेकेंड इज वॉइडेबल, थर्ड इज वैलिड. वॉइड कॉन्ट्रैक्ट क्या होता है? जो इनिशियली जब हम मेक कर रहे होते हैं कॉन्ट्रैक्ट, इट इज वैलिड, बट ड्यू टू सम रीजंस इट इवेंचुअली कैन नॉट बी एनफोर्स्ड. ठीक है. कॉन्ट्रैक्ट विच सीजेस टू बी एनफोर्सेबल बाय लॉ. अवॉइडेबल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट मीन्स अ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट जो एक पार्टी की मर्जी पे एट द ऑप्शन ऑफ वन पार्टी इट कैन बी कैंसल्ड. एंड अ वैलिड कॉन्ट्रैक्ट इज एन एग्रीमेंट एनफोर्सेबल बाय लॉ. ठीक है. फॉर नाउ दिस इज अ relevant information that I have given to you. Let's start with the MCQ. जैसे जैसे MCQ आते रहेंगे पॉइंटर्स में एक्सप्लेन करती रहूंगी. ओके. फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन. Which of the following statement are correct with respect to formation of a valid contract under Indian law? An agreement becomes a contract only when it is enforceable by law. Second, an agreement made without lawful consideration is still treated as a valid contract. Third, a contract must not be explicitly declared void under the Indian Contract Act. If some act is declared void, will you be able to perform it? Answer for this question, please. Answer for the question on the screen. What statements are correct as per you? So let's talk about statement number 1. Okay. For every contract to be for every agreement to be a contract, it has to be lawfully enforceable. So statement number 1 is correct. Okay. Let's talk about statement number 2. Statement number 2 is not correct. It is saying the agreement made without lawful consideration is still treated as valid contract. I just said कि अगर consideration lawful नहीं होगी या फिर object lawful नहीं होगा, then the contract will not be valid. It will not be a valid contract. A contract must not be explicitly declared void. A contract, if the law says that you cannot do such thing and you are still going to do that, then that contract is not termed as contract. That agreement will not be a contract. Making statement number 1 and 3 correct, B is the correct answer. Let's move to question number 2. Which of the following statement are correct with respect to key components in forming a contract under Indian contract law? A proposal becomes promise only when the person receiving it expresses agreement to it. The individual who accepts the proposal is legally referred to as promisor. An offer is to not do something can still qualify as a valid proposal under contract law framework. ठीक है. It is saying आपको मैं मना कर रही हूँ क्या, do not do this. This will form a valid proposal. I can ask you, please do not sell your car to Mr. X, rather sell it to me. Okay. This can be a valid proposal. This is what statement number 3 is saying. मैं किसी को कुछ काम मना करने के लिए कह रही हूँ, that can still become a valid proposal. Answer for this question, please. See. Person who makes the offer is called the promisor and person who accepts it is called the promisee. Now, let's read statement number 2. An individual who accepts the proposal is called the promisor. Do we call the acceptor the promiser, or we call it the person a promisee? So the answer here will be statement number 1 and 3 are correct. B is the correct option. Yeah, please keep. Yes, yes, very good, Ayushi, very good. Next question. A firm named Technova Private Limited, looking to upgrade its IT infrastructure, sends a detailed proposal via email to SYS Max Solution. See, it is a good question. Such questions will appear to you in the exams. Okay. Offering to purchase 100 customized servers for 80 lakh rupees. 100 servers for 80 lakh rupees. The offer specifies exact technical configurations, delivery time, and payment terms. The same day SYS Max replies, we accept your offer for 100 servers, but the price need to be 85 lakh rupees. The offer that was made was for 100 servers for 80 lakh rupees, right? But the offer that got accepted was for 100 servers for 85 lakh rupees. So 100 servers for 80 lakh. Are they both talking about the same thing? Yes, they are talking about the same this IT infrastructure upgrade, but they are for 100 servers, but the amount is different. ठीक है? Yeah, जो proposal made हुआ है and the proposal that is accepted are two different offers because the amount changed. Rest of the terms we are acceptable. Technova does not respond further. Technova ने इनके बात को आगे reply नहीं करा. Later, SYS Max began manufacturing the servers and sends an invoice for the first lot. Technova refuses to accept the delivery, claiming no contract. So whenever we are making a contract, there has to be an offer in the same sense. मैंने जो बोला है आप उसी को accept करोगे. If I am offering you to buy my silver watch for 5,000 rupees, I am telling you to buy that watch for 5,000 rupees only. मेरा offer 5,000 का ही है. आपको नहीं मैं 4,000 का लूंगा. That is not correct. Or I'll buy it for 4,000. This will be termed as cross offer. So this will be termed as counter offer. ठीक है? This is a counter offer. मैंने एक ऑफर करा, आपने सेकंड ऑफर सामने से कर दिया. दिस इज काउंटर ऑफर. Which of the following statements are correct? A proposal must be complete and definite and its acceptance must be unconditional to form a valid contract. जो मैंने बोला है उसी को आपको accept करना पड़ेगा. Since SYS Max modified the price in acceptance, it legally amounts to counter offer, not an acceptance. The absence of Technova's response after SYS Max implies a valid acceptance through silence. So I've received B as an answer. The answer here will be statement number 1 and 2 are correct. Third is not correct. A is the correct, C is the correct answer. 1 and 2, C is the correct answer. ठीक है? Vrushali ji, statement number 3 is not correct. B cannot be correct answer. देखो, इन्होंने बोला नहीं, they didn't reply further. ठीक है? That means they are not accepting the counter offer that was made by the SYS Max. ठीक है? That doesn't make it an implied acceptance, making statement number 3 as incorrect. Silence is not acceptance in contract law unless prior conduct implies otherwise, which is not in this case. Next, Ria and Karan, a married couple, had been living together in Mumbai. During their stay, Karan proposed Ria that he would transfer 25,000 to her every month for household expenses. No written agreement was signed. A few months later, they had serious differences and decided to live separately. Karan stopped the monthly payment. Ria then filed a case in the court to enforce this promise, claiming it to be a binding agreement. Based on the above case, which of the following statement are correct in light of the essentials of a valid contract? A promise between spouse made in the course of their domestic relationship generally do not result in a legally enforceable contract. Okay, I'll explain. Yes, I'll explain statement number 1. From which question, Ayushi? ये वाला? Are you talking about this question? Are you talking about question number 3, Ayushi? Please mention the question number whenever you are asking for the explanation. Question number 2. A proposal becomes a promise only when the person receiving it accepts express agreement to it. मतलब एक proposal promise कब बनेगा? Proposal देखो, we know that proposal करो, offer करो, proposal slash offer plus its acceptance is equals to promise. ठीक है? ठीक है? एक proposal promise तब बनेगा जब सामने वाला person, if I am making I do not get what you are saying, Ayushi. When it is accepted, so it will become a promise only when it is accepted. Chale, let's move to this question. I got it. ठीक है. Next is yeah. So whenever we are talking about a living arrangement, जब husband and spouse के बीच में या किसी के parents के बीच में कोई agreement होता है कि I'll pay you this amount for every month so that you can do some household expenses, this doesn't make it an agreement. Why? Because domestic relationship में you do not intend to make a contract. The intention of making a contract has to be there कि मैं आपके साथ contract करना चाहती हूँ. I want to make a contract with you. I want to have a contractual terms with you. When husband and wife or a domestic relationship, a series scenario arises like this, there is no intention of creating a contract. There is no intention of binding yourself to be in a contract like this. Okay? So when we are talking about a promise between spouses in a domestic relationship, it does not become a contract usually. Okay? This is the general rule. The absence of intention to create legal relationship makes the agreement void as a contract. Since there was no intention, the contract is void. Even if no written agreement is executed, such domestic promise can still be treated as contract if consideration is involved. Question number 4 on the screen. Yes. See, statement number 3 is incorrect here. Okay? So C is going to be the answer. Next question. Mr. Arjun orally agreed to sell his immovable property in Delhi to Mr. Ravi for 80 lakh rupees. The agreement was made in front of family members but was neither documented in writing nor registered. So whenever we are making a sale deed, sale may transfer of property act के according, we need the sale deed to be registered and to be in writing. ठीक है? Mr. Ravi paid 10 lakh rupees in cash as advance and promised to pay the balance within 3 months. However, within a month, Mr. Arjun received a better offer and refused to proceed with the sale to Mr. Ravi. Mr. Ravi now wants to approach the court to enforce the contract. Which of the following statements are correct regarding the enforceability of agreement between Mr. Arjun and Mr. Ravi? The oral agreement is not enforceable in court since it pertains to sale of immovable property and was neither written nor registered. As per section 10 subsection 2 of Indian Contract Act, if a statute require an agreement to be in writing and registered, that requirement is mandatory for enforceability. The advance payment of 10 lakh make the contract valid and enforceable regardless the registration. So the law says that if some, they go as per Indian Contract Act, a contract can be either in writing or oral. बट अगर किसी स्पेसिफिक लॉ ने बोला है कि समथिंग शुड बी इन राइटिंग, यू हैव टू मेक इट इन राइटिंग, एंड इफ समथिंग नीड्स टू बी रजिस्टर्ड, दैट रिटन डॉक्यूमेंट नीड टू बी रजिस्टर्ड, यू हैव टू गेट इट रजिस्टर्ड एज वेल. ठीक है. सो मेकिंग, यस, क्वेश्चन नंबर 5, give me an answer for question number 5. Very good, Vrushali ji. C is the correct answer. Statement number 1 and 2 are correct. Third is not. Mere part payment does not cure the defect of an unregistered and unwritten agreement for sale of immovable property. The contract still remains unenforceable. Next, Amit, out of love and affection for his younger brother Rohan, gifts him a vintage motorcycle through a written and duly registered deed. Later, Amit claims the motorcycle back, arguing that agreement lacked consideration and is therefore void. Separately, Rohan, impressed by his son Samir's academic achievements, promised in writing but unregistered to give him 50,000 as a reward. When Rohan fails to pay, Samir files a suit. The first contract is between Amit and Rohan. ठीक है, जिसमें क्या हुई है, गिफ्ट डीड हुई है. क्योंकि डीड, आई एम सेइंग इट डीड बिकॉज इट इज इन राइटिंग एंड इट इज रजिस्टर्ड एज वेल. ठीक है. So a contract which is in writing and is registered, that has a priority over all the contracts. ठीक है, that cannot be taken away. Now, Sameer and Rohan का second contract है. Next is Rohan and Sameer. Here Rohan said I'll pay you 5,000 rupees and a reward. ठीक है, यहाँ पे कोई agreement नहीं है. There is no writing contract. ठीक है. Meanwhile, another agreement exists between two business associates, Meera and Nikhil. The first, this is second, and the third is between Meera and Nikhil, where Meera promises to supply raw material and Nikhil promises to pay within 30 days of delivery. Nikhil later claims the contract is void as no written agreement was made. So whenever we sell goods or we buy goods, normally in a normal course of life, आप हर चीज को राइटिंग में कर दो क्या? When you go to a shop and buy suppose a flour or wheat for your family, do you keep that in writing? Do you need it to be in writing? Section 10 of the Contract Act says कि हमें हर चीज को writing में करने की नहीं है. The contract can be either oral or can be written. So it is the choice of the parties making it. But if some law specifically says that we need to keep it in writing, we'll have to write it. When we are talking about sale of goods here, the Sales of Goods Act do not require us to make the agreement in writing. ठीक है. Here Nikhil has claimed, since it is not in writing, you cannot enforce it. Based on the above scenario, analyze the following statements. Which of the following statements are correct? Amit's gift to Rohan is valid and enforceable despite the absence of consideration. Sameer can enforce the 50,000 reward promise since it was in writing. Okay. Meera and Nikhil's agreement is valid even though it is oral since mutual consideration exists. So I've received B as an answer, that is statement number 2 and 3 are correct. Nahi Vrushali ji, statement number 2 and 3. B is not the correct answer. देखो, मीरा एंड निखिल का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट वैलिड है. ठीक है. फर्स्ट, अमित एंड रोहन का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट इज ऑल्सो वैलिड बिकॉज इन गिफ्ट डीड वी डू नॉट नीड कंसिडरेशन. मेरे को कोई गिफ्ट दे रहा है एंड मैं उसको रजिस्टर करा रही हूँ, दैट इज अप टू मी. ठीक है. कंसिडरेशन दे रहे, गिफ्ट में देयर इज नो नीड ऑफ कंसिडरेशन. गिफ्ट में कोई किसी को पैसे थोड़े देते हैं. आपने मुझे गिफ्ट दिया, आई विल आई गिव मनी टू यू? नो, राइट? सो स्टेटमेंट नंबर 2, 1 and 3 are correct. A is the correct answer here. A is the correct answer. Statement number 2 is not correct. Let's see the explanation why. While Rohan promises in writing, it lacks registration and does not fall under recognized exception. क्योंकि यहाँ पे जो गिफ्ट के लिए बोला है रोहन ने, that is not registered and a gift deed requires to be registered. ठीक है. एंड जो एक्सेप्शन है लव एंड अफेक्शन का, जो एक्सेप्शन है उसमें नहीं फॉल करा है क्योंकि हमने इसको रजिस्टर नहीं कराया है. सो समीर कैन नॉट एनफोर्स इट. A written and registered gift deed between parties is a close relationship like brothers, is the recognized exception of the rule no consideration is equals to void agreement. The general rule is if you do not pay any consideration, the agreement will be void. But gift deed or making a gift to anybody else, that out of love or natural affection, but you have to make it in writing and get it registered, then it will be a valid agreement. Okay? So hence Amit's gift is valid. Next, Ajay, a businessman, enters into different agreement with Bhanu to supply alcohol to Gujarat, a state where alcohol is prohibited. हमारा वो है, there has to be a lawful object and there should be lawful consideration. ठीक है, lawful object and lawful consideration होना चाहिए. Bhanu to supply alcohol. कॉन्ट्रैक्ट का ऑब्जेक्ट अल्कोहल देना है गुजरात में, a state where alcohol is prohibited by law, with Charu to pay her 10 lakh to defame a business rival. देखो, मैं आपको पैसे दे रही हूँ किसके लिए? डिफेम, मतलब किसी डेफेमेशन करने के लिए आई एम पेइंग समबडी एल्स. ठीक है, अजय इज पेइंग चारू 10 लाख रुपीज. Next, with Dev to purchase a shipment of imported goods, which is legal under Indian trade law. Which of the following agreement involve an object that would render the contract void? कौन सा ऐसा एग्रीमेंट है जहां पे void हो जाएगा? D. I have received D as an answer. हाँ जी. Anybody else? Yes, very good. D is the correct answer. Statement number 1 and 2 are making the contract void. The third one is valid. Next, Mr. Y, a 67-year-old retired professor suffering from mild cognitive impairment, was approached by his caretaker, Mr. Z, who had been living with and managing Mr. Y's affair for 2 years. Mr. Z suggested that Mr. Y sell his ancestral house to him for rupees 25 lakhs, significantly lower than the market value of rupees 85 lakhs. Mr. Y, relying entirely on Mr. Z's advice and emotionally dependent on him, agreed and signed the sale deed. Later, Mr. Y's nephew challenged the contract in court, claiming that the consent was not free. Again, we have to make the contract with free. The consent for a contract should be free. ठीक है, 85 लाख रुपीस का घर 25 lakh rupees में बेचा. Based on the facts of the above case, which of the following statement are most appropriate in this context? The contract is voidable at the option of Mr. Y due to presence of undue influence. Under Contract Act, there are a few provisions where the contract can be declared voidable. Voidable मतलब जिसके साथ गलत हो रहा है वो पार्टी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट को परफॉर्म करने से मना कर सकती है. And undue influence is one of that point that makes the contract voidable. कि Mr. Y चाहे तो contract को voidable करा सकते हैं because Mr. Y के ऊपर Mr. Z का influence था. ठीक है, how Mr. Z had influence? Because Mr. Z was living with Mr. Y and Mr. Y was an old person who was suffering from a mild cognitive impairment. ठीक है, the contract is void ab initio because it was caused by a mistake of fact. Is there any mistake of fact? Can we see any mistake of fact? No. Mistake of fact होती है जब हमने we are not aware about the facts. यहाँ पे कोई mistake नहीं हुई है. ठीक है, there is nobody making a mistake. Here Mr. Y is getting influenced by Mr. Z, who is trying to be smart and trying to take benefit of the situation. Mr. Z's relationship with Mr. Y would establish a presumption of undue influence under Section 16. Undue influence कब होता है? When somebody can influence your choices. ठीक है? Because that they have such position in your life that they can because of their position they can change your point of views. Mr. Y had already received part of the benefit under the contract. The contract may set it aside, the court may set it aside on just and equitable terms. So I've received B as an answer. Yes. B is the correct answer. Very good, Rushali ji. Statement number 2 के अलावा बाकी सब correct है. Next. P, a businessman, enters into the following agreement. An agreement with Q for the supply of. Give me a second. A substance to be mutually agreed upon in future at a price for 10 lakh. Suppose you are Q and I'm P. मैंने कहा हम दोनों ने एक एग्रीमेंट किया कि ना फ्यूचर में आप मेरे को कुछ सामान बेचना, कुछ सामान 10 लाख रुपए में. कैन दिस बी अ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट? वी आर नॉट अग्रीइंग क्या सामान, वी आर सेइंग समथिंग. जो मैं फ्यूचर में जो भी चाहूंगा, वॉट एवर आई वॉन्ट टू, फॉर 10 लाख रुपीज मैंने अमाउंट तय कर दिया, बट आई एम नॉट अग्रीड टू द गुड्स, द थिंग. ठीक है. एन एग्रीमेंट विद R to supply 5,000 bottles of mineral water to a remote desert village where no road access exists and transportation is unavailable. When you cannot reach out to the position, can you fulfill the agreement? आप जब कॉन्ट्रैक्ट को परफॉर्म ही नहीं कर पाओगे क्योंकि वहां पे सामान पहुंचा ही नहीं सकते हो, तो क्या यहाँ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट फुलफिल हो पाएगा? विल यू बी एबल टू परफॉर्म द कॉन्ट्रैक्ट ऑन योर एंड? An agreement with S to export a rare wildlife part banned under the Wildlife Protection Act 1972. Which of the above agreement are valid as per the principle of certainty and possibility of performance under contract law? Yes, absolutely. D is the correct answer. कुछ भी आप इसमें परफॉर्म नहीं कर सकते हो. All are uncertain. All are impossible to perform. ठीक है. फर्स्ट इम्पॉसिबल है, अनसर्टेन है बिकॉज हमें पता ही नहीं हम किस चीज को बेच रहे हैं. सेकेंड इज इम्पॉसिबल because you cannot transport the things that has no road access, and third is illegal. ठीक है. Next, Ria, aged 15, inherits a substantial property in Mumbai after her father's death. Her maternal uncle, acting as her legal guardian, enters into a contract with a builder for redeveloping the property. Meanwhile, Ria, without her guardian's consent, take a loan of rupees 5 lakh from a local money lender and signs a personal agreement to repay it with a 15% interest per annum. After turning 18, Ria challenged the loan agreement. In the case of Mohri Bibi versus Damodar Das, what was held कि आप minor के साथ, if you are making an agreement with a minor, that agreement will be void ab initio. A contract with a minor that is void from the very starting. From the initiation of the agreement, that contract will not be termed as contract. क्यों? क्योंकि वो एक माइनर के साथ हुआ है. ठीक है. Based on the provisions of section 11 and 12 of Indian Contract Act, the president set in Mohri Bibi versus Damodar Ghosh, which of the following statement is correct? The redevelopment agreement signed by Ria's guardian is illegally valid. A loan agreement signed by Ria while she was a minor is void ab initio. Ria is bound to repay the loan after attaining majority since she received the money. A minor can ratify a void contract upon attaining a majority to make it valid retrospectively. देखो माइनर, देखो पहली बात, you cannot make a minor to rectify something that person did when person was after attaining majority. You cannot make that person to do some act जो उसने minority में करा था उसको rectify करने के लिए नहीं बोल सकते, ठीक है. That person will not be bound. Suppose I am 15 and you gave me a contract, you gave me money. When I turn 18, you are asking, chalo, you are now 18, now pay me. That is not allowed. You should have known that I was a minor. It was your duty to know, not the minors. And now you cannot make the minor bound to perform the contract with you. Yes, C is the correct answer. Very good. Statement number 1 and 2 are correct. 3 and 4 aren't. Next, if you have any doubt, जिस point पे आपको doubt है, make sure that you write that in the chat section so that I can clarify that. But make sure whenever you are asking for the doubt, या तो आप case का question का थोड़ा सा part mention कर दो या फिर question का number mention कर दो, ठीक है? Next, which of the following statement regarding a contract of indemnity are correct? A contract of indemnity, चलो indemnity का contract समझ लेते हैं. Indemnity क्या होती है? What is indemnity? Who will tell me what is indemnity? Indemnity का मतलब होता है protection against loss. One party promises to save other party from losses caused to them by themselves, by their act or by the act of third party. So section 124 and 125 of Indian Contract Act talks about this contract of indemnity. It says that a contract where one party promises to save another from the losses that are caused, okay, by one party, by the party themselves or the act of another person. चलो, a contract of indemnity basically इसका example insurance होता है कि if मेरे को losses होंगे तो insurance company उसको good करेगी. The insurance company will make good of those losses, that the insurance company will pay for the losses that are caused to me. A contract for indemnity covers only losses caused by the conduct of the indemnifier himself. A fire insurance policy is valid example of contract of indemnity. The indemnity holder must prove that a loss has occurred to claim indemnity. Question number 11 is on the screen. So I've received D as an answer. Anji. Yes. What about others? देखो, indemnifier क्या होता है? Let's see who are indemnifier and who is the indemnity holder. So indemnifier is a person who promises to compensate for the loss. ठीक है, यहाँ पे कौन होगी? इंश्योरेंस कंपनी. इंडेमनिटी होल्डर also known as indemnified. The person who suffers the losses and gets compensation. Okay, chalo, now give me the answer. No, D is not the correct answer. See, D is not the correct answer. वाई देखो फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट पढ़ेंगे हम. A contract of indemnity covers only losses caused by the conduct of indemnifier himself. अगर मेरे ही इंश्योरेंस कंपनी के ही एक्ट से आपको लॉसेस हो रहे हैं तो इंश्योरेंस कंपनी क्यों कवर करेगी? द एक्ट शुड बी ऑफ द अदर पार्टी. या तो आपका खुद का एक्ट होना चाहिए या किसी और पार्टी का होना चाहिए. ठीक है, either the act is of yours or of the other party. The loss may be caused either by the promisor, ठीक है, द इंडेमनीफायर. मान लो सपोज इंश्योरेंस पार्टी की ही गलती थी या थर्ड पार्टी की गलती थी या मेरी गलती थी. ठीक है, इट इज सेइंग स्टेटमेंट, इट इज जस्ट सेइंग ओनली. ओनली नहीं है. स्टेटमेंट नंबर 1 इज नॉट करेक्ट. बी इज द करेक्ट आंसर. यस यस, वेरी गुड. यस, नेक्स्ट. Identify the correct statements regarding the rights available to indemnity holder under the Indian Contract Act. The indemnity holder can recover damages he paid in a suit only if he first takes prior written permission of the indemnifier. The indemnity holder can recover the cost of defending a suit provided he acted prudentially and in accordance with the instructions of the indemnifier. The indemnity holder can sue for specific performance if the liability incurred is absolute and covered under the indemnity contract. Question number 12. Question number 12. देखो, now I'll be thinking कि इंश्योरेंस कंपनी में केस कैसे हो गया. How is this happening? इंश्योरेंस कॉन्ट्रैक्ट होता है इंडेमनिटी का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट, राइट? It is not necessary that the contract of indemnity are just of insurance. It can be of different natures. बस एक पार्टी होनी चाहिए जो कहे कि अगर आपको लॉसेस होते हैं तो I'll make good for those losses. ठीक है, that will be termed as contract of indemnity. मतलब आप you both have agreed कि I have suffered some losses, I'll be paid for it by the person due to whom या जिसकी गलती की वजह से मेरे को लॉसेस हो रहा है. ठीक है, या किसी उसकी गलती से या anybody's problem because of anybody's fault I will get compensated. ठीक है, indemnity holder can recover damages. देखो अब सपोज you and I are friends. ठीक है, एंड आपकी कार लेके मैं चली गई and your car gets hit on the road. Suppose I hit somebody on the road. Now if I hit somebody on the road, that other person can sue me. Okay, but that other person will not sue me. That the other person will sue you because it was your car. यहाँ पे आप और मैंने कॉन्ट्रैक्ट करा कि यार अगर तेरे पे केस हो जाएगा ना, if somebody sues you and you have to pay compensation, I'll make good for those compensation. I'll pay those compensation. ठीक है, I'll pay because it was my mistake. I'll pay for that. Yes, so the answer for question number 12 is B. Very good. Statement number 2 and 3 are correct. Prior written permission is not mandatory if the indemnity holder acted prudentially and indemnifier would have. Cost can be recovered if actions were prudent and aligned with instructions. Specific performance is available if indemnified liability is absolute. अगर आपके ऊपर उन्होंने केस करा और आपको कॉम्पेंसेशन देनी पड़ेगी, आपके पॉकेट से पैसे जा रहे हैं, तभी आप मेरे से पैसे मांग सकते हो और रैंडमली नहीं आप मेरे से पैसे मांग सकते कि मेरे को इंडेमनीफाई करो. देयर हैज टू बी एन एब्सोल्यूट लायबिलिटी. स्पेसिफिक परफॉर्मेंस तभी होगी जब एब्सोल्यूट लायबिलिटी है. नेक्स्ट, which of the following statement best reflects the legal position regarding implied indemnity and commencement of indemnifier's liability? Indian Contract Act explicitly recognizes implied indemnity under section 124. Implied indemnity मतलब an indemnity that is expressed by the that happens due to the act of somebody else. ठीक है, implied होता है जब मैंने लिखा हुआ है तो वो एक्सप्रेस है, जब मेरे एक्शन से कुछ हो रहा है तो वो implied है. 124 में स्पेसिफिकली लिखा हुआ है अबाउट इंडेमनिटी. सो इज इट एक्सप्रेस और implied? Liability of indemnifier begins only after the indemnity holder has discharged the liability or by actual payment. Implied indemnity arises when a person acts upon the request of another and incurs losses unintentionally. Question number 13. Question number 13. Anji, Rajesh ji, Dinanath ji, if you have any doubt, please write that. If you do not understand any point, please write that so that the pointers get cleared at the same moment. Yes. Only statement number 3 is correct. A is the correct answer. Very good, Vrushali ji. ठीक है 134 में एक्सप्रेस इंडेमनिटी के बारे में लिखा है does not cover implied indemnity through courts, though courts have upheld it. As per the case of Ganajan Moreshwar versus Moreshwar Madan, indemnity holder can claim even before paying if the liability is absolute. ठीक है Implied indemnity arises in the such cases as illustrated in Secretary versus State versus Secretary of State versus Bank of India. Again, a big question. Properly धीरे धीरे पढ़ेंगे इस क्वेश्चन को before attempting. ठीक है Mr. A, a wholesaler, agrees to sell goods for 2 lakh on credit to Mr. B, provided Mr. C gives a guarantee for the payment. So in contract of guarantee, we have 3 people. First is the person who is the creditor, second is the debtor, third is the guarantor. जो क्रेडिटर होता है वो सामान देता है या कुछ भी देता है लोन देता है ऑन लोन दैट पर्सन गिव्स द लोन बेसिकली ऑन गुड्स देता है क्रेडिट पे डेटर कौन होता है जो गुड्स लेता है या पैसे लेता है लोन लेता है एंड द गारंटर इज द पर्सन हु सेज कि इफ द डेटर डजंट पे आई पे द क्रेडिटर I'll pay the creditor. The guarantor assures the creditor कि आप चिंता मत करो आपको पैसे मिल जाएंगे you'll get the money. ठीक है Mr. C agrees and signs a guarantee contract stating he will be liable for the entire amount if B's defaults. Later B become insolvent and absconds. Absconds मतलब he runs away. Mr. A approaches Mr. C for payment. Mr. C argues that he should not be liable as B is insolvent and the creditor A can get relief from B's estate. That you do not have to come to me. आप उसके estate से पैसे ले रहे हो ना वो तो insolvent हो गया है तो you can go to the court and get the money from his property. He has signed the guarantee only as a moral obligation and not in return of any benefit. I have just signed the contract because he was my friend and now I do not want to pay for those debts. Next. Hi, hello Namrata ji. How did your paper go? How much did you score? Next. He is liable only for 1 lakh rupees and not the full 2 lakh because he had intended to limit his liability, though the contract is silent about the limit. A had not sued B within the limitation period and hence his liability should be discharged. B has died during the proceedings and his legal heirs refuses to pay anything citing C's responsibility. Which of the following statements are correct in light of the above case? Mr. C's argument that he is not liable to because B is insolvent is invalid as the surety cannot restrain an action against himself even if the principal debtor is insolvent. Mr. C's claim that he signed the guarantee out of moral obligation is not tenable as consideration for the principal debtor's benefit is sufficient for surety's promise. Mr. C is liable only for 1 lakh rupees as has internally intended a limit because उसने अपने दिमाग में सोचा था कि मैं 1 लाख ही दूंगा 2 लाख नहीं even though it is not mentioned in the contract. What will be the correct answer here? It is okay. We'll cover our marks here. We'll get good scores in BRBL. So I've received C as an answer. Yes, very good. C is the correct answer. Statement number 1 and 2 are correct. 3 is not. Very good. Very, very good. ठीक है अपने आपने दिमाग में सोच लिया कि मैं इतनी लिमिट रखूंगा दैट डजंट मेक कि यू हैव द लायबिलिटी ऑफ द लिमिट दैट यू हैव डिसाइडेड इन द माइंड Which of the following statement regarding continuing guarantee, death of surety, and variance in contract terms are correct? A continuing guarantee only once given cannot be revoked unilaterally by the surety under any circumstances. Death of surety leads to automatic revocation of all liabilities, past and future, under the guarantee. Any variation in the terms of contract between the principal debtor and creditor without the surety's consent discharges the surety for future transaction. आपने you and I had some agreement, right? And there was a surety involved, debtor, creditor, and surety. Suppose debtor and creditor make some internal arrangement जिसके बारे में श्योरिटी को नहीं पता है. क्या श्योरिटी फ्यूचर ट्रांजैक्शंस के लिए सेफ हो गए हैं अब? यस, बिकॉज आपने चेंजेस करे एग्रीमेंट में विदाउट श्योरिटीज कंसेंट. क्वेश्चन नंबर 15. Question number 15. See, statement number 1 and 2 are incorrect here. ठीक है. Death of surety leads to automatic revocation of all liabilities past or future. ठीक है. पहले suppose yes there is a time period. ठीक है. There is a time period. यहाँ मैंने कहा मैं 1 मंथ की गारंटी देती हूँ कि आप जो भी सामान लेंगे ना, मिस्टर ए विल वॉट एवर थिंग्स मिस्टर ए विल बाय, आई विल मेक श्योर दैट मिस्टर आई विल पे फॉर इट इफ इट डजंट. यहाँ पे मेरी डेथ हो गई है. इस पीरियड के लिए 15 डेज 20 डेज का पीरियड था जो मैं किसी पर्सन ने मेरे बिहाफ पे बिकॉज ऑफ माई गारंटी द क्रेडिटर पेड टू द डेटर एंड आई डाइड हियर. So then my responsibility will end for this as well as this? No. For this time period I have to pay. मेरे estate से मेरे legal heirs payment करेंगे अगर creditor pay नहीं करता है. But the moment I die, my liabilities for the future transactions end. That makes statement number 2 as incorrect. Do you understand why statement number 2? Ma'am, screen went blur. तो से तो सही है. So here B is going to be the okay चल ठीक है. okay ठीक है. Now you can see right. चलो now keep giving the answers. I'll try कि जहाँ पे point आपको नहीं समझ आएगा मैं अपने आप explain कर दूँ, and if you do not get any point just write that. ठीक है. So here B is going to be the correct answer. Only statement number 3 is correct. As per section 130, a continuing guarantee can be revoked by the surety with respect of future transactions by giving notice to the creditor, so it can be unilaterally revoked. ठीक है. मेरी मर्जी से श्योरिटी कैन मतलब श्योरिटी की मर्जी से फ्यूचर ट्रांजैक्शंस के लिए वो अपने आप की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी खत्म कर सकता है. नेक्स्ट, which of the following contract regarding continuing guarantee, death of surety and variance in contract are correct? In a continuing guarantee, the limitation period against the guarantor begins with a demand when a demand is made, provided that the account had not settled by or the guarantor has not refused. Banks generally treat guarantees as continuing in nature and often prefer to break running accounts upon the death of surety. A very good question. Okay? A very good question. Question number 16. Waiting for your reply. Question number 16. What do you think is correct? Statement number 1, 2, or both, or neither? See, here both the statements are correct. नहीं नम्रता जी, दोनों statements correct है. Why? A continuing guarantee involves an ongoing account. ठीक है? Involving an ongoing account, the limitation period starts. कब करेगा limitation period start? जिस दिन आपने मेरे से पैसे मांगे या जो guarantor है उसने बोला मैं I do not have the money, I am not giving, I do not have any liability. ठीक है. The limitation period starts only when the demand is made and the account is either settled or the guarantor refuses liability. And about the second statement, bank typically consider guarantee as continuing in nature. Upon the death of guarantor, they prefer to break the account, to break the running account, to prevent accruing liabilities कि no longer जो अब liabilities the guarantor is no longer there. Okay, so they are not covered. Nobody is covering their losses. So bank will on the death of the guarantor, bank will break such accounts, making C as the correct answer. Next, which of the following statements are correct in the context of discharge and rights of surety under contract law? A surety is discharged if the creditor releases the principal debtor through a contract or legal act without surety's consent. Mere delay by the creditor in suing the principal debtor leads to automatic discharge of the surety. Because मैंने डेटर के ऊपर केस नहीं करा है, तो श्योरिटी डिस्चार्ज हो गया है. क्या ये लॉजिकली ठीक है? Releasing one co-surety from liability automatically discharges all co-surety. Suppose एक कॉन्ट्रैक्ट था, ए था क्रेडिटर, बी थे डेटर एंड सी डी जो थे ये थे co-surety. ड्यू टू सम रीजंस ए डिस्चार्ज सी, क्या कि आप पैसे मत देना आप. ठीक है. क्या इस सिचुएशन में डी भी श्योरिटी के थ्रू रिलीज हो गया? इज दिस पर्सन ऑल्सो डिस्चार्ज एज अ श्योरिटी? इज डी ऑल्सो डिस्चार्ज एज अ श्योरिटी? नो. व्हाई? बिकॉज मैंने सिर्फ सी को डिस्चार्ज करा है, डी को नहीं. ठीक है. नो, और अदर श्योरिटीज आर नॉट ऑटोमेटिकली डिस्चार्ज. वेरी गुड सौरभ जी. सी इज द करेक्ट आंसर. Statement number 1 is correct, others are not. Which of the following statements are correct in the context of guarantee under the Indian Contract Act? A guarantee obtained by misrepresentation or by concealing material facts by the creditor is considered invalid. A surety can recover from the principal debtor any amount paid by him under the guarantee, even if paid beyond the actual liability. When multiple co-surety guarantee the same debt, each of them equally liable in the absence of any contract agreement. ठीक है. Contrary agreement. Again, A creditor, B debtor, C D E जो है ये है co-surety. Suppose 1,90,000 was supposed to be paid by B. B doesn't. Here all the three will be equally liable. For this 90,000 सब लोग को 30K each देना होगा to A. ठीक है. Why? Because अगर स्पेसिफिकली कहीं नहीं लिखा कितनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है, देन विल डीम all the people have same level of responsibilities. ठीक है. बट अगर कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में लिखा है कि नहीं, सी विल बी पेइंग 50% ऑफ द अमाउंट, डी विल बी पेइंग 10% ऑफ द अमाउंट एंड ई विल बी पेइंग द रिमेनिंग 40%, देन विल बी गोइंग अकॉर्डिंग टू द कॉन्ट्रैक्ट. बट इफ देर इज नो सच कॉन्ट्रैक्ट देयर विल बी डीमिंग दैट एवरीबडी हैज टू पे इक्वली. Yes, keep on replying. Yes, A is the correct answer. Very good, Namrata ji. Statement number 1 and 3 are correct. 2 is not. Which of the following statement about bailment as defined under section 148 of the Indian Contract Act are correct? Bailment necessarily requires a formal agreement, written agreement between the bailer and the bailee. Bailment arises only when possession of goods is delivered voluntarily by the bailer to the bailee. The core of bailment lies in the transfer of possession, not ownership of movable property goods. Bailment में क्या होता है? I give goods to you. ठीक है. एक जन होता है बेलर, एक होता है बेली. ठीक है. The bailor gives the goods to बेली for a specific reason. जैसे ही वो काम कंप्लीट हो जाएगा, बेली हैज टू गिव दैट गुड्स बैक टू द बेलर. इस आप ड्राई क्लीन के लिए आप कपड़े देते हो. ठीक है. व्हेन यू गिव योर क्लोथ्स फॉर ड्राई क्लीनिंग, यू आर द बेलर. ठीक है. यू गिव द क्लोथ्स टू द ड्राई क्लीन वाला भैया एंड से कि आप इसे ड्राई क्लीन करके वापस दे देना एंड पैसे ले लेना. The dry clean wala bhaiya is the bailey. His work is to dry clean the clothes and give it back to you. ठीक है, यहाँ पे सिर्फ पोजेशन दे रही हूँ फॉर अ सर्टेन पीरियड ऑफ टाइम कि आप काम कंप्लीट करके वापस दे देना. ओनरशिप इज नॉट ट्रांसफर्ड. सो ए एंड बी, दो रिप्लाई मिले हैं मुझको. हाँ जी, दीनानाथ जी, what will be your answer to this? See, Saurav ji, statement number 2 is not correct. Statement number 2 is not correct. Bailment can exist even without voluntary delivery in the strict sense. For example, if a person already in possession of the good agrees to hold them as bailee, bailment is created even though there is no physical handing over. Suppose आपसे मैंने सामान खरीदा, ठीक है? I came to your shop, I bought some sari from you. I said I'll pick this up tomorrow. I've paid for it. Now it is your duty to take care of that sari. ठीक है, you have to take care of the sari. There is no specific voluntary delivery. मैंने आपके यहाँ से सामान लिया ही नहीं है. Yes, A is the correct answer. Very good. Next, which of the following statement correctly describes essential features of valid bailment under Indian Contract Act? Delivery of goods in bailment must always be physical or actual. अभी हम पढ़ के आए. Symbolic delivery is not recognized. A person who finds someone else's goods and take custody with intent to return may become a bailee by implication. If a valid bailment, both possession and ownership of goods must be transferred to the bailee. Do we transfer the ownership? Suppose my ring got lost at your place. I came to your house, I left my ring at your place. Now you found that ring. You have that ring in your possession. आपकी नहीं है वो ring, मेरी ring है. ठीक है, you have intention to give it back to me whenever we meet next. Now you have the responsibility to take care of my ring as a bailee. Why? You have the possession. यहाँ हमने कोई फॉर्मली कॉन्ट्रैक्ट नहीं करा है कि आप मेरी रिंग को संभाल के रखोगे, मैंने अपने आप को आपकी रिंग को दिया है एंड आपने रखा है. यू फाउंड दैट रिंग, है ना? Here an automatic bailment is created. Now give me an answer for this question. Question number 20. Yes, C is the correct answer. Only statement number 2 is correct. Next, Mr. Ravi, a warehouse owner, receives 10 quintal of premium wheat from Mr. Sharma for storage. With Mr. Sharma's consent, Ravi mixed the wheat with 30 quintal of his own identical grade wheat in a single storage container. Later, a dispute arose about ownership over the entire mixture. आप मेरे पास लेके आए, ठीक है? You gave me 10 quintal of your wheat. I mixed your wheat with mine. Same है हम दोनों की wheat की quality, same identical wheat. I mixed the 10 of quintal of yours with 30 quintal of mine. Same container में रख दिया. Dispute arose कि पूरा mixture किसका है? पूरा तो किसी का भी नहीं होगा. 30 part of it will be mine, 10 part of it will be yours. In a separate instance, Ravi received 5 quintals of organic rice from Miss Fatima and mixed it with his own 10 quintals of regular rice. अभी a different rice, organic with regular, different है, but इनको mix कर दिया गया है without informing her. Unfortunately, both varieties could be physically distinguished. अब दोनों चावलों को अलग करा जा सकता है. Which of the following is correct? Here it was with consent. Here it was without consent. Mr. Sharma and Mr. Ravi now have a proportionate interest in the wheat mixture. Miss Fatima loses ownership of her rice as it was mixed without consent. Ravi is not responsible for any damage caused during rice separation. Yes. Very good. C is the correct answer. नहीं सौरभ जी, देखो करेक्ट बताना है. पहली बात, आपने मेरे पास राइस लेके आए, ठीक है? मैंने आपकी अच्छी क्वालिटी के राइस को अपने नॉर्मल क्वालिटी के राइस के साथ मिक्स कर दिया. गलती किसकी है? मेरी, मैंने आपसे नहीं पूछा था, ठीक है। आप क्या लूज कर दोगे ओनरशिप? नहीं, क्यों? आपके पास ओनरशिप है बिकॉज यू स्टिल हैव द राइट्स, दोज राइट्स आर आइडेंटिकली डिफरेंट, दे कैन बी डिफरेंशिएटेड। अगर आप नहीं भी लेना चाहते हो राइट्स, यू कैन स्टिल आस्क फॉर कॉम्पनसेशन, ठीक है। योर ओनरशिप इज नॉट लॉस्ट। नेक्स्ट इज, मेरी गलती है ना, तो मैं ही रिस्पॉन्सिबल होंगी राइस सेपरेशन के लिए। इट इज माई फॉल्ट, I mixed the rice, you didn't consent for it, it is my fault. Whatever payment will be given for separating the two will be paid by me. Now give me an answer, give me answer for question number 21. It is okay, चलो, yes, C is the correct answer, very good. Statement number 1 के अलावा बाकी दोनों incorrect है. Mr. Rahul, a piano technician, repaired a vintage piano belonging to Mr. Ramesh at Ramesh's request. The repair involved intricate woodwork and tuning, taking several weeks. Upon completion, Ramesh refused to pay for the service. Rahul retained the piano, awaiting payment. Ramesh threatened legal actions to recover the instrument immediately. Based on rights of the bailee, which of the following statements are correct? Uh, Mr. Rahul can retain the piano until he receives payment for his skilled services. This retention is valid even though there is no written agreement. Mr. Rahul's action is called a particular lien under bailment. क्या करेक्ट होगा? नम्रता जी, दीना जी, पूरी स्टेटमेंट्स को दोबारा पढ़ेंगे. पर्टिकुलर लियन मतलब द लियन दैट अ पर्सन हैज ऑन अ पर्टिकुलर गुड. यहाँ पर्टिकुलर गुड क्या है? पियानो. मिस्टर राहुल कैन कीप दैट पियानो ओनली. मिस्टर राहुल मिस्टर रमेश के घर जाके ये नहीं कहेगा कि आपके सारा सामान मेरा है. The only thing that Mr. Rahul has is the piano that he repaired. So he can only have the right of particular lien. Making all the statements as correct. Making all the statements as correct. In particular lien, it is when it is available when the bailee adds value to it via skills. Which of the following statements regarding the duties of a bailee are correct? A bailee must return the goods bailed only if the bailer expressly demands the return after the expiry of bailment period. If the bailee fails to return the goods on time, they may be held liable for any loss, destruction, or deterioration of the goods. In the absence of an agreement, special agreement, an increase in profit from the bailed goods belong to the bailer and must be returned along with the goods. Suppose I gave you a cow, ठीक है, that cow gave birth to a calf, ठीक है. जब आप मुझे गुड्स, जब मेरे को आप काउ वापस दोगे, बेल जो मैंने आपको काउ दी थी फॉर सम पीरियड ऑफ टाइम, जब वेन एवर यू गिव द काउ बैक टू मी, यू हैव टू गिव दैट काफ बैक टू मी एज वेल. Why? Because there has been an increment in the original product and that increment will belong to me. अब आप उस काउ की सपोज बोर्ड प्रोसेस का whatever extra XYZ आपका खर्चा हुआ उस काउ की वजह से, that you can recover from me, but the calf will still belong to me. The answer here is B, not D, Dinanath ji. Why? देखो, statement number 1 is not correct. The bailey the bailey's duty to return the goods arise automatically when either the bailment period expires or the purpose of the bailment is fulfilled. No express demand for the bailer is needed. Suppose I gave you my clothes to get dry cleaned, and the moment the dry cleaning is done, you have to return back those goods to me. जरूरी नहीं मैं आपको फोन करूँ और कहूँ ड्राई क्लीन वाले भैया प्लीज मेरे को goods मेरे कपड़े वापस दे दो, नहीं. जैसे ही आपका काम कंप्लीट होगा, either you will call me कि take the goods or you will deliver the goods to me. ठीक है, there is no specific need कि I have to make the demand कि give my goods back to me. Next, which of the following statement correctly relate to legal characteristics of a valid pledge? A pledge involves transfer of ownership of goods from pawnee to pawnee. बेलमेंट में, प्लेज में, हाइपोथिकेशन में सिर्फ हम पोजेशन देते हैं. हाइपोथिकेशन में पोजेशन में नहीं होता. बेलमेंट में and pledge, in bailment and pledge we just transfer the possession, not the ownership. In a valid pledge, the pawnee has a special property while general property remains with the pawner. The pawnee has the legal right to sell the goods upon default after due notice. So I've received C as an answer. Yes, C is the correct answer. Statement number 2 and 3 are correct. 1 is not. Which of the following statement regarding pledge without possession and repledge are correct? A pledge remains valid even if the pledged goods remain in possession of the pledger, provided it is for special purpose agreed upon by the pledgee. In Bank of Chittor versus Narsimbulu, it was held that pledgee's charge remain valid even when the pledger sells the pledged asset. A repledge by the pledgee is always valid regardless of whether an effective pledge was created in the first place. Question number 25 is on the screen. I'm waiting for a reply. Yes, very good. C is the correct answer. Statement number 1 and 2 are correct. Third is not. The Jaswantrai Manilal Anakai case established that there was no effective pledge. Then the repledge of the pledgee is also ineffective. Therefore, a valid pledge must first exist. इसका मतलब क्या है? देखो, suppose मैं एक person है A. He went to be a goldsmith. Gave his gold chain and took loan. B ने आगे रीप्लेज कर दी to C A for ₹50K. ठीक है, रीप्लेज फॉर 70K. मतलब उन्होंने आगे किसी को सी को कहा कि आप इसे प्लेज कर लो, यू गिव मी 70K एंड टेक द चेन इन योर पोजेशन. सी हैज नाउ द पोजेशन. और ये इस सिचुएशन को हम रीप्लेज कहेंगे जब प्लेजी ने दोबारा प्लेज कर दी गुड्स को, उसे कहते हैं रीप्लेज. अ रीप्लेज विद द प्लेजी इज ऑलवेज वैलिड रिगार्डलेस ऑफ वेदर एन इफेक्टिव प्लेज वाज क्रिएटेड इन द फर्स्ट प्लेज. सपोज यहाँ पे तो वैलिड है ये प्लेज, क्यों? क्योंकि मैंने इनके साथ फर्स्ट प्लेज क्रिएट करी थी. बी के साथ फर्स्ट प्लेज वाज वैलिड. Suppose the pledge with B was not valid. Suppose B got the but अब रीप्लेज उन्होंने C को कर दिया है. This will not be valid because अगर आपका फर्स्ट स्टेप सही नहीं है, आपका सेकंड स्टेप ठीक कैसे हो सकता है, राइट? Making C as the correct answer. Next, which of the following statements regarding the rules and types of agency are correct? A universal agent can legally bind the principal by any act, including illegal acts, unless otherwise restricted. Under Section 226 of the Contract Act, acts done by an agent have the same legal effect as they were done by the principal personally. If a general agent's authority is restricted by principle, third parties are not bound by such restriction unless they are informed. Suppose आप मेरे एजेंट है, ठीक है, आपका काम है गुड्स को डिलीवर करना और उनके बदले पैसे देना, ठीक है. I found one day that I should not ask you to take the money from them. I say do not take the money from the people, people who do you deliver the goods to, the buyers basically. I'll take the money. जनरल कोर्स में आपके पास ड्यूटी राइट थी. Are you still is everyone facing the same problem? Is the screen still blur for everybody? The internet is fine at my end. Namrata ji, Dinanath ji, Deepak ji, can you please reply? क्या बताई थी मैं आपको? ठीक है ठीक है, चलो सी द स्क्रीन प्लीज. गिव मी एन आंसर. मैं आपका आई वाज एक्सप्लेनिंग योर टॉपिक, ठीक है. I was telling you that suppose you have an authority कि you can send you can deliver the goods and you can take the money, ठीक है. Now you I restricted you कि आप पैसे मत लेके आना, आप सिर्फ डिलीवरी करो, आई विल गेट द मनी. एंड द थर्ड पार्टी यूजुअली यूज टू पे यू द मनी, ठीक है. Suppose that third party pays my agent the money now even. Will the third party's act be restricted? ऐसा हम कह सकते हैं थर्ड पार्टी को कि आपको नहीं देना चाहिए था. You have to inform the third party. If they have paid you something, if they have paid you an act, the amount which you were used to get, which you had the responsibility of getting in the past, now if they have made the payment to you, they have not done anything wrong until they have been informed about this restriction, okay? Until they have been informed about this restriction. Now give me an answer for question number 26. So that makes statement number 3 as correct. चलो इसके बाद ना we'll learn the rule of elimination, ठीक है. I'll try कि आपको एग्जाम में easily attempt करना सिखाया जाए क्वेश्चन को due to limited time and a lot of questions. Statement number 3 ठीक है, ठीक है. जहाँ पे 3 नहीं है पहले तो हम उसे कट करेंगे. Now we'll see a statement that is not correct. That is not correct, ठीक है. Let's see statement number 1. A universal agent can legally bind a principal of any act including illegal act unless otherwise restricted. क्या आपको कोई illegal act के लिए भी कर सकता है? Can you be made responsible for somebody's illegal act? No, you cannot be. Making statement number 1 as incorrect. Because statement number 1 is correct, तो जहाँ जहाँ पे 1 mention है, let's eliminate that. After eliminating the statements where 1 is written, यहाँ पे 1 है, यहाँ पे 1 है, B is going to be the correct answer. B is the correct answer, ठीक है. हम रूल ऑफ एलिमिनेशन भी लगाएंगे ऐसे. Which of the following statement regarding the duties and principle of rights and duties and rights of principal under the Contract Act are correct? A principal is bound to indemnify the agent for losses suffered due to act performed in good faith, even if such act turns out to be unauthorized. If an agent sustains injury because of principal's negligence, the agent can claim indemnity from the principal. The principal has the right to recover secret profits made by agent, even if such profits were not detrimental to principal's interest. अगर आप कोई secret profit कर रहे हो, that you are doing some profits without my knowledge, you have to give that amount to me. Have to वाली situation है यहाँ. नहीं नम्रता जी, C is not the correct answer. C is not the correct answer. रीरीड करेंगे हम. स्टेटमेंट नंबर 3 करेक्ट है. Yes, very good. D is the correct answer here. All the statements are correct. Next, Sales of Goods Act पे आ गए हम. ठीक है. Which of the following statement correctly relate to definitions and provisions under Sales of Goods Act? The Sales of Goods Act governs both immobile and mobile property transactions across India. In Sales of Goods Act, let me give you a revision for Sales of Goods Act. ठीक है. Sales of Goods Act में क्या होता है? Their sale means transfer of ownership immediately. Agreement to sell means ownership to transfer at a future time or on fulfillment of some condition. Breach of sale means seller can sue for price. Seller किसके लिए sue कर सकता है? Price के लिए. Breach अगर हम करते हैं agreement to sell का, seller can sue you for damages. अब sell और agreement to sell में difference क्या है? Sell मतलब मैंने आपको गुड्स दे दिए, आपने मेरे से गुड्स खरीद लिए, दैट इज सेल. एग्रीमेंट टू सेल क्या होता है? मैंने कहा आपको फ्यूचर में इफ यू विल गिव मी द मनी इन बाय 10th ऑफ द नेक्स्ट मंथ आई विल गिव यू द कार. That here we have agreed to make a sale on a future time if you fulfill that condition that I have put to you. That this is agreement to sell. सेल ऑफ गुड्स एक्ट सिर्फ और सिर्फ मोबाइल गुड्स के साथ डील करता है. ओनली इन मोबाइल गुड्स, नॉट इन इमोबाइल गुड्स. There are two parties in sales of goods act, in a contract of sale basically. First is the seller, second is the buyer. Transfer of property in goods and these goods must be movable. Sales of goods act में there has to be a transfer of property and these goods properties, such good properties are good and these goods are movable in nature. एंड इसका कंसिडरेशन क्या होगा इस कॉन्ट्रैक्ट का? मनी. द प्राइस इज द कंसिडरेशन इन दिस कॉन्ट्रैक्ट. ठीक है. देयर आर 3 टाइप्स ऑफ गुड्स: एग्जिस्टिंग, फ्यूचर, कंटिंजेंट. एग्जिस्टिंग मीन्स जो सेलर के पास पोजेशन में अभी है. द ऑलरेडी ओन्ड पोजेस्ड गुड्स बाय द सेलर आर नोन एज एग्जिस्टिंग गुड्स. Future goods means those goods that will be manufactured on a later date. ठीक है. or that will be acquired by the seller on a later date. Contingent goods means goods that depends upon the acquisition ki if some certain events happen, if a certain event happens, then the goods can be dealt with. ठीक है. Suppose ऐसे example देती हूँ. अगर ship आ गई from USA, I'll give you the goods. Okay? I'll give you the goods. Here, the contingency of the goods depend. The goods acquisition depends. कि अगर if the goods reach to me, if that certain event happens, I'll get the good. So the acquisition depends on the uncertain event. We do not know whether the ship will reach or not. There is a possibility that ship will reach. There is a 90% possibility. ऐसे कह सकते हैं हम. Next. कंडीशन एंड वारंटी. कंडीशन क्या होता है? कंडीशन इज एन असेंशियल टू कॉन्ट्रैक्ट एंड इफ यू ब्रीच द कंडीशन ऑफ द कॉन्ट्रैक्ट देन देयर विल बी द कॉन्ट्रैक्ट कैन बी रेपुडिएटेड. मतलब कॉन्ट्रैक्ट को हम कैंसिल कर सकते हैं, खत्म कर सकते हैं एंड डैमेजेस कैन बी क्लेम्ड. Warranty means something collateral to the contract, something parallel to the contract. मतलब it is not something very important for the contract to happen. अगर वो नहीं भी होता है कोई बात नहीं, you can claim for damages, but you cannot just cancel out the contract in whole. ठीक है. When suppose एक example लेते हैं हम condition का. Do you want me to give an example for condition and warranty? Do you want me to give you an example for condition and warranty? और वी कैन डू द क्वेश्चंस राइट नाउ. जब कंडीशन वारंटी का कोई केस आएगा, क्वेश्चन आएगा, वी कैन अंडरस्टैंड इट देन, because a question from condition and warranty will appear in tomorrow's exam. सेल्स ऑफ गुड्स का एक वो एसेंशियल पार्ट है, एक कंडीशन एंड वारंटी और एक सेल एंड एग्रीमेंट टू सेल. चलो, let's do the question then. Nobody is replying. Which of the following statement correctly relate to definition and provisions under Sale of Good Act? The Sale of Good Act governs both immobile and mobile property. A document of title to good includes instrument like bill of lading, railway receipt that can be transferred to receive goods. एक सपोज आपने ना कोई सामान लेना मेरे से, ठीक है, मैंने कहा मैम कल आके ले लेना, आपने मेरे को पेमेंट कर दी, मैंने उस पर लिख दिया कि दिस द गुड्स विल बी रेडी बाय टुमारो, आई गिव यू द रिसीट. यू टेक द रिसीट एंड यू शो इट टू पर्सन ऑन माई वेयर हाउस कि मैम से सामान खरीदा था, मेरे को सामान दे दो. दैट रिसीट विल इज नोन एज डॉक्यूमेंट ऑफ टाइटल ऑफ गुड्स. This usually happens in the case of bill of lading and railway receipts. Future goods refer to goods that are identified and agreed upon at a time of contract for sale. Question number 1 is on the screen. B and C. I've received two answers, B and C. So who is going to break the tie here? C. Future goods का मतलब ये नहीं होता है दीनानाथ जी. Future goods means the statement here describes the specific goods. कि मैंने किसी goods को देखा है, I've agreed कि I want this good, these goods. Future goods are those that are not yet in existence. तो आप उसको identify नहीं कर सकते. जो manufacture होना है उसको आप identify कैसे कर सकते हो, ठीक है? Making statement number 3 as incorrect. Statement number 1 is also incorrect. Statement number 2 is the correct answer, only correct. The C is going to be the correct answer. Which of the following statement related to contract of sale of goods are correct? The contract where goods are exchanged for other goods without money consideration is covered under Sales of Goods Act. The Sales of Goods Act applies to sale of immovable property like land and building. The contract of sale can be formed even though implied conduct and need not necessarily be in writing unless required by law. Question number 2 is on the screen. सिर्फ statement number 3 correct है, A is the correct answer. Next, which of the following statement correctly describes the concept and distinction between sale and agreement to sell? A good question. In a sale, the risk of goods lies with the seller until delivery, even if ownership has passed. In an agreement to sell, ownership is transferred immediately, but delivery may be happen later on. A contract where goods are transferred at a future date or subject to agreement condition is an agreement to sell. If you can see, statement number 2 and 3 are contradictory to each other. So either 2 is going to be correct or 3 is going to be correct. 2, 3 एक साथ correct नहीं हो सकते, ठीक है? 2, 3 एक साथ दे रखे हैं हमें ऑप्शन नंबर डी में सिर्फ, तो यहाँ से हमारा ऑप्शन नंबर डी हो गया एलिमिनेट, ठीक है? And I have told you the definition of contract agreement to sell as well. So now tell me what is going to be the correct answer. सेल में मैंने गुड्स को ना इमीडिएटली आपको दे दिया, ठीक है? आई हैव गिवन यू द गुड्स इमीडिएटली, यू हैव टेकन द गुड्स. अब गुड्स में जो मर्जी हो, गुड्स खराब हुए, गुड्स का कुछ भी हो, ठीक है? द गुड्स आर योर्स, ओनरशिप इज योर्स, द गुड्स बिलोंग टू यू. If I've kept the goods with you एज फॉर बेलमेंट वो अलग सिचुएशन है, बट हम बेलमेंट को यहाँ पे नहीं लेके आएंगे. लॉजिकली देखेंगे सेल की कंडीशन यहाँ पे फुलफिल हो रही है कि नहीं, और एग्रीमेंट टू सेल की कंडीशन 2 में फुलफिल हो रही है या 3 में. क्वेश्चन नंबर कौन सा क्वेश्चन है? 2 3 is on the screen. Yes, only statement number 3 is correct. B is the correct answer. देखो, in sale the risk lies with the buyers, not the seller. Once the ownership has passed, even the delivery hasn't occurred. This is the key distinction between sale and agreement to sell. In an agreement to sell, ownership does not pass immediately. It transfers on a future time and upon fulfillment of certain condition, making this statement incorrect. Which of the following statement correctly describes the legal distinction between condition and warranty? A breach of condition gives the aggrieved party the right to repudiate the entire contract. A breach of warranty allows the buyer to claim damages but not reject the goods. The term initially classified as warranty can never be treated as condition, even if it forms the essence to the contract. Question number 4 is on the screen. Give me the reply for this question. Suppose एक चीज, when something was getting labeled, we labeled it as warranty, but that specific thing became the essence to the contract. Can that essential part not be termed as condition just because मैंने उसको नाम लगा दिया कि वो warranty है? See, here statement number 1 and 2 are correct. C is going to be the correct answer. Statement number 3 is not. Even if party is labeled a stipulation as warranty, it may be treated as condition if it forms an essential to the contract. Which of the following are recognized as implied condition in a contract of sale under Sales of Goods Act? That the seller has the right to sell the goods, that the goods shall correspond with the description of the sale in the case of sale by description, that the goods shall serve any purpose for which the buyer assumes it would be fit even without informing the seller. मुझे लगता है ये goods ना मेरे काम आ जाएंगे. I didn't tell the seller why I need the goods. I just assumed that these goods are something that will be useful for me. Will the seller, when I reach home, I find कि नहीं नहीं ये तो मेरे काम नहीं आ रहा है and I want to return those goods. Can I do so? No, I cannot. If I do inform the seller कि why I need the such goods, and the seller puts his mind and give that good to me कि नहीं आपका मैम ये काम आ जाएगा, and then it doesn't come serves my purpose, then I can return the goods. But if I haven't told the seller why I'm buying the goods and why, just because on my assumption I'm buying something, I cannot return such goods. No. नहीं नम्रता जी, C is not the correct answer. देखो, seller can sell the goods. Statement number 1 is correct. जहाँ पे 1 नहीं हम इसे eliminate करेंगे तो B तो eliminate हो गया. ठीक है. The goods shall that the goods shall correspond with the description in the case of sale by description. Oh sorry. Yes, it should. So B that the goods shall. ठीक है. C is the correct answer. Very good. नहीं, C is the correct answer. Sorry, C is the correct answer. Statement number 3 is not correct. The buyer must disclose the purpose and rely on seller's skills for the implied condition to fitness to apply. Which of the following are recognized as implied condition in contract of sale under Sales of Good Act? That in case of sale by sample, the bulk shall correspond with the sample in the quality. That the buyer shall enjoy quiet possession of the goods. Quiet possession of the goods कोई वारंटी नहीं होती है, ठीक है? मैं गुड्स खरीद रही हूँ इंजॉय करने के लिए. Implied condition पूछ रहा है. ठीक है, मैं गुड्स खरीद रही हूँ इंजॉय करने के लिए. If I do not enjoy that, that is, give me a second please, I'm coming, ठीक है, I'm coming. चलिए लेट्स कंटिन्यू. ठीक है, मैं कॉन्ट्रैक्ट वो सॉरी मैं गुड्स को ले रही हूँ जस्ट टू एंजॉय द पोजेशन ऑफ इट. ये कोई एसेंशियल थोड़ी ना कॉन्ट्रैक्ट का कि मैं एंजॉय करूंगी उसे क्वाइटफुली. व्हाट इफ आई डू नॉट, व्हाट इफ आई एम नॉट हैप्पी विद इट? दिस इज एन इम्प्लाइड वारंटी, making A as the correct answer. Next question. Which of the following statement correctly relate to fitness, merchantability, and doctrine of CAIIB tempter in sales of goods? If a buyer buys goods by description from a dealer in those goods, there is an implied condition that they shall be of merchantable quality. If a buyer examines goods before purchase, they can still claim defect visible during inspection under implied warranty. A buyer who relies on the seller's expertise for a specific purpose has protection under implied condition for of fitness. Question is on the screen. See, statement number 1 and 3 here are correct. 2 is not. Why? If the buyer examines goods, implied condition do not apply to the defect when the examination could have revealed. Which the examination could have revealed? That the following which of the following statement relate to unpaid seller's right against the buyer personally under the Sale of Goods Act? अब अनपेड सेलर की क्या राइट्स है? अगेंस्ट द गुड्स ही कैन प्रैक्टिस लियन. अनपेड सेलर क्या होता है? जिसकी पेमेंट नहीं करी होती बायर ने. ही हैज द राइट अगेंस्ट द गुड्स. क्या राइट्स है लियन प्रैक्टिस करने की? कि अपने पास रखेगा उसको पोजेशन को स्टॉप करने की ट्रांजिट में. दैट इज व्हेन द गुड्स हैव नॉट रीच्ड द बायर्स प्लेस, the seller can call the person who is delivering the goods to stop those goods in transition when the goods are on the way. Right to resell, that कि आपके पास राइट है उस गुड्स को दोबारा बेचने का. बायर के अगेंस्ट क्या है? he can sue the buyer for price, for damages, and for breach of contract that he has not paid the money. When will be a seller called unpaid? A seller is unpaid when price is not paid or tendered, when the bill of exchange or negotiable instrument basically that is given to the seller has dishonored, and it includes actual seller plus the agent who is acting on his behalf. How can he exercise the right of lien? He can retain the possession of the goods till the payment is made. And to resell the goods, he has to give notice to the buyer first. This is a requirement that the law has given कि goods देखो buyer ने goods दे दिए seller ने goods दे दिए buyer को. Now the buyer is the owner of the goods. Buyer पैसे नहीं दे रहा है but goods तो buyer की हैं, ठीक है. If the seller wants the money for it, he can resell it, but उसके लिए buyer को he has to give the notice. Yes, A is the correct answer. Very good, Namrata ji. Next, which of the following statement relate to unpaid seller's right against buyer personally under Sales of Goods Act? The right to resell always require prior permission of the court. If the buyer has pledged the goods to a third party in good faith for value, the seller's right may be defeated. Resale में कोई कोर्ट की परमिशन की नीड नहीं है, बस एक नोटिस की नीड है. Making statement number 1 as incorrect. Statement number 2 is correct. Let's see why. A pledge to third party in good faith for value can defeat seller's right under section 53. Let's start with Indian Partnership Act. I'm giving a 2 minutes break here. We will meet after 2 minutes. 2 मिनट्स के बाद हम लोग सेशन को कंटिन्यू करेंगे एंड इंडियन पार्टनरशिप एक्ट को फटाफट खत्म करने की कोशिश करेंगे बिकॉज वी हैव अ लॉट ऑफ इम्पॉर्टेंट पार्ट्स टू कवर एंड इट इज ऑलमोस्ट 1.5 hour that we have started the class. चलिए let's start. चलिए, Indian Partnership Act 1932. Let's start with the definitions and everything. Let's understand the act first. So, partnership means a relationship between persons who agree to share profits of business carried on by all or any acting on behalf of all. Okay? Her partner, every partner is an agent of another partner, and every partner is a principal of other partners. For a partnership to exist, there has to be an agreement between the parties, between two people. At least there have to be two people. Okay? For what? For profit sharing. And हमारा intention कभी business start करने का क्या होता है? What is our intention? Our intention is that that we share profits. We never talk about losses. We always talk about profits. And there has to be a business. हम कोई काम करना चाहिए. It is not just कि we have said कि अरे we'll share 50-50. For what? We have to do some business for it. ठीक है? And to check whether it is a partnership or not, there is a test, that is a mutual agency test. The mutual agency test says that one partner is an agent of all the other partners, and that same partner is the principal of all other partners as well. तो मैं partners का agent भी हूँ, मैं बाकी partners के लिए principal भी हूँ. ठीक है? Next is partnership and firm are two different things. Partnership means there is no separate legal entity, but in a company there is a separate legal entity. There is a separate legal entity. Partnership is based on the partners. Partners है, partnership है. If there are two people and one person exits from that business agreement, then there is no longer partnership. क्योंकि एक जना अकेले partnership नहीं चला सकता है. When we talk about registration of a partnership firm, it is not compulsorily, but it is suggested that you get registered. Why? Because if you are a registered firm, you'll get some benefits under the law, like you can sue the other person, you can enforce the contract against the other person. But if you're not registered, you can just get sued by the third party, but you cannot sue the other party. Okay? The third party. The partners have unlimited liability. They are jointly and severally liable for the Firms Act. What is jointly and severally liable? Suppose आप and मैं partner है and I do some fraud. If I do some fraud, then the whole firm will be liable. For my act, the whole firm will be liable. Not just me, the whole firm. You also have to pay for my fraud, for losses that I have caused to the firm. Okay? So in the partnership, the partners are jointly and severally liable. Severally मतलब what if jointly for everybody, and severally liable मतलब जितनी भी liabilities arise हो रही है सबके लिए several liabilities are there. For all liabilities, all the partners will be liable equally. Let's start with the question. Which of the following statements correctly relate to the legal nature of partnership under Indian law? A partnership is a contract-based relationship and does not arise from personal status of inheritance. In Indian Partnership Act 1932 operates entirely independently of Indian Contract Act. The Hindu undivided family running a business is regarded as partnership under Partnership Act. Hindu undivided family partnership नहीं होती. Hindu undivided family has different nature of business. It is not considered as partnership. And whenever we are talking about Indian Contract Act, Indian Contract Act का ही part था Sales of Goods Act and Indian Partnership Act, Indian Partnership. But the act was so complicated that we have to take away the Sales of Goods Act wala part and this in the partnership wala part, and we have to make different acts for the same. So अगर आप partnership कर रहे हो, ठीक है, there is a contract, people are mutually agreeing to do some business, there is a contract happening, अगर आप कॉन्ट्रैक्ट के इंडिपेंडेंटली चलने लगोगे तो क्या पार्टनरशिप बन पाएगी? कभी भी नहीं। ठीक है, नाउ गिव मी एन आंसर फॉर क्वेश्चन नंबर 1. Question number 1 is on the screen. A is the correct answer. Statement number 1 के अलावा बाकी दोनों statements incorrect है. Which of the following statements correctly describes the essential characteristics of a legal limitation of a partnership? A partnership must consist of at least two individuals competent to contract. A firm can have up to 150 partners if approved by all existing partners. The maximum number of persons in a partnership are notified and is currently capped at 100. So it is saying 150 partners, then next statement it is saying 100 partners. So statement number 2 and 3 are contrary to each other. Either statement number 2 is going to be correct or 3 is going to be correct. There is no statement number 4. Let me correct this question. Now, give me an answer for this question. Yes, B is the correct answer. Very good, Dinanaji. Statement number 1 and 3 are correct. 100 is the cap. 100 people can be there in a partnership. The maximum number is 100. Next, which of the following statement appropriately highlights the operational requirements and characteristics of a valid partnership? A partnership must be formed to conduct some lawful business activity. A written agreement is mandatory to perform a valid partnership under the Act. Sharing of profit is necessary, but sharing of losses can be avoided by agreement. Question number 2 is on the screen. 3 is on the screen. I've just told you that partnership can be in oral form as well as in written. It is not mandatory कि हम उसको register ही कराएं. ठीक है? We both can agree कि let's come in a partnership, let's do this business. We do not need everything to be in writing. Now, give me an answer for this question. Statement number 1 and 3 are correct. A is the correct answer. Next, which of the following statement regarding mutual rights and duties of partners and property are correct, are valid? Unless otherwise agreed, all partners share profits and losses equally, regardless of capital contribution. Unless otherwise agreed मतलब कोई कॉन्ट्रैक्ट नहीं है इससे कॉन्ट्ररी. A partner can claim interest on capital even in case of losses, provided partnership deed permits it. Property acquired from firm funds is treated as firm's property unless there is a contrary agreement. Suppose there are losses. मैं खुद पार्टनर हूँ फर्म की, मेरे को ही इंटरेस्ट देना है कैपिटल पे. There is an agreement that interests have to be paid on the capital. And the firm faces losses. जब losses की situation है, हम interest कैसे pay कर सकते हैं? We are not in a position to pay anybody any amount. Are we? नहीं नम्रता जी, D is not the correct answer. Yes, A is the correct answer. Statement number 2 is not correct. Interest on capital is payable only from profits. Which of the following, what's the question था ये? 5. Which of the following statements regarding mutual rights and duties of partners and property usage are valid under the Indian Partnership Act? Partners can mutually decide to allow some partners to access books while restricting others. देखो, हर पार्टनर को ना अलाउ नहीं किया जाता टू चेक द बुक्स. वाई? सम पार्टनर्स आर जस्ट फॉर द नेम सेक. If some person is just for the namesake, sometimes what happen is we make creditors as partner as well, just to make them just to give the profit to them. We cannot allow everybody, every partner of ours, those even those who are for the namesake, to check our books. Interest at 9% per annum is payable on capital contribution by partners regardless of firm's profitability. I just told you that the firm there is if you have to pay some interest on the capital, okay, there has to be a, profit in the firm. The firm is should be profitable. Plus, the percentage is not 9%; it is 6% per annum, making, yes, D is the correct answer. Very good. Next, which of the following statements regarding business conduct and contracts between partners are correct? The nature of the firm's business can be changed by majority vote of partners subject to notification. Suppose Mr. A, B and C are doing a business. Mr. A and B business क्या है? Business X कर रहे हैं. A, B, C are partners doing X business. A and B मेजरली फ्रेंड्स है, मेजॉरिटी के साथ. A and B in majority agree that now we do not want to do X as a business, let's do Y. ठीक है, बता ऐसी को कि अब हम X का काम नहीं करेंगे, हम will do Y business. Can this be allowed? What about C's consent? C is also a person in the partnership. Na? They all agreed to do the business. Now one is not agreeing, one is just informed. Will that be allowed? The mutual rights and duties of partners can be implied by their course of dealing. After a partner exits, the duties and rights of remaining partner automatically terminates unless renewed. The duties and the rights do not automatically terminate. There has to be an agreement for such same thing. एक चला गया, suppose C leaves the firm and A and B are there in the firm still. क्या A और B की liabilities and rights खत्म हो जाएगी just because C has left the firm? No, their rights and duties will subsist unless they agree to terminate it. Give me an answer for question number, whatever it is, 6, 7. हाँ जी, नम्रता जी, दीनानाथ जी. Rajendra ji, how did your exam go? What are you scoring? Yes, C is the correct answer. Very good. Only statement number 2 is correct. Which of the following statement regarding business conduct and contract between partners are accurate? An agreement restricting a partner from engaging in any other business is valid despite being in restraint of trade. Difference on routine business matter can be decided by majority provided all partners get a chance to express their view. Question is on the screen. Give me an answer. No, Namrata ji. Reread statement number 1. agreement restricting a partner from engaging in another business is valid. If I and you are partners and I say, ma'am, you cannot now do the same business with Dinanarji, will that be allowed? Yes, because I am protecting my interest. I'm protecting the firm's interest, and such thing will be allowed, making both the statements as correct. So C is going to be the correct answer. Restriction on parallel business is valid even if it is technically restraint on trade. Which of the following statement correctly describes the agency role of a partner in a firm? A partner can legally bind the firm only when acting in firm's name and in ordinary course of business. If a partner signs a contract solely in his own name, the firm is still bound by the act. Suppose I take a loan on my name. मेरी मर्जी है मैं कर सकती हूँ. Will that bound the firm? Next, a partner is considered an agent of the firm for matters connected to firm's business. Give me the answer for this question. Question. So now give me an answer. Yes, A is the correct answer. Very good, very good. Next, which of the following are valid statements about the implied authority of a partner in a trading firm? A firm can pledge the goods of a firm to secure a loan under implied authority. A partner can open a bank account in the name of the firm without explicit permission. A partner can borrow money on behalf of the firm as part of his implied authority. Explicit permission means something I have given authority to you. Okay, I have made sure that you have the permission to do so. Without explicit permission means without giving permission of doing such act. Explicitly means to do something that you are asked to do so. Yes, A is the correct answer. Very good. Statement number 1 and 3 are correct. 2 is not. Opening a bank account requires express authority. Which of the following statement related to restriction or extension of implied authority of partners under Section 20? Partner may contractually restrict a partner's implied authority and it will always bind third parties. If a third party has no knowledge of restriction on a partner's authority, the firm may still be bound. Any act done within the implied authority of a partner binds the firm unless the partner is acting against public policy. See, public policy is not the key limit. Okay? It is more about the nature of the act and notice. सिर्फ पब्लिक पॉलिसी के बेसिस पे हम कुछ नहीं करते. The act done with the implied authority of partner binds the firm. Okay? Implied authority में पार्टनर कुछ भी कर रहा है, it will mind the firm. Will not just see कि it is not against the public policy. Will just see कि whether the partner was allowed to do this or not. And lack of knowledge about restriction can lead to the firm being bound by the act. Suppose the third party did not know कि आपने किसी की अथॉरिटी को रिस्ट्रिक्ट करा, जैसे हमने एजेंट और प्रिंसिपल के बारे में पढ़ा था, है ना. अगर नहीं पता है that this partner is not supposed to take money and the third party give that person money, the firm will be act by the act of such partner. Suppose एक 3 partners थे. This partner was not allowed to make contracts with third persons, but this partner did so, and the third party did not know कि इसको इसके साथ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट करना अलाउड नहीं है. अगर इसने कॉन्ट्रैक्ट कर लिया है तो कंपनी इस कॉन्ट्रैक्ट से बाउंड होगी. कंपनी विल बी बाउंड. Making C as the correct answer. Next. Which of the following statement correctly apply to the authority of a partner in an emergency under Section 21 of Indian Partnership Act? A partner can perform any act in an emergency even if it contradicts the partnership deed. Acts done by a partner in an emergency must reflect that a person of ordinary prudence would do it in his own case. The firm is bound by an emergency act of partners only if it is explicitly authorized by other partners. सब इसमें कोविड वाली सिचुएशन हमने पढ़ी थी, ठीक है. Now give me an answer. Use COVID situation in your mind here and give me an answer. Emergency तभी आई थी हमारे पास, या फिर इमरजेंसी सिचुएशन कभी भी हो सकती है. सपोज मैं डिलीवरी करने जा रही हूँ, कार टायर गॉट बस्टेड. Now I cannot make the delivery and the goods will get destroyed if the delivery is not made. So I make a delivery on the road to the bypassers because there was an emergency. Otherwise the goods would get destroyed, the goods will get perished and will not get any money. Now put in your brains here and give me an answer. Yes, very good, Namrata ji. C is the correct answer. Next. Identify the correct implication of section 26 and 27 related to firm's liability for act of partners. A firm is not liable if partners' wrongful act occur outside the ordinary course of business. A firm is liable if a partner misuses money received by third party while acting within apparent authority. जैसे बताया था, इस पार्टनर को अलाउड नहीं था पैसे लेना या कुछ भी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट करना, एंड ये पार्टनर ने कर दिया और थर्ड पार्टी को नहीं पता था कि दिस वाज नॉट अलाउड, एंड दिस पार्टनर मिसयूजेस सच मनी दैट ही हैव रिसीव्ड. नाउ विल द फर्म बी बाउंड बाय द एक्ट, क्योंकि इनको पैसे मिले हैं तो अब कॉन्ट्रैक्ट तो फुलफिल करना ही पड़ेगा ना. द फर्म विल बी लायबल बिकॉज ऑफ दिस पार्टनर्स मिसयूज, दिस पार्टनर्स मिस एक्ट. फर्म आर नॉट लायबल फॉर इंजरीज कॉज ड्यू टू नेग्लिजेंस बाय इंडिविजुअल पार्टनर्स. As I've taught you that firm jointly and severally liable होते हैं, है ना. Now give me an answer for question number. Questions appearing on the screen. C is the correct answer. Very good. Next. Which of the following statement correctly reflect the principle of holding out and right of transferee of a partner's interest? Holding out मतलब कोई person कह रहा है मैं partner हूँ, but although he is not, he is pretending to people that he is the partner. He suppose you and I are a partner and we are saying to the third party कि जो Mr. A है ना ये भी हमारे partner है, and Mr. A is not saying कि हाँ मैं हूँ या नहीं हूँ. He is not replying to it, or he is saying that yes I am the partner although he is not. this person will be called as partner by holding out. Okay? The person who permits himself to be permitted as presented as a partner can be held liable under the doctrine of holding out. Legal heir of deceased partner are liable if the firm continues using deceased name. A transferee of partner's business can demand access to firm's books during the ongoing business. Mm-mm. A is the correct answer here. स्टेटमेंट नंबर 1 के अलावा बाकी सब गलत है. लीगल heirs are not merely liable because name is used posthumously. Transferees can not infer or demand records during firm's operation. Last question from partnership. Which of the following statement are correct in the context of dissolution of firm and dissolution of partnership? Dissolution of firm always result in termination of business and legal existence of partnership entity. Dissolution of partnership always result in dissolution of firm as per section 39 of Indian Partnership Act. Reconstitution of firm after partner's retirement is treated as dissolution of partnership, not firm. Dissolution of partnership and dissolution of firm दो different topic बात है. डिसोल्यूशन ऑफ पार्टनरशिप मतलब एक सपोज 3 पार्टनर्स थे एंड वन गोज. ठीक है, पार्टनरशिप खत्म हो गई, इस पर्सन के साथ पार्टनरशिप खत्म हो गई है. जब पूरी फर्म खत्म हो जाए, जब पूरा बिजनेस खत्म हो जाए, दैट इज नोन एज डिसोल्यूशन ऑफ पार्टनरशिप. आंसर फॉर दिस क्वेश्चन प्लीज. The answer here is A. Statement number 1 and 3 are correct. 2 is not. Let's start with Partnership Act. If you have any doubt, I'm giving you a minute. Write your doubts in the chat section. Any doubt in any part? Let's start with the Companies Act then. Which of the following statements accurately reflect the principle related to incorporation and legal identity of a company under Indian company law? A company incorporated under the Companies Act continues to remain valid under Companies Act and does not require fresh registration. Once registered, a company enjoys the same constitutional rights as an individual citizen of India. The decision in Salomon versus Salomon and Company Limited emphasize that shareholders and company are one and the same legal person. We have discussed about this case in the lecture where I taught you all the cases. Now, give me the answer for this question. A very good question, a question that will be such questions will be appearing जहाँ पे हम case related answers पूछे जा सकते हैं. यस, देखो सॉल्वेंट वर्सेस सॉल्वेंट बोला था, कंपनी एंड द शेयर होल्डर्स आर डिफरेंट पीपल. Only statement number 1 is correct, others are not. Identify the correct statement regarding the structural and operational feature of company as per the Companies Act. The liability of shareholders in a company is limited to the unpaid share value they hold. On the death of all shareholders of a company, the company results in automatic dissolution. The company can continue to operate indefinitely unless dissolved through formal legal process. So, statement number 2 and 3 are contrary to each other. Right? Statement number 2 and 3 are contrary to each other. So, either of them will be correct. 2 and 3 जहाँ पे भी साथ है उसे eliminate करेंगे हम. तो let's eliminate this and this. 1 दोनों में common है, making 1 as correct. Now, give me an answer for this question. So, the correct answer here is A. Statement number 1 and 3 are correct. Companies still exist perpetually until wound up by the law. Which of the following statement correctly interpret the concept and implications of lifting the corporate veil? Courts may lift the corporate veil in case of tax evasion or fraudulent conduct by the management. Lifting of corporate veil implies that directors can never be held personally liable for company's action. There is a strict rule under the Companies Act detailing exactly when the corporate law must be lifted. A very very good question from companies law, corporate rail से related concept यहाँ पे पूछा गया है. Can somebody tell me what is the doctrine of corporate veil? What is the doctrine of corporate veil? What is the doctrine of corporate veil? Giving you a minute's time. चलो बताओ. Whoever will tell me. Will get an appreciation from me. चलो देखो कॉर्पोरेट वेल क्या होता है. Let me come on the screen. Give me a second. The company and हमने बोला है कंपनी एंड शेयर होल्डर्स दो डिफरेंट लोग होते हैं, दो डिफरेंट थिंग होती है, राइट. दो डिफरेंस है इनके बीच में, डिस्टिंक्शन है. जब हम वी वांट टू चेक वेदर देयर इज सम एक्ट दैट इज अगेंस्ट द पब्लिक पॉलिसी, या देयर इज अ नीड टू सी हु इज डूइंग द रॉन्ग एक्ट, हु इज बिहाइंड द कर्टन, ठीक है, हु इज बिहाइंड द वेल. What we'll do is we'll lift this corporate veil and see, we'll merge company and the people together and we'll see who is the wrong party. अब इससे रिलेटेड कोई स्पेसिफिकली लॉ नहीं है कि लिखा हुआ है कि कब कॉर्पोरेट वेल उठेगा या कब नहीं होगा. व्हेन वी विल चेक वेदर देयर इज अ प्रॉब्लम, द कोर्ट विल सी whether do we need to see behind the company's face, whether we need to see who is actually responsible for the act, or whether we just have to make sure just punish the company. ठीक है. स्टेटमेंट नंबर 3 इससे हो जाती है इनकरेक्ट. स्टेटमेंट नंबर 3 is incorrect. Lifting a corporate veil implies the directors can never be held personally liable. लिफ्ट ही इसलिए हम कर रहे हैं देखने के लिए कि क्या डायरेक्टर कहाँ कौन सा किसने गलती करी है, ठीक है. सो स्टेटमेंट नंबर 2 इज ऑल्सो इनकरेक्ट. 1 इज द करेक्ट आंसर. 1 इज द ओनली स्टेटमेंट करेक्ट. Which of the following statement accurately reflect differences in management, membership, and liability between companies and partnership? A private company must have at least 2 and can have up to 200 members, whereas a partnership can have a maximum of 100 partners. A shareholder in a company needs to consent to all existing shareholders to transfer shares, whereas a partner can freely transfer his interest in a firm. हर शेयर होल्डर अगर इंडिविजुअल जाके सबसे पूछने लगे क्या मैं अपना शेयर ट्रांसफर कर सकता हूँ, इज दैट पॉसिबल, एंड कैन अ पार्टनर ट्रांसफर हिज शेयर टू एनी रैंडम पर्सन, बिकॉज मेरा मन था. दिस इज नॉट अलाउड. The liability of member in a company is personally limited, but partner in a partnership have unlimited liability. Now you have to tell me the difference between Companies Act and partnership. Chalo, give me an answer for this question. A is the correct answer here. ठीक है. Statement number 2 गलत है. Which of the following statement regarding memorandum of association are correct? The object clause must state both main objective of a company and any ancillary or incidental objectives. The name clause must mention the complete address of the registered office of a company. A company registered under Section 8 can be exempted from using word limited or private limited in its name. So, as per company law, हर कंपनी को whether it is a private or a public company, they need to write the at the end of the name private limited or limited. If it is a public company, limited, और प्राइवेट कंपनी है तो प्राइवेट लिमिटेड. बट सेक्शन 8 की कंपनी जो होती है वो होती है नॉन प्रॉफिट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस, एनपीओ. ठीक है. दे आर डू नॉट नीड टू यूज द वर्ड लिमिटेड और प्राइवेट लिमिटेड इन देयर नेम. दिस इज व्हाट सेक्शन 8 हैज गिवन एन एग्जेम्पशन टू. मेमोरेंडम ऑफ एसोसिएशन एंड आर्टिकल ऑफ एसोसिएशन दोनों इंपॉर्टेंट टर्मिनोलॉजीज है, दोनों इंपॉर्टेंट डॉक्यूमेंट्स है फॉर अ कंपनी टू गेट इनकॉर्पोरेटेड. व्हाई? मेमोरेंडम ऑफ एसोसिएशन टेल्स अबाउट कि कंपनी का क्या काम है, कंपनी का क्या एड्रेस है, एंड एवरीथिंग दैट एवरीबडी नीड्स टू नो अबाउट द एक्सटर्नल प्रोसेस ऑफ द कंपनी. वेयर एज आर्टिकल ऑफ एसोसिएशन टॉक्स अबाउट कि कंपनी के वर्किंग प्रोसेस, इंटरनल वर्किंग कैसे रहेगी. ठीक है. ऑब्जेक्ट क्लॉज में हमेशा हमें मेंशन करना होता है मेन एंड एंसिलरी ऑब्जेक्टिव. जो भी कंपनी ऑब्जेक्टिव है कंपनी का वो हमें मेंशन करना पड़ेगा. व्हाट इज द मेन एंड व्हाट आर इंसिडेंटल दैट इज रिलेटेड टू ऑब्जेक्टिव्स. नेम क्लॉज में डू वी रिक्वायर टू मेंशन द फुल एड्रेस? नो, वी जस्ट नीड टू मेंशन किस स्टेट में है. ठीक है. मेकिंग स्टेटमेंट नंबर 1 and 3 as correct, 2 is not correct. On only the name of the state where the registered office is situated is required, not the full address. Not the full address. Which of the following statement does not correctly relate to doctrine of ultravirus? हमारे पास 3 doctrines है which I have already explained in detail properly हर जगह. Now give me, if you do not know the 3 doctrines, write that in the chat section. If I receive multiple of you writing about those doctrines, I'll explain those doctrines again. If not, you can watch my lecture on this doctrines. Okay, the last lecture even. The contract that is ultra virus, the company, a contract that is ultra virus, the company is void from the beginning and cannot be validated later by ratification. A company can be held liable under an ultra virus contract if it has unknowingly derived some benefits from the transaction. The ultra virus borrowing is entirely unenforceable even if the borrowed funds were used to purchase the traceable company assets. Directors entering into ultra virus transaction may be personally liable if the outsider has no knowledge of the lack of authority. हाँ जी, दीनानाथ जी, नम्रता जी, आंसर प्लीज. नहीं दीनानाथ जी, डी इज नॉट द करेक्ट आंसर. देखिए, स्टेटमेंट नंबर 1 and 4 आर ओनली करेक्ट. ठीक है. स्टेटमेंट नंबर 2 and 3 क्यों करेक्ट नहीं है? इवन इफ बेनिफिट्स आर डिराइव्ड, the contract will remain void because आप MOA के अगेंस्ट जा रहे हो. ठीक है. The lender may trace asset created from ultra-virus borrowings. This is called doctrine of tracing back. Making statement number 3 as correct or incorrect. ये कह रहा है अनएनफोर्सेबल है, ट्रेस बैक कर सकते हो तो आप प्रॉपर्टी को ले सकते हो, ठीक है. नेक्स्ट, विच आर द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट, which of the following statement correctly pertain to the modes by which an individual may become a member of a company? A person becomes a member automatically upon death of a relative who held shares without any registration requirement. Just because a person, a family member of yours dies, okay, and that person owed shares, do we not need to inform the company? Does this transfer of share automatically happens? A subscriber of the memorandum is deemed to be a member even without applying for shares or receiving allotment. Joint membership treats each joint holder separately for voting and dividend rights. Suppose हस्बैंड एंड वाइफ है, दोनों ने मिलके एक कंपनी के शेयर्स लिए हैं, एक शेयर है जो दोनों के पास है, क्या इन दोनों के पास राइट होगा वोट करने का? या बिकॉज दे हैव बॉट शेयर्स इन वन शेयर, नंबर ऑफ शेयर नहीं बोल रही मैं, सपोज 10 भी शेयर खरीदे हैं, बट दे हैव ओन्ड बॉट इट इन वन नेम, ठीक है, एज वन एंटिटी, विल दे गेट वोटिंग राइट्स सेपरेटली? हाँ जी, आंसर फॉर दिस प्लीज. Only statement number 2 is correct. C is the correct answer. बाकी नहीं है. Joint members are treated as single member. Only the first named is treated for communication. Under which of the following circumstances does membership of a company ceases? On forfeiture of shares by a company. Forfeiture मतलब shares को वापस ले लिया गया. On redemption of preference share, आपने शेयर्स को रिडीम कर लिया, इन कैश करा लिया. ऑन डेथ ऑफ मेंबर इवन बिफोर लीगल एयर्स रजिस्टर देमसेल्फ, जब तक लीगल एयर्स अपने आप को रजिस्टर नहीं करते ना, मेंबरशिप विल कंटिन्यू. मेंबरशिप कंटिन्यूज अंटिल शेयर्स आर ट्रांसफर्ड टू लीगल रिप्रेजेंटेटिव. देयर इज अ टाइम लाइन गिवन. इफ यू गेट रजिस्टर्ड इन दैट टाइम, दैट इज गुड. अगर नहीं कराते हो तो आपके शेयर्स अपने आप, जो मेंबरशिप विल सीज, ठीक है. Yes, C is the correct answer. Very good. Very, very good. Next. Which of the following statement is true regarding register of member under the Companies Act? A company is not allowed to maintain part of register outside India. A company can close its register for a maximum of 30 days in a year. If a company fails to maintain the register of members, it may face a penalty up to 3 lakh rupees. I've talked about the closing of register. एक साल में कितने समय के लिए रजिस्टर क्लोज हो सकता है? ये क्वेश्चन मैं ऑलरेडी एक्सप्लेन कर चुकी, ये पॉइंट मैं ऑलरेडी एक्सप्लेन कर चुकी हूँ हमारे लास्ट क्वेश्चंस में, ठीक है. एक साल में, फॉर अ ईयर, इन अ ईयर अ रजिस्टर कैन बी क्लोज्ड फॉर 45 डेज. एक समय पे 30 डेज के लिए कंटिन्यूअसली क्लोज हो सकता है, बट द मैक्सिमम टाइम दैट इज अलाउड टू क्लोज द रजिस्टर इज 45 डेज. मेकिंग स्टेटमेंट नंबर 2 एज इनकरेक्ट. व्हेन वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट स्टेटमेंट नंबर 1 ना, नहीं नम्रता जी, C is not the correct answer. Why C is not correct? Because statement number 1 is not correct. Statement number 1 is saying a company is not allowed. आपने किसका आंसर सी दिया है? चलिए. A company is not allowed to maintain part of the register outside India. It is allowed. Company may keep a foreign register subject to conditions. Or company may be penalized at 3 lakh rupees. Officer may face 50,000 rupees as penalty. Which of the following statement regarding types of prospectus are correct? A red herring prospectus must be filed with the registrar at least 7 days before the opening of subscription list. 7 days है क्या ये? Who is going to tell me the correct date? I am telling you this statement is wrong. Correct time बताएंगे. Who will tell me how many days? कितने दिन पहले रेड हेरिंग प्रोस्पेक्टस आता है? Shelf prospectus allows a company to issue securities in multiple tranches without filing a fresh prospectus each time. A red herring prospectus contains full details of securities including the price of quality offered. We have 3 types of prospectus. ठीक है? रेड हेरिंग, शेल्फ, ओके नम्रता जी। हाँ जी, वी हैव 3 टाइप्स ऑफ प्रोस्पेक्टस, ठीक है। पहले तो नॉर्मल प्रोस्पेक्टस होता है जिसमें वी टेल व्हाट इज द एग्जैक्ट अमाउंट ऑफ शेयर्स दैट वी आर इशूइंग, देन इट इज रेड हेरिंग, देन इट इज शेल्फ। आंसर फॉर दिस क्वेश्चन, शेल्फ प्रोस्पेक्टस, रेड हेरिंग प्रोस्पेक्टस के लिए रेड herring prospectus must be filed at least 3 days prior to the opening of subscription list, not 7. 3 days पहले निकालते हैं, 7 days पहले नहीं, ठीक है। at least time is 3 days. Making statement number 1 as incorrect, even third is incorrect. रेड हेरिंग प्रोस्पेक्टस में हम पूरी डिटेल्स नहीं देते। रेड हेरिंग प्रोस्पेक्टस में से मैंने आपको बताया था, रेड हेरिंग प्रोस्पेक्टस इज लाइक अ ट्रेलर, ठीक है। और नॉर्मल प्रोस्पेक्टस, ओरिजिनल प्रोस्पेक्टस आने से पहले हम एक ट्रेलर प्रोस्पेक्टस निकालते हैं कि ये आने वाला है, दिस सॉर्ट ऑफ प्रोस्पेक्टस इज गोइंग टू कम इन द मार्केट। सो इसमें हम पूरी डिटेल्स देते हैं, हम इसमें थोड़ी थोड़ी डिटेल्स देते हैं सो दैट इट कैन अपील टू द पब्लिक एट लार्ज, जनरल पब्लिक, कि आओ कंपनी में इन्वेस्ट करो, ठीक है। सो स्टेटमेंट नंबर 2 इज ओनली करेक्ट, ए इज द करेक्ट आंसर। Which of the following statement about the minimum number and types of director required in a different companies under section 149 are correct? Every listed public company must have at least 1/3 of its total member as independent director. Very important. ये statement बहुत important है. A company can appoint more than 15 directors by passing a special resolution. So the maximum number of directors that is allowed in a company is 15. But this can be increased by a special resolution. A company must have at least one woman director irrespective of the size or class. Irrespective. एक होनी ही चाहिए, चाहे कितना भी बड़ी हो, एक तो women director होनी चाहिए. This is what statement number 3 is saying. At least one director must have stayed in India for a minimum of 182 days in a previous calendar year. So this point I have told कि correct है। तो जहाँ पे टू mention नहीं है, हम let's eliminate that. तो ए में टू mention नहीं है, हमने ए को eliminate कर दिया है, ठीक है। ठीक है, 1 2 3 4 हुआ, ऑल ऑफ द अबव का मतलब 2 इसमें भी है, 2 इसमें भी है, 2 इसमें भी है, 4 इसमें भी है, 4 इसमें भी है, 4 इसमें भी है, ठीक है। नाउ वी हैव टू पुट आवर ब्रेन्स इनटू, क्योंकि 3 और 1 है जो अनकॉमन है। Now you have to put our brains on statement number 1 and 3 only. Just put your brains to statement number 1. Elimination का rule follow करेंगे जब questions बड़े आएंगे, ठीक है। Whenever the question, such question, a big question appears to you, will use statement that will use the rule of elimination. Yes, C is the correct answer. Very good, Namrata ji. C is the correct answer. स्टेटमेंट नंबर 1 करेक्ट है क्योंकि 1/3 इंडिपेंडेंट डायरेक्टर की नीड होती है। स्टेटमेंट नंबर 3 क्यों करेक्ट नहीं है? क्योंकि वुमेन डायरेक्टर डिपेंड करता है कि कितनी बड़ी कंपनी है, किस टाइप की कंपनी है, किस टाइप की, यूनिवर्सली वुमेन डायरेक्टर का रूल अप्लाई नहीं करता है। नेक्स्ट, which of the following statement regarding the appointment and consent of directors are correct? A motion for appointing multiple directors in single resolution is valid if no objection is raised during the meeting. A person proposed as a director in a public company must submit written consent except when writing by rotation. A person named as director in a article of association at time of registration must still file consent with the registrar. Keep answering so that we can move to the next questions जल्दी जल्दी। हमारा मॉड्यूल डी अभी तक कंप्लीट नहीं हुआ है, ए बी सी बहुत सारा पड़ा है अभी। The correct answer is C. Statement number 1 and 2 are correct. Third is not. Which of the following statements are correct regarding director's disqualification and vacation of office under Companies Act? A director is disqualified if he had not paid call money or shares held by him. The director vacates office if absent from all board meeting for 6 months continuously. The director vacates office if convicted and sentenced of at least 6 months even if appeal is pending. अगर आपको जेल हो गई आपकी डायरेक्टरशिप एंड हो जाएगी ऑटोमेटिकली। ठीक है। डायरेक्टर डिस्क्वालीफाई होगा अगर वो अपने पेमेंट ही नहीं कर रहा है। इफ द डायरेक्टर हिमसेल्फ इज नॉट पेइंग द अमाउंट, हाउ कैन यू मेक सच पर्सन अ डायरेक्टर? ठीक है। नाउ टेल मी द आंसर फॉर दिस क्वेश्चन। स्टेटमेंट नंबर डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन बतानी है हमारे को। Statement number 1 and 3 disqualifies, 2 doesn't, because continuously 12 months के लिए आपको absent होना पड़ेगा, not for 6 months. That makes A as the correct answer. Which of the following statement about loan to directors and related party transaction are true? A loan given to company to its wholly owned subsidiary is always permitted without restriction. Any contract with a private company in which a director is a member requires board approval. Loan to director are allowed if secured against company's fixed asset. जनरल रूल, डायरेक्टर्स को लोन देना अलाउड नहीं है। डायरेक्टर्स को लोन देना अलाउड नहीं है। और अगर डायरेक्टर का कहीं पे भी रोल है, किसी अब मेरे डायरेक्टर का किसी और कंपनी के अंदर कहीं से भी रोल है, उसके लिए एक बोर्ड अप्रूवल की नीड है। ठीक है। लोन होली ओन सब्सिडरी है डायरेक्टर की। ठीक है। A loan given by a company to its wholly owned subsidiary is always permitted. अपनी ही wholly owned subsidiary को आप अपनी ही कंपनी को लोन नहीं दोगे। Now give me an answer. D. Yes, D is the correct answer. Very good, Namrata ji. Chale, let's start with LLP Act now. Any doubt till now? From unit 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Do you have any doubt? Which of the following statement about लीगल स्ट्रक्चर एंड देखो LLP क्या होता है? लिमिटेड लाइबिलिटी पार्टनरशिप. इट इज अ मिक्सचर ऑफ पार्टनरशिप एक्ट एंड कंपनीज एक्ट. पार्टनरशिप एक्ट के सारे प्लस पॉइंट्स, कंपनीज एक्ट के सारे प्लस पॉइंट्स ले लिए. पार्टनरशिप एक्ट के ऐसे प्लस पॉइंट्स क्या कि इट डज पार्टनरशिप एक्ट के प्लस पॉइंट्स ऐसे कि बिजनेस होता है, प्रॉफिट शेयरिंग के लिए होता है. इट इज़ अ पार्टनरशिप विच डज नॉट नीड क्या नाम है, पार्टनरशिप एक्ट के नेगेटिव पॉइंट वाज अनलिमिटेड लाइबिलिटी होती है पार्टनरशिप एक्ट की. बट लिमिटेड लाइबिलिटी पार्टनरशिप एक्ट में जो अनलिमिटेड लाइबिलिटी कंसेप्ट है हमने हटा दिया. ठीक है. कंपनीज एक्ट की प्लस पॉइंट है दैट मेक्स द रजिस्ट्रेशन कंपलसरी. तो LLP में इट इज कंपलसरी. कंपनीज एक्ट का फीचर वाज कि इट इज़ अ सेपरेट लीगल एंटिटी. पार्टनरशिप में नहीं था तो हमने LLP में वो फीचर दे दिया. ठीक है. LLP में रजिस्ट्रेशन LLP एक्ट के अंदर होता है, इंडियन पार्टनरशिप एक्ट में इंडियन पार्टनरशिप एक्ट के अंदर होता है, कंपनीज में कंपनीज एक्ट के अंदर होता है. बट कंपनी का रजिस्ट्रेशन और LLP का रजिस्ट्रेशन मैंडेटरी होता है बट पार्टनरशिप का नहीं होता है. ठीक है. वी नीड 2 मिनिमम पर्सन. अब कंपनी कॉर्पोरेट करने के लिए एक प्रॉपर प्रोसेस होता है. We do not need that. We need it to be a simpler process. That is why we got the simpler incorporation from partnership. ठीक है. चलिए let's start with question number 1. Which of the following statement about the legal structure and governing law applicable to LLP are correct? The provisions of Indian Partnership Act apply fully to LLPs unless explicitly excluded in LLP agreement. If we are providing the provisions of LLP Partnership Act on LLP, why do we need LLP Act? LLPs are body corporates and have legal identity separate from its partners. The foreign LLP incorporated outside India but established a place of business in India is also treated as body corporate under the Act. Answer for question number 1. Yes, B is the correct answer. Very good. Statement number 1 is not correct. Which of the following statements relating to partners and designated partners in an LLP are correct? LLP must have at least one designated partner who is a body corporate. There is no such requirement. एक LLP में there has to be two DPs, and one of these DPs should be a resident of India. Resident of India मतलब he should be living in India for more than equal to 182 days. DP मतलब direct designated partners. If an LLP continues with one partner for over 6 months, the sole partner is personally liable for obligations incurred. एक LL पार्टनरशिप में क्या होता है, दो पार्टनर है, एक पार्टनर चला गया तो दूसरा पार्टनर, पार्टनरशिप ऑटोमेटिकली खत्म हो गई. LLP में क्या होता है, सपोज देयर आर टू पार्टनर्स एंड वन लीव्स, the partnership still subsists with the partner, the remaining partner, and the partnership firm, the LLP firm, the LLP. ठीक है, बट ये सिर्फ 6 महीने तक अलाउड है. सिंगल पार्टनर सिर्फ 6 मंथ्स तक अलाउड है. Within these 6 months, he has to find another partner. If he does not, for whatever obligation that occurs after those 6 months, he will be personally liable. Company liable नहीं होगी अब, क्योंकि कंपनी खुद जाके LLP firm cannot go itself and find a new partner for the firm. ठीक है, the firm who has applied for adjudication as an insolvent can still become a partner in an LLP until declared so. Yes. No, C is the correct answer. सिर्फ statement number 2 correct है. ठीक है, a designated partner must be an individual, not a body corporate. Individual होना चाहिए DP, body corporate नहीं. Next, a person awaiting adjudication as insolvent cannot become a partner. आप कोर्ट के पास गए हो कि मुझे इंसॉल्वेंट डिक्लेयर कर दो, मुझे बैंकरप्ट डिक्लेयर कर दो, और आप कह रहे हो मुझे पार्टनर बना लो. How do you not have the money? How can you be a partner? Your property is going to get dissolved. Your property is going to get dissolved, liquidated, and to your creditors. Next, which of the following statements relating to partners and designated partner in a limited liability partnership are correct? Every designated partner must obtain a designated partner identification number. DPIN is very, very important. Next, a designated partner must be a resident in India, which means staying in India for at least 180 days in a previous year. Now, give me an answer for this question, please. I've already explained this. Question is on the screen. Please give me an answer for this. Yes, C is the correct answer. Both the statements are correct. Which of the following are mandatory requirements for incorporation of LLP under LLP Act? Subscription of names to incorporation documents by at least two individual with a view to profit. दो जने कम से कम होना चाहिए पार्टनरशिप स्टार्ट करने के लिए. ठीक है. Submission of incorporation document along with prescribed statement by professional and subscriber. Filing a business license with registrar before registration. There is no requirement for a business license for LLP registration. So making statement number 3 as incorrect. Now you have to see इस आंसर क्या होगा. Obviously इस आंसर will be C, right? 2% or more must subscribe to incorporation. A prescribed statement from a professional and subscriber is required. Which of the following statement about the formation and mutual relationship of partners in LLP are correct? All persons who assign the incorporation document automatically becomes partner once the LLP is incorporated. A written agreement entered into before incorporation cannot impose obligation on LLP post incorporation under any circumstances. In the absence of an LLP agreement, mutual rights and duties of partners are governed by first schedule of LLP. Statement number 2 is not correct. A written agreement entered into before incorporation cannot impose obligations on LLP post incorporation. Suppose आपने और मैंने एक पार्टनरशिप एग्रीमेंट करा, प्री इनकॉर्पोरेशन एग्रीमेंट हुआ जिससे मेरे पे कोई ऑब्लिगेशन आई. सपोज मैंने क्रेडिटर्स को बोला कि आप मेरे को प्लीज सामान दे देना, हम इनकॉर्पोरेट होने वाले हैं. द इनकॉर्पोरेशन प्रोसेस इज गोइंग. इनकॉर्पोरेशन एग्रीमेंट जो है हमारा एलएलपी चल रहा है, एंड आई हैव अग्रीड विद सम एक्स पर्सन टू गिव अस क्रेडिट. नाउ can we not impose that? Can we not, that person cannot ask money from me? That person can. Pre-incorporation agreements can impose obligation if ratified post obligation incorporation. ठीक है, making statement number 2 as incorrect. Under section 22, person subscribing to incorporation documents become partner on incorporation. आपने अपने डॉक्यूमेंट पे नाम लिखे तो आप पार्टनर ऑटोमेटिकली बन गए. Next, which of the following statement concerning the conversion of firms or companies into LLPs are accurate? A private company can convert into LLP. Private company, public company, partnership firm, सब बन सकते हैं LLP. Conversion is allowed. A private company as per Schedule 3, conversion of unlisted public company as Schedule 2. Upon conversion, all assets and liabilities transferred to LLP without any further act or deed. देखो, let me tell you one thing. जो आप याद कर लेना, ठीक है. Partnership to LLP, public company, private company to LLP, and public company to LLP. This is given under second schedule. This is given under third schedule. And this is given under fourth schedule. ठीक है. Now, ये दे रखा है प्लस सेक्शन 55 प्लस सेक्शन 56 प्लस सेक्शन को ना मैं ऐसे कर देती हूँ ना, 5 में कंफ्यूज हो जाओगे आप. सेक्शन 57. ठीक है. नाउ गिव मी आंसर. Yes, A is the correct answer. Next, which of the following statement regarding financial filing and auditing obligations of LLP are correct? LLP must file a statement of account and insolvency within prescribed timeline. Accounting and auditing standards of LLP can be prescribed by central government in consultation with NFRA. Annual returns must be filed within 90 days of closure of financial reports. Last question from LLP. देखो, it is not 90 days, it is 60 days. 60 days है ये. Statement number 3 is incorrect. Elimination के rule से देखेंगे तो C is the correct answer. Section 34 mandates timely filing of statements of accounts and solvency. Section 34A empowers the government to prescribe standards for in consultation with the NFRA. 60 days है, not 30 days. Returns का time 60 days है, not 90 days. Transfer of Property Act, my favorite. Next, which अब ट्रांसफर ऑफ प्रॉपर्टी एक्ट में क्या होता है? वी डील विद मूवेबल एज वेल एज इमूवेबल प्रॉपर्टी. ठीक है. लेट्स स्टार्ट विद द क्वेश्चंस. इसमें हमने पढ़ना है, इसमें हमारे पास केस क्वेश्चन आएंगे सेल, मॉर्गेज, लीज से रिलेटेड. मॉर्गेज इज ऑफ 6 टाइप्स. मैं बहुत बारी पढ़ा चुकी हूँ कितने टाइप्स की है ये मॉर्गेज, कौन कौन से क्या क्या होता है. मॉर्गेज 6 टाइप्स के क्वेश्चन होते हैं. मॉर्गेज से रिलेटेड क्वेश्चंस टीपीए में थोड़ा कम आएंगे, सेल से रिलेटेड ज़्यादा आएंगे, क्योंकि मॉर्गेज से रिलेटेड क्वेश्चंस आएंगे मॉड्यूल ए में, नहीं मॉड्यूल बी में. उसमें है चार्ज. ठीक है, यूजुअली चार्ज वाले पॉइंट में मॉर्गेज आता है. यहाँ पे थोड़ी सी कम आएंगे बट आएंगे. मॉर्गेज बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट टॉपिक है आप लोगों के लिए. ठीक है, क्योंकि ऑलमोस्ट 4 यूनिट है जो मॉर्गेज के बारे में बात करता है. Let's start with questions. Which of the following statement regarding transfer of property under TPA are correct? Transfer of property can be made to oneself and one or more living person. The term living person includes a company or an unincorporated body. The act applies even where the transfer involves immovable property owned by a company overriding company law. Company law एक special law है. ठीक है, टीपीए एक जनरल लॉ है. जनरल लॉ कैन नेवर ओवरराइड अ स्पेशल लॉ. जनरल लॉ कैन नेवर ओवरराइड अ स्पेशल लॉ. जनरल लॉ can never override a special law. TPA is a general law. Now, give me an answer for this question, please. Yes, C is the correct answer. Very good. Next, which of the following statement regarding TPA under TPA are correct? Transfer can include future property, not just present ownership. A person not competent to contract can transfer property as long as the transferee is competent. देखो, suppose मैं कहती हूँ आपको, you take the property. Suppose this is my house. This is my father's house. Okay. I might get this in succession. I might get this in succession. Can I transfer this? There is a possibility. ठीक है, फ्यूचर में मिलेगा मुझको. Can I transfer this to you? जिसकी ओनरशिप मेरी है नहीं, मैं उसको ट्रांसफर कर नहीं सकती. ठीक है, मेकिंग स्टेटमेंट नंबर 1 एज इनकरेक्ट. स्टेटमेंट नंबर 2 के बारे में देखते हैं. स्टेटमेंट नंबर 2 इज ऑल्सो इनकरेक्ट. वेरी गुड नम्रता जी, डी इज द करेक्ट आंसर. ओनली पर्सन इज कॉम्पिटेंट टू कॉन्ट्रैक्ट एंड एंटाइटल्ड टू प्रॉपर्टी कैन ट्रांसफर. Which of the following statement correctly reflect legal principles related to lease and actionable claim? Transfer of actionable claim, prior notice to debtor and debtor's consent require prior notice. In leasing, ownership remains with the lessor where the rights to enjoy the property is transferred to the lessee. लेसर के पास ओनरशिप रहती है. मैंने घर किराए पे दिया, ठीक है, I have given the property on lease. Now, if I have given the property on lease, the person who is living there, will that person become the owner or does he just have the possession of the property? ठीक है, in leasing ownership remains with the lessor. मेरी ही ownership है, मेरी ownership कोई नहीं ले सकता, while the other person enjoys the right to use the property. Making statement number 2 as correct. 1 is not. Why 1 is not correct? देखो, no prior notice or consent of debtor is required to transfer an actionable claim. मेरी मर्जी में ट्रांसफर कर सकती हूँ, मेरा राइट था. आई कैन ट्रांसफर दैट राइट टू एनीबडी एल्स. आई डू नॉट नीड योर परमिशन टू ट्रांसफर माई राइट. Which of the following statement regarding sale under section 54 of TPA are correct? Sale refers to transfer of possession in exchange of any consideration. Tangible immovable property worth more than 100 must be transferred through registered instrument. Delivery of possession is not mandatory to constitute a valid sale. सेल में पोजेशन देना मैंडेटरी नहीं है. पोजेशन नहीं दूंगी मैं, तो हाउ विल दैट बी अ सेल? मैं अपने पास रखूंगी, कहूंगी आज से घर आपका. क्या ये पॉसिबल है? प्लस सेल डीड में, दिस इज रिगार्डिंग सेल, सेक्शन 34 सेल की बात करता है. ठीक है, सेल डीड मस्ट बी इन राइटिंग प्लस रजिस्टर्ड. क्या आप हर चीज को रजिस्टर कराना पड़ेगा? The property, if the property value is more than 100 rupees, it has to get registered and it should be in writing. 100 रुपए से ऊपर की हर प्रॉपर्टी जो इमूवेबल है नेचर में, वो राइटिंग में भी होगी उसका ट्रांसफर और वो रजिस्टर्ड भी होगा. Now, give me an answer for this question, please. The answer is B. Only statement number 2 is correct. Sale refers to transfer of possession, not in exchange for any consideration. Sale refers to transfer of ownership. आप किसी और को मालिकाना हक दे रहे हैं. Which of the following statement accurately distinguish among types of mortgage? In usufructory mortgage, mortgager delivers possession and mortgagee uses property rent for repayment or interest. In English, mortgage or property is absolutely transferred to the mortgagee but with an obligation to retransfer upon repayment. In mortgage by conditional sale, the mortgager remains in possession during mortgage term. If you want me to explain mortgage, you need to write that in the chat section. बी आप किसका आंसर दे रहे हो? लास्ट क्वेश्चन का होगा. हाँ जी, प्लीज आंसर दिस क्वेश्चन. If you want me to explain mortgage to you, you have to write that in the chat section. If not, let's move to the answer. The answer is C. Statement number 1 and 2 are correct. 3 is not. Possession may be delivered or not in mortgage by conditional sale. It depends upon the terms. English mortgage involves absolute transfers with retransfer condition on repayment. Usufructory mortgage involves delivery of possession and retention of rent by mortgagee. Next, which of the following statement accurately distinguish between types of mortgage? In a simple mortgage, the mortgager delivers possession but does not bind himself personally. The mortgage by deposit of title deed is valid only when documents are delivered in notified town. मॉर्गेज बाय टाइटल डीड डू नॉट रिक्वायर रजिस्ट्रेशन. ये एक इकलौती तरीके की मॉर्गेज है जिसमें रजिस्ट्रेशन की नीड नहीं है. बाकी हर तरह की मॉर्गेज में वी नीड रजिस्ट्रेशन. ठीक है. In simple mortgage, we do not transfer the possession. We just the mortgager binds himself personally. Okay. Now, give me the answer for this question. The answer is B. Statement number 1 is incorrect. 2 is correct. Next. Which of the following statements are true in the context of mortgage documentation and enforceability? All mortgages must be registered, including mortgage by deposit of title deed. Equitable mortgage can be oral and does not require registration or mortgage. Mortgage by deposit of title deed and equitable mortgage are one and the same thing. एक के दो नाम. ठीक है. टाइट. फर्स्ट में कह रहे हैं मस्ट बी रजिस्टर्ड. सेकंड में कह रहे हैं नॉट रजिस्टर्ड. तो 1 and 2 एक साथ तो करेक्ट नहीं हो सकता. ठीक है. तो 1 and 2 बोथ आर गिवन इन दिस. यहाँ पे हो गया ये दोनों क्वेश्चंस ऑप्शंस एलिमिनेट. लेट्स सी थर्ड. थर्ड दोनों में कॉमन है. थर्ड एनी हाउ करेक्ट होगा. मॉर्गेज डीड मस्ट बी अटेस्टेड बाय एटलीस्ट 2 विटनेस. नाउ आंसर फॉर दिस प्लीज. If you have any doubt in any part, let me know in the chat section. चले. The answer is B. Statement number 2 and 3 are correct. 1 is not. Equitable mortgage को registration की नीड नहीं होती. Which of the following statement correctly reflect legal principle relating to capacity to mortgage and incidents of mortgage? Mortgager can include the guardian of minor's property with proper court sanction. Co-owners cannot mortgage their individual undivided share. The mortgagee passes only partial rights unless a deed specifies complete transfer. ए नहीं है करेक्ट आंसर, सिर्फ स्टेटमेंट नंबर 1 करेक्ट है, सी इज द करेक्ट आंसर। वाई? ट्रांसफर जनरली इंक्लूड्स ऑल इंटरेस्ट अनलेस specified otherwise. Which of the following statement regarding sale of mortgage property without court intervention are correct? A private person can sell a mortgage property without court intervention in all types of mortgage under Indian law. आपके पास कोई भी राइट है किसी और की, ठीक है, आपके पास यू हैव द पोजेशन ऑफ समबडी एल्सेस प्रॉपर्टी, यू हैव द पोजेशन ऑफ समबडी, यू हैव राइट ऑफ समबडी एल्सेस प्रॉपर्टी विद यू, लाइक राइट टू एंजॉय, ठीक है, you want that thing to be yours now, you need court's permission. For a valid power of sale without court intervention, the mortgage must be government, or the mortgagee must be government and mortgage must lay to notified town. But ये जो point है ये government mortgage पे नहीं apply करता, ठीक है? Government, if government, you have taken money from the government, now government will not go to court. Government is above everybody. A default of interest payment amounting to rupees 500 for 3 months can trigger power of sale. What will be the correct answer here? Can you see the screen? Chale. B is the correct answer. Statement number 2 and 3 are correct. 1 is not. Only specific mortgage, like in English mortgage and mortgages with express clause of certain situation allows sale without court. जनरल रूल कभी भी नहीं, कभी भी आप बिना कोर्ट की मर्जी के किसी और की राइट नहीं ले सकते. वट एवर इट इज रिटन इन द लॉज बुक्स डजेंट मैटर, बिना कोर्ट की परमिशन के आप नहीं कर सकते किसी और की प्रॉपर्टी को अपना. Which of the following statement regarding sale of mortgage property without court intervention are correct? Once sale is executed under Section 69, the title of purchaser can be challenged if the mortgagee did not serve proper notice. The mortgagee is obligated to use sale proceeds first to pay off the mortgage money, then to return any surplus to the person entitled. Suppose जो मैंने आपसे लोन लिया था वो 5 लाख का था, but the property was got sold for 10 लाख रुपीज. तो जो एक्स्ट्रा मनी है वो किसके होंगे? वो प्रॉपर्टी वो आपके होंगे. परचेजर का टाइटल कभी भी आप चैलेंज नहीं कर सकते. परचेजर टाइटल कैन नॉट बी इम्पीच्ड वन सेल इज एग्जीक्यूटेड. रेमेडी हेयर इज डैमेजेस. आप मॉर्गेजी से डैमेजेस मांग सकते हैं. So B is the correct answer. Which of the following statement accurately describes the enforcement of mortgage through civil courts or DRT? Mortgage enforcement for debt under 220 lakh must be pursued via civil suits unless SARFAESI applies. The decree in a mortgage suit is passed in one step and is directly enforceable without a preliminary stage. No properties in multiple location. For properties in multiple location, the civil suit must be filed in any convenient court of lender's choice. It is not the lender's choice. The civil suit must be filed where the jurisdiction of the property lies. मेरी मर्जी है कि मेरे को किसी भी प्रॉपर्टी पे जाके कोर्ट, मेरे कोर्ट में फ्रेंड है इसलिए मैं उस कोर्ट में जाना चाहती हूँ, ऐसा नहीं होता. जहाँ पे प्रॉपर्टी सिचुएटेड है हम वहाँ पे जाएंगे एंड वहाँ पे केस में इन्फोर्स करेंगे, ठीक है. मॉर्गेज इन्फोर्स्ड फॉर डेट अंडर 20 lakhs must be prevailed pursued via civil courts and unless SARFAESI applies. So DRT is for recovery of debt, है ना. कितने के लिए? 20 lakhs एंड अबव. तो लोअर वैल्यू के लिए हम कहाँ जाएंगे? सिविल कोर्ट ही जाएंगे. मेकिंग स्टेटमेंट नंबर 1 एज करेक्ट. C is the correct answer. Last question. Which of the following statement accurately describes the enforcement of mortgage through civil courts or DRT? SARFAESI allows lenders to proceed against secured assets above 1 lakh without court's intervention. The civil court decree must go through both preliminary and final stage before execution can begin. नो नम्रता जी, both the statements there are correct. देखो, सर्फेसी में 1 लाख विदाउट कोर्ट इंटरवेंशन, ठीक है, अबव 1 लाख विदाउट कोर्ट इंटरवेंशन, सॉरी. एग्जीक्यूशन ओनली स्टार्ट्स आफ्टर द फाइनल डिक्री इज पास्ड. इट स्टार्ट विद यूनिट 31 एंड 32. फटाफट खत्म करेंगे, ज़्यादा बड़ी है नहीं. विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट करेक्टली डिस्क्राइब्स द ऑब्जेक्टिव एंड स्कोप ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन राइट टू इंफॉर्मेशन एक्ट. द राइट, इसमें ना कुछ पॉइंटर्स है जो याद करना है राइट टू इंफॉर्मेशन एक्ट में. चलो 1 मिनट में बता दूँ आपको पॉइंटर्स. टाइमलाइंस हैं बेसिकली. देखो, इसमें ना 3 कमीशंस होती हैं. 3 हाँ कमीशंस होती हैं जिस पे आप केस लेके जा सकते हो राइट टू इन्फॉर्मेशन में. इसमें क्या है, देयर इज अ पर्सन नोन एज PIO एंड APIO. ठीक है, PIO मीन्स पब्लिक इंफॉर्मेशन ऑफिसर एंड APIO मीन्स असिस्टेंट पब्लिक इंफॉर्मेशन ऑफिसर. So these persons are what you can file an RTI to them so that they can give a reply. जो भी आपको information लेनी है regarding the General Government Act, you can ask from them. You can file a RTI to them. RTI क्या होता है? Right to information. That the government works for the citizens of the country, right? So हमारे पास right है government से पूछने का कि आपने ऐसा क्यों करा. ठीक है. सो इफ यू हैव सम इशू, पहले तो आप जिस जगह पे जानते हो यू विल आस्क PIO. ठीक है, PIO ने आपको, PIO के पास 30 days का टाइम है टू रिप्लाई टू योर RTI. If that PIO does not reply to you within that 30 days, you can reach out to senior most officer of that association. ठीक है, दिस पर्सन, इस पर्सन के पास कब जा सकते हो, जैसे 30 days का पीरियड लैप्स हो गया. ठीक है, सपोज मैंने एक आज PIL 1 जनवरी को PIL फाइल करी PIO के पास, PIL नहीं, 1 जनवरी को मैंने PIO के पास गई टू गेट इन्फॉर्मेशन. दिस PIO हैज टू गिव मी इन्फॉर्मेशन बाय 30th of January. इफ ही डज नॉट, देन आई कैन रीच आउट टू द सीनियर मोस्ट पर्सन. कितने दिन के अंदर? 30 days का और टाइम दे जाएगा कि मैं अपील में जा सकूँ. सीनियर मोस्ट पर्सन के पास टाइम है 30 to 45 days के अंदर मेरे RTI को रिप्लाई करने का. इफ दिस सीनियर मोस्ट पर्सन डजंट रिप्लाई, या फिर मेरी बात को सुनता नहीं है, या जिसके रिप्लाई से मैं सेटिस्फाइड नहीं हूँ, तो मैं सेकंड अपील में जा सकती हूँ. किसके पास? टू सेंट्रल इंफॉर्मेशन कमीशन और स्टेट इंफॉर्मेशन कमीशन. व्हेन टू सेंटर, जब सेंटर रिलेटेड मैटर होगा, एंड व्हेन टू स्टेट, जब स्टेट रिलेटेड मैटर होगा. ठीक है. नाउ कितने दिन का टाइम पीरियड है फॉर सेकेंड अपील? इट इज 90 days. इट इज 90 days. ठीक है. मैक्सिमम पेनल्टी दैट कैन बी इम्पोज्ड ऑन अ PIO इज 250 rupees फॉर अ डे फॉर नॉट रिप्लाइंग टू, फॉर नॉट डूइंग हिज जॉब ऑन टाइम. नेक्स्ट इज टेन्योर कितना होता है CIC, दैट इज सेंट्रल इंफॉर्मेशन कमीशन या स्टेट इंफॉर्मेशन कमीशन का. इट इज 5 years एंड मैक्सिमम एज अलाउड इज 65 years. ये RTI एक्ट 2 phases में आया था. First was from some provisions came on 15th June 2005 and the rest provisions on 12th of October 2005. ठीक है. टाइमलाइन या नॉर्मल केसेस में इट इज 30 days है ना. आई हैव टोल्ड यू कि 30 days के अंदर PIO को रिप्लाई करना होता है. But when the case is about life and liberty, it can be dealt in 48 days. You have to give reply in 48 hours. If application transferred to another public authority, suppose मैंने आपसे पूछा बट आपको लगा कि नहीं, तो question should be asked to some other authority, the authority that is below them or some other relevant authority, 5 days का extra time period दिया जा सकता है. And if concerned third party, if there is a third party, including third party का जो pointers है, third party से आप information चाहते हो, तो you have 40 days of time. You cannot ask anybody about their private confidential information under RTI because you want to know something. ठीक है, let's move to the questions. Which of the following statement correctly describes the objective and scope of Right to Information Act? The RTI Act aims to enhance transparency and accountability in the functioning of private corporation. It was enacted to replace the Freedom of Information Act. The Act promotes access to information to reduce corruption and improve governance. B is the correct answer here. Statement number 2 and 3 are correct. 1 is not. RTI Act ने repeal करा था Freedom to Information Act को. Which of the following statement correctly describes the objective and scope of Right to Information Act? It came into force in phased manner, some on 15th June and some on 12th October. The act is not applicable to public sector banks since they operate in commercial principles. हर government owned thing, हर government owned business, चाहे बैंक हो चाहे कुछ हो, वहाँ पे RTI लगेगा. Now, yes, A is the correct answer. Very good. Next, if identify the correct interpretation based on definitions under Section 2 of the RTI Act. Appropriate government means central government for only central government for all public authority. अभी मैंने बोला कि सेंट्रल और स्टेट, हाँ, दोनों कमीशन के पास हमारे पास पावर्स है जाने के लिए. तो क्या यहाँ पे सिर्फ सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की बात हो रही है? नेक्स्ट, information includes electronic data, contracts and even samples. A public authority must be either government established or substantially government financed. B is the correct answer. Very good. Next question. Identify the correct interpretation based on definitions under Section 2 of RTI Act. Right to information includes inspection, taking copies, or obtaining electronic records. Central Public Information Officer, that is PIO. Central नहीं भी पढ़ेंगे तो भी चलेगा. PIO refers only to the head of institution. क्या PIO head of institution होता है? अगर head of institution होता है तो क्या क्यों फिर हम senior most officer के पास कैसे जा सकते हैं? Next, yes, A is the correct answer. Very good. Next, which of the following statement correctly reflect the disclosure requirement and exemptions under RTI? Information relating to trade secrets must be exempted from disclosure if it harms a third-party competitive position. Personal information can always be disclosed if requested by any citizen. Personal information, क्या हम किसी की personal information ले सकते हैं because we want to know? Public authorities must publish the procedure they follow in decision making. Why? Because the government, you have the right to ask the government, and the government is responsible to reply to you. Yes, A is the correct answer. Next, which of the following statement correctly relate to procedure and timelines for processing RTI request? A PIO must transfer the request to another authority within 10 days if it concerns them. मैंने अभी बताया था ये क्या कितना टाइम होता है. Information concerning life and liberty is 45 to be furnished within 48 hours. If PIO fails to respond within 30 days, the request is considered rejected. नहीं नम्रता जी, C is not the correct answer. 48 hours, ठीक है. 30 डेज का टाइम होता है ना पीआई का. मैंने बोला था 1 जनवरी के पास मैंने एप्लीकेशन डाली है, उन्होंने 30 जनवरी तक रिप्लाई नहीं करा है. नहीं करा है तो ही तो मैं अपील में जाऊंगी, या उन्होंने करा है और मैं सेटिस्फाइड नहीं हूँ तो ही मैं अपील में जाऊंगी. इट इज बी. ट्रांसफर 5 डेज में होता है, 10 डेज में नहीं. नेक्स्ट, which of the following correctly pertains to third party information under RTI Act? The third party must be notified within 5 days. Sorry. If disclosure of its confidential data is intended, third party has maximum of 10 days to respond to disclosure notice. Public interest never overrides third party confidentiality. Public interest always overrides third party confidentiality. नहीं नम्रता जी, बी नहीं है आंसर। अब देखो मैंने बताया ना, पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट ऑलवेज ओवरराइड्स। किसी की कॉन्फिडेंशियलिटी है, मेरी पर्सनल इंफॉर्मेशन है, बट पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट को एट लार्ज, पब्लिक नीड्स टू नो दिस इंफॉर्मेशन। हाउ कैन यू टेक, पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट है इस इंफॉर्मेशन में, हाउ कैन यू नॉट टेल द पब्लिक? You have to. Public interest always overrides. Yes. C is the correct answer. Next, which of the following regarding Central and State Commission, Information Commission are correct? Central government has the authority to set up Central Information Commission to oversee RTI compliance in union territories only. Why union territory only? सिर्फ सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट सिर्फ यूनियन टेरिटरी में देखेगा, या जो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट रिलेटेड मैटर्स है उनमें देखेगा? The information commissions are empowered to entertain complaints if an applicant is charged a fee deemed unreasonable. आप किसी से एक्स्ट्रा फीस ले लेंगे, क्या वो इंफॉर्मेशन कमीशन से देखेंगे? Any complaint can be made if no response is received from CPIO within stipulated period. A complaint can be made. CPIO, that is public information बता नहीं रहा है, तो क्या उनके अगेंस्ट कंप्लेन हो सकती है? यस हो सकती है। 30 डेज के अंदर नहीं देंगे तो उनके अगेंस्ट कंप्लेन हो सकती है, एंड दे कैन बी फाइंड अप टू 250 रुपीज पर डे। B is the correct answer. Very good. Next, which of the following statement about penalties and orders of appeal under RTI are valid? The Commission can impose a penalty of 250 rupees per day, maximum to 225,000 rupees. This is correct. Commission can order a public authority to appoint CPIO. The Commission can penalize CPIO without offering opportunity to heard. किसी को बिना सुने हम जेल में नहीं डाल सकते। Yes, C is the correct answer. Very good. चलो, last topic from module D, IT Act. Which of the following statement about the applicability and purpose of Information Technology Act are correct? IT Act 2000 was enacted in response to UN resolution promoting electronic commerce law uniformity. The act extends only to cyber offences committed within Indian territorial boundaries. One of the objectives of the act is to grant legal sanctity to electronic contract and signatures. Yes, A is the correct answer. Very good. 1 and 3 are correct. Section 1, subsection 2 of the IT Act states that Act also applies to offences committed outside India. किसी ने इंडिया में साइबर अटैक करा, क्या उस पर्सन के ऊपर हम इंडिया में केस नहीं कर सकते? किसी ने इंडिया में रह के फॉरेन कंट्री पे साइबर अटैक करा है, क्या हम उसके ऊपर केस नहीं कर सकते? हम डेफिनेटली कर सकते हैं। ठीक है। Which of the following statement about the applicability and purpose of Information Technology Act are correct? The Act leads to amendment in laws like Indian Evidence Act, RBI Act to align with the digital process. जब ये एक्ट आया था ना, तो इंडियन एविडेंस एक्ट और आरबीआई एक्ट बहुत पुराना एक्ट है। इनमें ना हमने इंटरनेट सर्विसेज से रिलेटेड प्रोविजंस डाले थे, तो इनके साथ आईपीसी, एविडेंस एक्ट, आरबीआई एक्ट सब अमेंड हुआ था। The Act promotes e-governance by facilitating the use of electronic records in delivering government services. Yes, C is the correct answer. Both the statements are correct. Which of the following correctly matches terms and their definitions as per IT Act? A subscriber is a person in whose name digital signature certificates are issued. An originator includes intermediaries who transmit data for others. Originator, intermediaries, receiver. Person who sends the info via internet. Who receives the info? Medium used to send them. अगर ये अलग अलग पॉइंट है, ओरिजिनेटर और इंटरमीडियरी अलग अलग है, क्या इन दोनों को हम एक साथ मान सकते हैं? The certifying authority is licensed to issue digital signature certificate under section 24. Yes, A is the correct answer. Very good. Which of the following correctly matches terms with their definition as per IT Act? An intermediary includes web hosting providers and cyber cafes that transmit or store data. An addressee is the person intended to receive an electronic record, excluding intermediaries. जो रिसीवर है हम इसको अड्रेसी भी कहते हैं. चलिए, गिव मी एन आंसर फॉर दिस क्वेश्चन प्लीज. सी इज द करेक्ट आंसर. नम्रता जी, ए नहीं सी है. बोथ द स्टेटमेंट्स आर करेक्ट. देखो, इंटरमीडियरीज इंक्लूड्स आईपीज, internet service providers, web hosts, payment gateways, etc. Addressee exclude any intermediary and refers to in person intended to receive the message. ठीक है, recipient को. Which of identify the correct statement regarding digital signature and cryptographic element under IT Act? A digital signature is used to authenticate an electronic record using symmetric cryptography. It is not symmetric. Digital signature को authentication देने के लिए हम use करते हैं what? Asymmetric cryptography. Key pair comprises of two unrelated keys used alternatively for encryption and signing. Public key lists the DS to verify the digital signature. Public key, private key. Private key is used to make a DS. Digital signature को DS कहते हैं. Is used to verify a DS. Digital signature को DS कहते हैं. Now, give me an answer. क्या अगर ये अनरिलेटेड होंगे तो हम एक दूसरे इनको यूज कर सकेंगे एक दूसरे को चेक करने में? मैंने कुछ बनाया, आई हैव मेड समथिंग. ठीक है, आई हैव मेड अ डॉक्यूमेंट, उस पर मैंने अपना सिग्नेचर अफिक्स करा. अब इस अफिक्स्ड सिग्नेचर को आप चेक करोगे पब्लिक की से. क्या ये दोनों डिजिटल सिग्नेचर चेक करने के लिए ही है? हाँ. डिजिटल सिग्नेचर से रिलेटेड ही है? हाँ. तो क्या ये दो अनरिलेटेड चीज है? नहीं. मेकिंग सी, sorry, statement number 3 as correct. A is the correct answer. Identify the correct statement regarding digital signature and cryptographic elements under IT Act. The private key is used by the subscriber to create DS. The term verify includes checking if the electronic record has been altered since being signed. A good question. A good question. The answer is C. Both the statements are correct. Which of the following statement correctly explains provisions related to electronic records and governance? Information provided electronically is valid even if a law requires it to be in writing or typewritten. जो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक वे में है, अगर हमने उसे राइटिंग में कर रखा है, अगर हम जो राइटिंग फॉर्म में रिक्वायर्ड है, अगर हमने उसे इलेक्ट्रॉनिकली भी प्रोवाइड करा है, दैट इज ओके. मतलब ऐसा होता है ना, आधार को आप ऑनलाइन शो कर दो तो चलता है, वैसा. रिटेंशन ऑफ रिकॉर्ड्स इज in electronic form must ensure future accessibility and retrievability. Automatic generated dispatch data qualifies as part of record retention under section 7. C is the correct answer. Namrata ji, third statement correct नहीं है. The proviso of section 7(1)(c) excludes such automatic data generated generated data. देखो क्या होता है, आपको automatically you get some messages कि your order has been placed successfully, your order is dispatched. They do not come as they do not form a part of record retention. ठीक है. Which of the following statement correctly reflect to powers and responsibility of controller and certifying authority as per IT Act? The controller may lay down standards to be followed by certifying authority. The controller is empowered to certify a public key for subscribers directly. The controller can specify the form and contents of DSC. A is the correct answer here. Statement number 1 and 3 are correct. Which of the following constitute as an offense under section 43 and can attract penalty? Introducing a virus in a computer system without consent. किसी की मर्जी के बिना आप वायरस डाल रहे हो, मर्जी के साथ भी वायरस डाल रहे हो, is that all right? Accessing a computer network with honest permission. किसी के permission से आप use कर रहे हो किसी का data, that is not an offense. Destroying or altering the source code with malicious intent. A is the correct answer. Next, which last question from IT Act. Which of the following statement accurately describes the appeal process under IT Act? The appeal must be filed within 90 days from receipt of controller's order. The appellate tribunal can set aside or modify the order being appealed. The Telecom Dispute Settlement and Appellate Tribunal acts as appellate body. B is the correct answer. Statement number 2 and 3 are correct. 90 days का time limit is 45 days. The appeal period is 45 days. यार, the appeal period is 45 days. Next. अच्छा ये यूनिट 34 है, वो 33 थी, लास्ट यूनिट है मॉड्यूल डी की. ठीक है. Which of the following statement related to definitions of Prevention of Corruption Act are correct? The term public duty includes any duty in which private institutions with no government involvement are have interest. क्या पब्लिक ड्यूटी में प्राइवेट इंस्टीट्यूशंस आएंगे? पब्लिक सर्वेंट्स हैव टू एक्ट अंडर द एक्ट इंक्लूड्स वाइस चांसलर ऑफ यूनिवर्सिटी रिसीविंग गवर्नमेंट एड. प्रिवेंशन ऑफ करप्शन, हम करप्शन रोक रहे हैं किसमें? गवर्नमेंट यूनिट्स में. The term undue advantage excludes non-monetary form of gratification. Yes, C is the correct answer. Very good. Which of the following statement related to definitions under Prevention of Corruption Act are correct? The term election under the Act covers only parliamentary election and not local authority election. Why not? Local authority election भी तो government authority में होंगे ना, government act में आएंगे. The act covers persons who are not formally appointed but are in de facto possession of public office. The answer is B. Very good. Next, which of the following statement concerning special judge under Prevention of Corruption Act are true? Trial under this act should ideally conclude within 2 years, extendable with a maximum of 4 years in total. Special judges cannot try cases involving conspiracy to commit offense under the act. The correct answer is A. देखो, special judges are empowered to try offenses including conspiracies to commit the act. Special judges का पूरी power है. Cases that have happened, conspiracy, abetment related to commission of this corruption come here. ठीक है, 2 साल के अंदर हमें केस को सॉल्व करना है, मैक्सिमम 4 साल. ठीक है. Which of the following are valid observation about the transfer of cases under the Prevention of Corruption Act? The Prevention of Corruption Act contains express provisions for transferring cases to High Court. The case being heard by a special judge cannot be transferred to another special judge in a different jurisdiction. The power of transfer a case under PC Act is subject to procedural layout in section 406 or 407 of CRPC. The answer is D. Only statement number 3 is correct. Baki incorrect hai. The Act does not contain express provision for transfer to High Court. Transfer between special judges is permitted even across jurisdiction. Which of the following are valid observation about transfer of cases under Prevention of Corruption Act? The Supreme Court in IR Atulya case upheld the case triable by a special judge cannot be transferred to High Court. Transfer of a corruption case from special judges to regular session judge is permissible if both courts are in same city. एक स्पेशल जज से केस दूसरे स्पेशल जज के पास जाएगा, नॉर्मल सेशन जज के साथ अलाउड नहीं है. क्यों? क्योंकि इसके केसेस सिर्फ स्पेशल कोर्ट्स ही सुनते हैं. Making statement number 1 as correct, 2 is not. Next, identify the correct statement regarding investigation procedure under section 17. The deputy superintendent of police is authorized to investigate corruption cases outside metropolitan area. No public officer below the rank of assistant commissioner can investigate case in Mumbai or Kolkata. Section 17A mandates prior approval even if a public servant is caught red-handed while accepting a bribe. अगर आप किस ब्राइब लेते हुए आपको किसी ने रेड हैंडेडली पकड़ लिया है, क्या आपको अरेस्ट करना अलाउड नहीं है? मैंडेट पहले अप्रूवल लोगे, फिर ही पहले यू विल टेक अप्रूवल फ्रॉम योर हायर अथॉरिटी एंड ओनली देन यू कैन अरेस्ट दैट पर्सन. इज दिस समथिंग लॉजिकली करेक्ट? Yes. A is the correct answer. Very good. Next, which of the following statements are valid under section 7 to 16 of Prevention of Corruption Act? Giving undue advantage to influence a public servant by personal influence is punishable under section 7A. Person found guilty under section 10 being a charge of commercial organization faces imprisonment up to at least 6 months. Section 14 deals with habitual offender and prescribes a minimum of 5 years imprisonment. Hey, see, यहाँ पे क्या है? Statement number 1 and 3 are correct. 2 is not. Why? Section 10 prescribes a minimum of 3 years, not 6 months. Next question. Which of the following statement about previous sanctions from prosecuting public servants under section 19 of PCA are accurate? A high court can reverse a special judge findings due to error in sanction even if no failure of justice have occurred. अगर जस्टिस नहीं हुआ, इनजस्टिस नहीं हुआ है, क्या आप पूरे के पूरे केस को कैंसिल कर सकते हो? The appropriate government must decide on a sanction proposal ideally within 3 months, extendable by 1 month for legal consultation. Only statement number 2 is correct. ठीक है, B is the correct answer. यहाँ पे हमारा मॉड्यूल D कंप्लीट हो गया है. Any doubt in मॉड्यूल D? Any doubt? कोई भी डाउट अभी तक किसी को भी है? दिस इज द लास्ट रिविजन है. इसके अलावा इसके बाद आपके पास टाइम नहीं है रिविजन करने का. यू हैव एग्जाम इन द मॉर्निंग. किसी को कोई भी डाउट है? लेट्स स्टार्ट विद लीगल फ्रेमवर्क्स ऑफ रेगुलेशन ऑफ बैंक. यहाँ पे हम BR एक्ट और RBI एक्ट के बारे में बात करेंगे. ठीक है, BR एक्ट दैट इज बैंकिंग रेगुलेशन एक्ट एंड द RBI एक्ट विल बी टॉक्ड अबाउट. थोड़ा सा जस्ट दे देती हूँ मैं. ठीक है, बैंकिंग जो है इंडिया में गवर्न होती है दो एक्ट से. एक है BR एक्ट दैट इज बैंकिंग रेगुलेशन एक्ट एंड नेक्स्ट इज RBI एक्ट. ठीक है, RBI एंड गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया exercise control over bank's right from operating of the bank to their winding up. ठीक है, all regulatory provisions are not uniformly applicable to all banks. सब पे अलग अलग provisions लगते हैं डिपेंडिंग कि वो कौन से sort of bank है. We have public bank, private bank. ठीक है, then we have cooperative banks, then we have labs. There are different sorts of banks. Section 3 of the RBI talks about establishment of RBI. Section 17 of RBI talks about functions of RBI. Section 18 of RBI talks about emergency powers to grant loans to banks. Section 21 of RBI Act talks about RBI to manage public debts and issue of currency. Basically 21 हम issue of currency से related पढ़ते हैं. And section 42 talks about CRR to be maintained by the banks. BR Act क्या होता है? ये एक primary legislation है for regulating banking companies in India. Originally passed as Banking Companies Act but got renamed to Banking Regulation Act. The RBI gets the power from BR Act as well. ठीक है, नेक्स्ट इज BR एक्ट में दो डेफिनेशंस बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. एक बैंकिंग का मतलब क्या होता है और एक बैंकिंग कंपनी का मतलब क्या होता है. बैंकिंग मीन्स एक्सेप्टिंग डिपॉजिट रीपेबल ऑन डिमांड और अदरवाइज विड्रॉल बाय चेक, ड्राफ्ट और ऑर्डर. whereas banking company means any company that transacts the business of banking in India. ठीक है, let's start with the MCQs. अच्छा, बैंकिंग में ना बैंक्स को ना कुछ बिजनेसेस करना अलाउड है. ठीक है, और कुछ रिस्ट्रिक्शंस है. तो सेक्शन 6 में बोला हुआ है बैंक्स द बिजनेसेस व्हाट आर अलाउड टू बैंक्स. इट इज लाइक बोरोइंग, लेंडिंग, डीलिंग इन बिल ऑफ एक्सचेंज, प्रॉमिसरी नोट्स एक्सेट्रा. इशू कर सकते हैं क्रेडिट, ट्रैवलर्स चेक्स, गारंटीज. सेफ कस्टडी प्रोवाइड करते हैं, एजेंसी फंक्शन प्रोवाइड करते हैं, गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज प्रोवाइड करते हैं, कंसल्टेंसी भी प्रोवाइड करते हैं और रेमिटेंस फैसिलिटी भी प्रोवाइड करते हैं. बट देयर आर सर्टेन रिस्ट्रिक्शंस ऑन द बिजनेसेस दैट बैंक्स आर अलाउड नॉट टू डू. बैंक को क्या करना अलाउड नहीं है, दोस सम एक्टिविटीज आर नॉट अलाउड. ठीक है, जैसे ओनली लाइसेंस्ड बैंक्स कैन यूज द वर्ड बैंक इन देयर नेम. अगर आप लाइसेंस नहीं हो बाय RBI, you cannot use bank in your name. Next is section 8 prohibits trading activities unrelated to banking. ठीक है, a banking company cannot directly or indirectly deal in buying, selling or bartering of goods. The prohibition applies to engage in trading activities as business. क्या allowed है? Such trading activities is allowed if it is necessary for realization of security. ठीक है, banks and financial institutions are not allowed to are not trading companies. ठीक है, their business is to accept deposit and lend money, not to trade in goods. तो ये जो commercial transactions है बैंक को करने अलाउड नहीं है. And section 9 says bank cannot hold an immovable property except for own use beyond 7 years. ये 7 years का point आपको याद रखना बहुत जरूरी है. Plus, a 5 years of extension can be given to this 7 years if RBI approves. Section 22 of BR Act talks about licensing of bank. ठीक है, बिना लाइसेंस के आप काम नहीं कर सकते हो. Let's start with the MCQ. ABC FinTech Private Limited is planning to launch a new financial venture. It intends to accept deposit from public, issue checkbooks to its depositor, engage in buying and selling real estate, and also act as trustee for certain net worth clients. They plan to use the brand name ABC Digital Bank in marketing material. Although they are not a licensed bank. अगर आप licensed नहीं हो, क्या आप bank word use कर सकते हो? Based on the above case, evaluate the permissibility of their planned action. Which of the following statements are correct in light of regulatory requirements? ABC FinTech must obtain a license under Section 22 of the BR Act to carry on banking business in India. ABC FinTech can issue checkbooks to depositor without RBI approval as long as they maintain a proper ledger. ABC FinTech is prohibited from using the term bank in their name without being licensed. C. Statement number 2 here is not correct. Why? Because RBI के अप्रूवल के बिना आप मनी के साथ डील नहीं कर सकते. Making A as the correct answer. XYZ Bank, a licensed private bank, recently acquires a warehouse in foreclosure. It plans to retain the property indefinitely to run a logistics subsidiary. The bank also proposes entering into barter agreement for secure goods as security recovered. Separately, the bank's board approved direct trading in agriculture commodities through a new trading desk. जो भी काम ये करने के लिए कह रहे हैं ये सब अलाउड नहीं है. Which of the following statements are legally and regulatory compliant? XYZ Bank may hold a warehouse for up to 7 years if acquired as a part of loan recovery. Retaining immovable property beyond 7 years is permitted only with RBI's extension for up to 5 additional years. A licensed banks can directly trade in agriculture goods to diversify income stream under Section 6, subsection 1. Yes, C is the correct answer. Very good. Trading is prohibited, including agriculture commodities. 7 years plus 5 years. है ना? अभी पढ़ के आए हम. Next, which of the following statement correctly is correct regarding the constitution and legal framework of bank in India? RRBs are governed solely by RRB Act and are not subject to BR Act. आप बैंक हो, आप पे RBI Act के provisions, BR Act के provisions भी लगेंगे, although you do have your different act with you, ठीक है, for you, but doesn't make you an exception that BR Act won't apply to you. Public sector bank except SBI came into existence through nationalization under Banking Company Act of 1970 and 1980. The SBI was established in a separate legal enactment of 1955. Yes, B is the correct answer. Very, very good. First is not. Okay, correct. Which of the following statement regarding RBI are correct? RBI Act provides the legal framework for regulating the capital market and stock exchange in India. Section 18 allows RBI to direct discount bill of exchange only in normal course of business. क्या आप RBI के पास directly कभी भी जा सकते हो ना? RBI is like the normal bank where you can go. The governor of RBI is elected by shareholders of public sector bank. Anji, give me an answer. Good question. Those who are watching the lecture on YouTube, please keep replying on in the chat section. Yes, D is the correct answer. Neither of the statements are correct. Capital market and stock exchange are regulated by SEBI, not under RBI. Which of the following statements regarding Reserve Bank of India are correct? The RBI can supersede the board of NBFC under amendments introduced in 2019. RBI's power as a lender of last resort are derived from Section 17 and 18 of RBI Act. Yes, C is the correct answer. Very good, Namrata ji. Both the statements are correct. Which of the following are true about BR Act and its amendments? RBI derives power to inspect banks under Section 35 of this Act. The Act has never been applicable to cooperative banks. Section 2, the 2017 amendment introduced RBI's authority to direct banks under IBC via Section 35AA and Section 35AB. Statement number 1 and 3 आर करेक्ट. देखो ये कह रहे हैं BR एक्ट कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स पे नहीं लगता है. नेवर बिन एप्लीकेबल. दिस इज नॉट करेक्ट. ठीक है. द एक्ट वाज एक्सटेंडेड टू कोऑपरेटिव बैंक इन 1965 वाया सेक्शन 56. Which of the following are true about BR Act and its amendments? Primary agriculture credit societies are fully regulated under the Act as amended into 2020. The DEF funds were introduced in 2012 amendment to take over inoperative deposit account. चलो, who is going to tell me DEF funds क्या होते हैं? DEF fund क्या होता है? What is DEF fund? नहीं नम्रता जी, C is not the correct answer. देखो, primary agriculture society are exempted from this act post 2020 amendment. हटा दिया इस इनको credit societies को. Next, which of the following statement correctly describes the regulatory functions of the RBI? RBI has powers to grant and cancel banking license under BR Act. RBI supervises and regulate only public sector banks and not NBFC. All money related organization, those whoever are dealing with money, get supervised by RBI. RBI can appoint and remove directors and top management of bank under certain conditions. हाँ जी. Yes, very absolutely correct. नम्रता जी, डेफ की फुल फॉर्म यही होती है. No. A is the correct answer. Next. Which of the following illustrates the power of central government in regulating or supervising bank? The Government of India can issue binding directions on RBI. Under Section 7, Subsection 1 of the RBI Act, the Government of India is the appellate authority for decision making by RBI on cancellation of banking license. RBI की से अपील में आप गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के पास जा सकते हैं. The appointment of RBI governor is handled by Supreme Court of India. The Supreme Court of India does not appoint people at the RBI level or normal level. They are a very higher position. ठीक है. So the government appoints the governor, not the judiciary. Yes, C is the correct answer. Very good. Next. कंट्रोल ओवर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ऑफ बैंक. इसमें भी हम आरबीआई और बीआर एक्ट के बारे में ही पढ़ रहे हैं. Which of the following statement accurately reflects key provisions related to licensing of banking companies under BR Act? A banking company must obtain a license from Ministry of Finance before it can commence a business. क्या हम मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ फाइनेंस से बिजनेस लाइसेंस लेते हैं? RBI can inspect a book of banking company before granting a license to ensure it has adequate capital structure. Court can overrule RBI decision to refuse banking license even if it is based on relevant material. General rule is court do not interfere in the matters of RBI. RBI के डिस्कशन डिसीजंस पे कोर्ट इंटरफेयर नहीं करते हैं. एंड अगर आप दिखाओ कि यू हैव फेस्ड ग्रेव इनजस्टिस, only and only then courts will interfere. And here it is saying relevant matter पे RBI ने decision दिया है. Yes, C is the correct answer. Very good. Next, which of the following statement accurately reflect key provisions related to licensing of banking companies under BR Act? A company refused a banking license by RBI may still carry on non-banking business. A banking activity नहीं कर सकते, but non-banking activities like trade, etc. you can do. RBI has the discretion to impose conditions while granting a banking license as per judicial precedents. Yes, both the statements here are correct. C is the correct answer. Identify the correct statement about foreign banks seeking presence to establish presence in India under RBI licensing norms. RBI requires foreign banks to follow BR Act provisions exactly as Indian banks do without exception. क्या आप foreign banks को बोल सकते हो Indian banks के हिसाब से exactly same चलना है? RBI assesses whether the home country of the foreign bank provides adequate prudential supervision aligned with Basel standards. Approval of foreign bank home country regulator is not required if the foreign bank is globally top ranked. मतलब see, अगर foreign bank को इंडिया में establish होना है, they need the permission from their foreign home branch, home country. ठीक है? Just because you are a globally top ranked bank doesn't make you have right to get established anywhere. बिना परमिशन के आप कहीं और जा नहीं सकते. अब ये सी किसका आंसर आया है? Yes, B is the correct answer. देखो, while RBI has requirements for foreign banks, they are assessed through specific foreign bank guidelines not identical to BR Act compliances. Identify the correct statement about foreign banks seeking to establish presence in India under RBI licensing norms. One of the factors RBI consider is whether the home country discriminates against Indian banks. Political and economic relations between India and the foreign bank home country are considered by RBI. If suppose in India is a country who is not having a good economic or political relationship with another country, will my country allow a bank to get established in other country with whom I do not have good relations, or will I allow such countries bank to get established in India with whom India does not have good relations? Okay, and if suppose the other country discriminates with my country, will India allow that country's bank to come in India? Both the statements are correct. Nice. Which of the following conditions must be satisfied before RBI grants a banking license? A company must have at least one branch office outside India. कि इंडिया के बाहर हो तभी आपको हम लाइसेंस देंगे. The company must be able to pay current and future depositors in full as claim accrues. The fare of a company should not harm depositors' interest. See, statement number 3 is correct, Suganya ji. ठीक है? C cannot be the answer here. Why? The company's affair must not be detrimental to its depositors. Company जो भी काम कर रही है, it should be in favor of the depositor, not against the depositor, making statement number 3 as correct. And there is no such requirement that you should have an abroad office. Yes, B is the correct answer. Very good. Next, a group of investors is exploring on the tap licensing related case है. Which of the following factors are aligned with RBI on the tap licensing? Is initially what happened was the bank, RBI do not allow everybody to be a bank. RBI did not. But after 2016 we got some guidelines saying आप कभी भी आगे banking के लिए license के लिए apply कर सकते हो. All you need to be is you need to be fit and proper, and you should be meeting all the criterias that helps the public interest in large at large. The applicant meet the fit and proper criteria and have a 10 years track record in financial services. The promoter group seeks exemption from prudential norms in the first 3 years from operation to build scale. You cannot ask the bank, the RBI, ki you should give us relaxation with prudential norms. Prudential norms are essential norms that the RBI set up for the interest of public, and for the interest of public only you got the on the tap licensing feature. Give me an answer for this question, please. Statement number 1 is correct, 2 is not. RBI requires adherence to prudential norms from inspection to maintain systematic integrity. Yes, very good. Next, which of the following statement regarding the cancellation of a banking license by RBI are correct? RBI can cancel a banking license only if the company ceases to operate or fail financially. RBI must always offer an opportunity to the bank to comply before cancelling the license regardless of the situation. Regardless of situation नहीं होता. Banking company can appeal to central government within 30 days of cancellation decision. Yes, A is the correct answer. Only statement number 3 is correct. C. RBI can cancel the license not just for ceasing operation or financial failure, but also for non-compliance. And RBI now, general rule is we have to hear the other party. But if something is done against the public interest at large, extreme violations pay, RBI doesn't listen and cancel the direct license directly. Next, which of the following statements related to opening or changing of banking company's place of business are true? For RRB, application of branch license must be routed through NABARD, not directly to RBI. RBI can revoke previously granted permission if any imposed conditions are violated after giving a hearing. Okay? Is NABARD involved before when when the case is about RRB applications for licensing? Yes, C is the correct answer. Very good. B, C is the correct answer. Both the statements are correct. Next, which of the following statement correctly relate to shareholding restrictions and RBI approval in banking companies? RBI approval is not required if shares are acquired through inheritance and not agreement or transaction. The Companies Act govern transfer of banking companies shares only if the holding shares are under 5% of paid up capital. A good caution. Here you might get confused. ठीक है, RBI ना fit and proper criteria देती है. C is not the correct answer, Suganya ji. RBI always checks the fit and proper criteria. ठीक है, all transfers including those exceeding 5% come under Companies Act, but crossing the 5% threshold mandates RBI approval regardless of the act. 5% above, if you want to go 5% above, you need RBI approval. And the requirement for approval does not exempt inheritance if it results in crossing 5% threshold. So RBI intends to ensure fit and proper criteria. Fit and proper ownership should be there, making both the statements as incorrect. D is the correct answer here. ठीक है? You can you can see, we have mentioned the, after this session you can click on the link in the description box and download this PDF. Which of the following statements are correct as per Banking Regulation Act regarding subsidiaries and associate enterprises of banking companies? A banking company may form a subsidiary to carry on any business it deems fit, provided it does not conflict with Section 8 of the Act. RBI's prior permission and in some cases approval from central government is mandatory for bank to form a subsidiary for non-core banking activities. A banking company cannot hold more than 30% of paid up share capital of any company except in the case of subsidiaries. Question is on the screen. Give me an answer. See, when we are talking about statement number 1, statement number 1 is not correct. A banking company cannot freely form a subsidiary for any business it deems fit. Section 9 restrictions, Section 19 restrictions for formation of subsidiaries only activities जो allowed है banking को, banks को allowed है वही activities. If you want to take subsidiary, you have to see it if that act is allowed. Banking business exclusively outside India with RBI's prior approval. No, the answer is C. The answer is C. देखो, a banking company cannot freely form a subsidiary for any business it deems fit. Section 19 restricts the formation of subsidiary only to activities permitted under Section 61A to O. Banking business exclusively outside India with RBI's prior permission. Other businesses specifically permitted by RBI with prior central government approval. Additionally, these activities must be conducive to spread the banking or in public interest. Whatever act we are doing in the favor of public, only in the favor of public. Okay? A private sector bank, Sunrise Bank Limited, recently appointed its new board of directors. However, the Reserve Bank of India conducted a review and observed the following facts. Out of 10 directors, only 4 possesses expertise in law, banking or accountancy, while 3 other were businessmen holding beneficial interest of rupees 7 lakh in a trading company. 2 directors had previously served on the board continuously for past 10 years. One newly appointed director had been recently removed for position of whole-time director in the same bank just 2 years ago. The bank argued that even if the board was not fully compliant, its decision remains valid. RBI directed the bank to reconstitute the board. However, the bank took no actions even after 60 days. If you do not if you do not listen to RBI, your banking license will get cancelled. Okay? And the appointment of new directors with beneficial interest of rupees 7 lakh in trading company disqualifies them from being board members. The continued service of new directors for 10 years is valid as there is no time limit under the Act. The director removed from the post of whole-time director just 2 years ago cannot be reappointed until 4 years have passed. Okay? A good question. See, here you will get confused because ऐसे pointers ना एकदम से strike नहीं करते हम exams में. ठीक है? So let me tell you. Statement number 1 is correct. Director with beneficial interest exceeding 5 lakh rupees or 10% of the company capital. ठीक है, 5 लाख रुपीज से ज़्यादा या 10 कंपनी कैपिटल, उनको 10% कंपनी कैपिटल का ट्रेडिंग कंपनी में, किसी भी ट्रेडिंग कंपनी में 10% के लिए दे आर डिस्क्वालिफाइड. सो होल्डिंग 5 लाख इन अ ट्रेडिंग कंपनी डिस्क्वालिफाइज देम. नेक्स्ट इज 10 years तक वो है, सर्विंग फॉर 10 years जो है दे आर अलाउड. द एक्ट डज नॉट अलाउ 10 years. द एक्ट लिमिट्स द टर्म फॉर टू 8 years फॉर डायरेक्टर्स. दिस डज नॉट अप्लाई टू चेयरमैन और होल टाइम डायरेक्टर बट टू ऑल डायरेक्टर्स इन जनरल। 8 साल से ज़्यादा आप डायरेक्टर नहीं रह सकते। तो 10 years जो रूल है ये ब्रीच हो रहा है यहाँ पे, ठीक है। एंड येस द डायरेक्टर रिमूव्ड जो होल टाइम डायरेक्टर से हटे हैं, दे कैन नॉट बी रीअपॉइंटेड अंटिल 4 year टाइम हैज पास्ड, मेकिंग स्टेटमेंट नंबर 1 and 3 as correct. A is the correct answer. Next, which of the following statement relating to appointment and disqualification of a whole-time chairman and managing director of a banking company are correct? If you face any doubt at any point, all you need to do is write that in the chat section. Which the whole-time chairman must necessarily be a director of a company engaged in trade or commerce. To be allowed a person engaged in trade and commerce to be a director, such person is not allowed. जो भी ट्रेड में कॉमर्स में इन्वॉल्व है, क्या वो होल टाइम डायरेक्टर बन सकता है? नहीं। A person with experience in finance or beneficial administration is eligible to be appointed as whole-time chairman. A person having substantial interest in any other company is disqualified from being appointed as managing director. The answer is B. Statement number 2 and 3 are correct. First is not. Which of the following statement correctly reflect the Reserve Bank of India power and related provisions concerning chairman, managing director, appointment in banking companies? RBI may remove a whole-time chairperson without providing an opportunity of being heard if it deems the person unfit. If a bank fails to remove an unfit chairman within 2 months of RBI's directive, RBI can remove the person and appoint another. A temporary vacancy in the post of MD or chairman due to illness or death can be filled for a period not exceeding 4 months with RBI's approval. Yes, B is the correct answer. Very good. यूनिट 3 पे आ जाते हैं हम, रेगुलेशन ऑफ बैंकिंग बिजनेसेस. डू यू वांट मी टू गिव यू अ ब्रेक? चलिए, let's start with the act then. Which of the following statement regarding Reserve Bank of India's power to issue directions under BR Act are correct? RBI's direction under Section 21 and 35A are statutory and binding on banks, even if the circulars do not explicitly state the source of power. Even if a circular issued by RBI does not mention it was issued in public interest or under specific statute, it can still have the force of law if its statutory basis can be reasonably established. The RBI can issue directions to both bank and their customers under Section 35A. RBI डायरेक्शन सिर्फ बैंक को देता है, कस्टमर्स को नहीं. Why? Because the directions are for the banks कि आपको कैसे ऑपरेट करना है. C is the correct answer. Very good, Dinanaji. Which of the following statement regarding Reserve Bank of India power to issue directions under BR Act are correct? The effect of RBI's binding instruction as per Supreme Court decision, is prospective unless there is specific statutory provision enabling retrospective application. Prospective मतलब जिस दिन guidelines आई हैं उसके बाद से वो लगेंगी. Retrospective मतलब जिस दिन आई हैं उसके पहले भी लग सकती हैं. ठीक है. Section 36 of the BR Act empowers the RBI to prohibit banks from certain transactions and to provide them general advice, even outside the scope of statutory direction. Yes, C is the correct answer. Very good. Both the statements are correct. Which of the following statements related to deaf are correct? Amount lying in dormant savings, current or recurring account for 10 years or more are eligible to be transferred to deaf. Traveler's check and similar instrument with no maturity must be transferred to deaf. अगर आपकी कोई maturity period नहीं है, आप deaf में नहीं जाएंगे. You cannot be transferred to deaf. Unclaimed NEFT credit, ATM related unreconciled credit balance, and sundry deposit can be transferred to DEF. A is the correct answer. Next. Which of the following statement describes the RBI power and legal position regarding regulation of interest rates? RBI derives its authority to regulate interest rate on both loans and deposit under Section 21 and 35A of the BR Act. Discrimination against among different classes of borrowers or depositor is legally acceptable if it results in operational convenience. आप किसी के against discrimination कभी भी नहीं कर सकते हो. Just because it is convenient for you, it is not allowed. Harjeet Singh versus Union of India, the Supreme Court ruled that interest concession must be extended equally to banks and financial institution borrowers. A is the correct answer. Which of the following statement describes the RBI power and legal position regarding regulations of interest rate? Not important. Let's move forward. Which of the following statement accurately distinguish the various interest rate system adopted by banks under RBI regulations? The bank rate system replaced BPLR in 2010 to improve transparency in lending rates. Under MCLR, banks must price all fixed rate loans regardless of tenor using the MCLR benchmark. The MCLR system incorporates tenor premium and negative carry due to CRR. A is the correct answer. Very good, Dianaji. Next. Which of the following statement accurately distinguish the various interest rate system adopted by bank under RBI? The external benchmark regime allows bank to offer loans linked to RBI repo rate or T-bill yield. Transactions to external benchmark for MCLR base rate for existing floating loans are allowed without forcible charges. The answer is C. Both the statements are correct. Last question from this unit. Which of the following statement regarding call, term money market and commercial paper are correct? Primary dealer are allowed to borrow up to 2 to 5% of their net owned funds in both call and term money market. Cooperative banks can lead and borrow in call money market provided the transactions stay within 2% of their aggregate deposit of the previous financial year. Commercial banks may carry on minimum credit rating of A2 or above as per SEBI prescribed symbol. Good question. A very good question. Yes, A is the correct answer है. देखो commercial paper ना A3 allowed होते हैं, A2 नहीं. Cooperative banks can borrow within 2%, but they are not allowed to lend. Primary dealer 2 to 5% तक कर सकते हैं loan. Next is unit 4. Unit 4 में ना it is not very big of a unit. ठीक है, हम I guess I have 3 maybe 4 questions here. ठीक है, चलो लेट्स स्टार्ट. इसके बाद हम 5 मिनट्स का ब्रेक लेंगे. Which of the following statement related to preparation and presentation of annual accounts and balance sheets by banking companies are correct? The balance sheets and profits and loss account of banking companies must strictly follow the format under Schedule 3 of the Companies Act. Financial statements for a foreign bank operating in India must include only the global account of the bank. Balance sheet of the banking company incorporated in India must be signed by manager or principal officer of at least 3 directors if the board has more than 3 members. C, A is the correct answer. Statement number 3 is only correct. Consider the following statement regarding statutory requirement related to publication, submission, and display of accounts by banking companies. Banking companies must submit 3 copies of their balance sheet within 3 months from the ending of accounting period. Banking companies must submit the same set of financial documents to the registrar under Section 129 of the Companies Act. Foreign banks must display a copy of their audit account prominently at their principal office in India by the first Monday of August. The first and third are correct, second is not. A is the correct answer. ABC Bank received an RTI from customer receiving copies of certain paid check and account related ledger pertaining to period from 2012 to 2015. Bank citing its internal policies based on RBI and IBA guidelines has retained records for 8 years from the date of transaction. The customer insists that records must be preserved longer under RTI. Meanwhile, RBI issues a special directive to the banks asking it to retain some accounts for additional 3 years due to ongoing regulatory review. Which of the following statements are correct with respect to banks' obligation and right in this scenario? RBI has overriding authority to get the records retained longer. Banks are bound to preserve all accounts related for a minimum of 10 years due to RTI interpretation. RTI एक्ट नहीं लगता, हम सिर्फ RBI की सुनेंगे और BR एक्ट की सुनेंगे. RBI एक्ट do not apply here. Banks are free to follow their own rules unless directed otherwise. Statement number 1 and 3 are correct. A is the correct answer. XYZ Bank detects the following activities in customer account during internal audit. Rupees 9.5 lakh cash deposit from 4 separate instances in March a customer's 3 arose across a customer's 3 account. One time cash receipt of 11 lakhs by a registered trust. A cash deposit of 8 lakhs using suspected counterfeit notes. A series of high value forex transaction by a client using unusual pattern having no visible lawful purpose. The compliance officer is asked with reporting and maintaining proper documentation as per PMLA norms. Which of the following actions and considerations are appropriate under PMLA and AML standards? The series of 9.5 lakh transactions should be reported if their aggregate exceeds 10 lakh across all accounts. The transaction involving rupees 11 lakh by registered trust must be recorded and reported under Rule 3 of PML rules. The counterfeit currency transaction should not be preserved since it does not meet 10 lakh cash threshold. Counterfeit money है, ठीक है? Even if it is for 1 rupee, we have to preserve that. Yes. C is the correct answer. ठीक है? Third statement गलत है. Two private sector banks, Bank Alpha and Beta, have proposed a voluntary amalgamation under Section 44A of the BR Act. The draft scheme is circulated among shareholders, 75% of the numbers, but only 60% in value of shareholders approved the scheme in both banks. Meanwhile, another small bank, Bank Gamma, has faced acute liquidity issues and is placed under a moratorium by the central government based on the request of RBI. During the moratorium, the RBI draft on amalgamation scheme between Gamma and a public sector bank, Delta. A few employees of the Gamma object the change in their status after the merger. Which of the following statements are correct in relation to above scenario? The voluntary amalgamation between alpha and beta cannot proceed further until both secure approval of two-thirds in value of shareholder present and voting. RBI can initiate the amalgamation of Bank Gamma and Delta during moratorium period even without consent of Gamma's shareholder. Employees of Bank Gamma not named for exclusion in the scheme will automatically continue under the same terms post amalgamation. सी यूनिट 4 में ना बहुत कुछ है नहीं. इट इज अबाउट मर्जर एंड अमेलगमेशंस एंड सच क्वेश्चंस विल अपीयर इन द एग्जाम. एक क्वेश्चन आएगा ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा इस यूनिट में से, ठीक है, एंड सम अ क्वेश्चन लाइक दिस विल अपीयर. Here all the statements are correct. ठीक है, D is the correct answer. यूनिट 5 है इसके बाद पब्लिक सेक्टर बैंक्स, प्राइवेट सेक्टर बैंक्स, रीजनल रूरल बैंक्स, डिफरेंशिएटेड बैंक्स, कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स एंड लोकल एरिया बैंक्स. Do you want me to give you a 5 minutes break or shall we continue? So we are on a break for 2 minutes then. We'll meet you all after 2 minutes. चले, वी आर बैक, लेट्स स्टार्ट। थोड़ा जल्दी जल्दी करेंगे अब हम, बहुत सारा कोर्स बचा है। विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट रिलेटेड टू गवर्नेंस एंड management structure of State Bank of India are correct? The Central Board of the State Bank is vested with the superintendence and directions of its affair. आपने से read करो. You read this question. जी, answer for this question please. It is A. Statement number 1 and 3 are correct. Shareholders other than Government of India cannot exercise voting rights exceeding 10% unless specifically permitted by the central government in consultation with RBI. Chairman and Managing Director appointed by the central government for up to 5 years and may be reappointed. Central government is entrusted with superintendence and directions and must function in alignment with public interest. Next question. Which of the following statement about the business activities, audit process and subsidiary consolidation of RBI are valid? The SBI may act as an agent of Reserve Bank of Government, Reserve Bank for Government business where the RBI does not have a branch if so required. Audit of SBI is conducted by officers of bank itself and holds अपनी audit कोई खुद नहीं कर सकता, who holds qualifications under Companies Act. All 5 associate banks were merged from 1st April 2017. A reply for this question. A is the correct answer. Very good. Very, very good. Yes. A is the correct answer. Next. Which of the following statement correctly relate to structural and governance framework of RRBs? 35 sponsor bank, 50% central government, 15% state government. The chairman of RRB is appointed by NABARD in consultation with central government. Is it by NABARD or by the sponsor bank? The board of directors of RRB must function on business principle while considering public interest. It is the sponsor bank, making statement number 2 as incorrect. Which of the following statement regarding the business audit and merger of RRBs are correct? RRB may undertake any banking business as permitted under Section 6(1) of BR Act. Every RRB must appoint an auditor without requiring any approval from central government. Auditor report of RRB is required to be laid before the parliament. So, if you are a government-owned bank, ठीक है, आपकी सारी ऑडिट रिपोर्ट्स पार्लियामेंट के आगे ले डाउन होगी बिकॉज पार्लियामेंट हैज़ द राइट टू नो वेयर द इनकम इज कमिंग फ्रॉम टू द गवर्नमेंट. अपनी इनकम्स एंड एक्सपेंसेस के बारे में पार्लियामेंट हैज़ द राइट टू नो. Whereas we are talking about statement number 2, statement number 2 is not correct. Why? The appointment of auditor requires central government approval. Which of the following statement correctly relate to constitution and ownership structure of nationalized bank in India? All nationalized banks were established under single act of 1970. So then why do we talk about 1970 and 1980? The central government is required to hold at least 51% equity shares at all times. तभी तो government owned होंगे. No shareholders other than central government can exercise voting right exceeding 1%. This is not allowed. 1% over voting right are not allowed. Making 2 and 3 as correct. B is the correct answer. Next, which of the following statement regarding operational and statutory constraints of cooperative banks are true? A cooperative bank cannot grant loans against its own shares, nor can it provide unsecured loans to directors. Cooperative banks are mandated to maintain a cash reserve equal to at least 3% of their total demand and their time liabilities, with certain exceptions for scheduled banks. A cooperative bank can provide unsecured loans to companies where its directors are partners if board approves. Directly or indirectly, लोन देना not allowed. किसी भी तरीके से, चाहे किसी का भी अप्रूवल हो, loans to directors not allowed. Making statement number 3 as incorrect. 1 and 2 are correct. C is the correct answer. Next, the non-banking financial companies, NBFCs. Shakti Finance Limited, a NBFC MFI, operates in Eastern and Central India. It offers microloans to self-employed women, finance second-hand vehicles for rural transport operators, and provides loan against gold. During a rural financial inclusion, Shakti Finance is recognized for its contribution to improve access to capital in unbanked village. However, a financial analyst criticizes the company for charging higher interest rates than bank. Do you want me to give a gist for NBFCs? What NBFCs are, what sorts of business they are allowed to do, you want, and what there are levels of NBFCs, 4 levels. So इनके बारे में do you want me to give you a gist or do you want me to just continue with the MCQs? हाँ जी, please give a gist. Okay. See. Before moving to the gist part, कुछ सेक्शंस हैं BR एक्ट में और RBI एक्ट में जो आपको पता होने ही चाहिए, ठीक है? जैसे सेक्शन 5 to 10, 5 में डेफिनेशंस है, 6 में बिजनेसेस परमिटेड है, 7 में बैंक वर्ड यूज करना अलाउड किस किस को है, 8 में रिस्ट्रिक्शंस है ट्रेडिंग एक्टिविटीज पे, 9 में नॉन बैंकिंग एसेट्स को 7 ईयर से ज्यादा होल्ड नहीं कर सकते. 10B में स्पेसिफिकली अपॉइंटमेंट है मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर और चेयरमैन की. देन सेक्शन 21 में आरबीआई की पावर है कंट्रोल का, व्हाट आर दी आरबीआई पावर. 22 में बैंकिंग लाइसेंस के बारे में बात है. 35 में आरबीआई इंस्पेक्शन के बारे में बात है. एंड 45 में मोरेटोरियम ऑफ बैंक के बारे में बात है. व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट द आरबीआई एक्ट, सेक्शन 17 टॉक्स अबाउट फंक्शंस ऑफ बैंक, 18 अबाउट इमरजेंसी एडवांसेस, 20 अबाउट आरबीआई बैंकर ऑफ सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट, 21 में आरबीआई बैंकर ऑफ स्टेट गवर्नमेंट. सेक्शन 22 में इशुएंस ऑफ करेंसी नोट. सेक्शन 24 में मैक्सिमम डिनोमिनेशन क्या अलाउड है इंडिया में रिलीज करना. 26 में लीगल टेंडर कितना होता है और 42 में सीआरआर फॉर शेड्यूल्ड बैंक्स है. लेट्स टॉक अबाउट एनबीएफसीज. ठीक है. So what are NBFCs? They provide banking like services without banking, without being called as bank. ठीक है. They are governed by chapter 3B of RBI Act. They cannot accept deposit or issue check unless they are like allowed by RBI. तो initially क्या था, NBFCs को ना accept करना allowed नहीं था, but now they are allowed. NBFCs are not allowed to deal in trade or industrial activities or in buying or selling of properties. मतलब they are not trading companies. Like banks are not trading companies, NBFCs are also not trading companies. एनबीएफसीज ना पहले डिफरेंट लेवल्स पे थे. देयर वर एनबीएफसीज फॉर इन्वेस्टमेंट, फॉर माइक्रो फाइनेंस, फॉर फैक्टर्स, फॉर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, फॉर कोर इन्वेस्टमेंट, फॉर मॉर्गेज एट्सेट्रा एट्सेट्रा. बट ये जो लेवल्स थे ना ये हटा दिए गए एंड देयर वर न्यू नॉर्म्स दैट वर सेट अप. ठीक है, विल टॉक अबाउट दोज नॉर्म्स लेटर. पहले हम रेगुलेटरी फ्रेमवर्क के बारे में जान लेते हैं. तो मिनिमम नेट ऑन फंड कितना होना चाहिए एनबीएफसी का? इट इज 10 CR. इट इज 10 CR. सर्टिफिकेशन ऑफ रजिस्ट्रेशन चाहिए होता है इनको आरबीआई से. ठीक है, फ्रॉम 1 अक्टूबर 2022, डेट को याद रखेगा. एक न्यू स्केल बेस्ड रेगुलेशन आया था. एक न्यू स्केल बेस्ड रेगुलेशन आया था इन विच वी टॉक्ड अबाउट 4 लेयर्स. आरबीआई का जो पहले वो था ना, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, कोर, इन्वेस्टमेंट एट्सेट्रा एट्सेट्रा, वो हटा के हम न्यू 4 लेयर्स ले आए थे. फर्स्ट वाज बेस लेयर, जिसमें स्मॉल एनबीएफसीज, मिनिमल सिस्टमैटिक रिस्क रिलेटिंग एनबीएफसीज वर देयर, जिनका अमाउंट था, अमाउंट ऑफ डिपॉजिट, द अमाउंट दे कैन डील विद वाज 1000 crore. Then came the middle layer. There were large deposit taking and systematically important NBFCs. So the amount they were allowed to deal with is above 1000 crores. Upper layer में large NBFCs with systematic impacts. The NBFCs that have impact in India money market. Only upper layer में सिर्फ कुछ allowed थी. There are only 6 NBFCs that are allowed in this upper layer. एंड टॉप लेयर में अभी तक कोई नहीं है. टॉप लेयर हमने बनाया है बट देर इज नो एनबीएफसी राइट नाउ. दे आर हाई रिस्क टेकिंग एनबीएफसीज. यहाँ पे सिर्फ तब जाते हैं जब आरबीआई को लगता है अपर लेयर में देर इज अ कॉम्पिटिशन एंड देर इज वन स्पेसिफिक एनबीएफसी, 1 or 2 में भी, जो बहुत ज्यादा रिस्क ले रही है. इनको हम टॉप लेयर में डालते हैं. राइट नाउ, टिल नाउ, देर आर नो एनबीएफसीज दैट आर सेंट टू टॉप लेयर. ठीक है, the NBFCs, general rule is all NBFCs need to register themselves with the RBI. बट अगर आप किसी और एक्ट में रजिस्टर्ड हो, जैसे सेबी में, IRDA में, सेक्शन 620 ऑफ कंपनीज एक्ट, निधि एज निधि कॉर्पोरेशन, सेक्शन 2 में चिट फंड एक्ट में, नेशनल हाउसिंग बैंक्स में, या MF कंपनी के तरीके से, देन यू डू नॉट नीड टू गेट योर सेल्फ री रजिस्टर्ड. यू डू नॉट नीड टू गेट योर सेल्फ री रजिस्टर्ड. ठीक है, एनी डाउट इन NBFC? Any doubt in NBFC? चलिए, let's move to this question then. शक्ति फाइनेंस लिमिटेड, हमने पैराग्राफ पढ़ लिया था. विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट बेस्ट एक्सप्लेन द ऑपरेशन एंड इम्पैक्ट्स ऑफ सच एनबीएफसीज. तो एनबीएफसीज यूजुअली काम किस में करती है? दे प्रोवाइड लोन्स ऑन सेकेंड हैंड व्हीकल्स, या जो सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट के लिए पीपल वांट टू गो. सी एनबीएफसीज क्या होता है ना, दे आर banks, they are not banks, they are institutions that provide with bank like facilities. but जितने बैंक के प्रोसेस है, जो the process that the bank needs to follow, of all process, proper guidelines, proper procedure होता है, वो NBFC फॉलो नहीं करती. जैसे लोन लेने के लिए यू फॉर RBI, सॉरी फॉर बैंक, there is a process that you have to show your income tax returns for some specific years. बट NBFCs में ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. NBFC में इट इज़ लाइक 1 year का लोन, 1 year का टैक्स रिटर्न्स आप दिखाओ एंड यू कैन गेट द लोन. ठीक है, ईजियर लोन प्रोसेस है बेसिकली NBFC में. एंड दे फॉर दिस दे चार्ज अ लिटिल बिट हायर अमाउंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट. ठीक है, NBFC MFIs contribute significantly to financial inclusions by offering services to consumers excluded from mainstream banks. Gold loans, NBFCs have gained popularity due to flexible and simplified loan disbursement. Second-hand vehicle financing is most undertaken by NBFCs and is crucial for self-employed and transfer-operated semi-urban areas. तो इनका हायर रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट होता है, even though they have higher rate of interest, the rate of interest they are charging is because they are providing an easier way out. ठीक है, सो हायर रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट है, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, क्रिटिसाइज हो रहे हैं, उनकी मर्जी है, वो क्रिटिसाइज हो रहे हैं, इट इज लाइक वट एवर इंटरेस्ट दे वांट टू चार्ज, बट दे आर प्रोवाइडिंग यू विद अ सोल्यूशन दैट बैंक्स डू नॉट जनरली गिव. Banks have to follow process. Now give me an answer for this question. D is the correct answer here. Yeah, all the statements are correct. NBFC MFIs fill the gap between traditional bankings and money lenders, especially in underserved regions. Gold loans ज़्यादा common है. NBFCs finance second-hand vehicles and important for low-income people. Next, which of the following statement related to revised scale-based regulatory framework are correct? NBFCs that are non-deposit taking and have an asset size of 800 crore and also do not take public funds or interact with customer fall under base level. ये base level में आता है. Amount हम देख सकते हैं. Housing finance companies are classified under middle layer of NBFC regulatory framework. All deposit taking NBFCs are classified under base layer provided their asset size is below 1000 crore. See, all deposit taking NBFCs regardless of their asset size are part of middle layer. अगर आपको base layer पे जाना है, you have to be a non deposit taking company. ठीक है, 1000 करोड़ के साथ आपका पब्लिक इंटरेक्शन भी देखा जाता है. If you have public interaction, then तो you'll be having a base layer, then you'll be in a base layer. No public interaction to base layer, and yes public interaction, then medium layer, middle layer, sorry. Okay, and when we talk about the housing finance company, they are categorized in middle layer, making 2 and 1 correct. C is the correct answer. Okay, next question. Which of the following statements are not true as per the revised norms applicable from October 1, 2022? NBFCs in base layers can classify loan as NPAs only if they are overdue for more than 180 days till March 2025. So जो base layer वाला था ना, हमने gradually उनका time period change किया था. ठीक है, so the base layer में initially 2022 में जब ये start हुआ था ना, तो it was somewhat around 180 days. It was around 200 days. ठीक है, then in 2023 it got to 180 days, then in 2024 it was 150 days, then 2025 March तक it was 120 days, then 2026 March तक it is 90 days. तो ये बोल रहे हैं अब यहाँ पे 180 days till March 2025. It is not 180 days, it is 120 days. Yes, 120 days. ठीक है, RBI has mandated that at least one director of NBFC must have prior experience in bank or NBFC. NBFC is a middle and upper layer are prohibited from practicing in IPOs due to higher risk, higher regulatory scrutiny. Middle layer और upper layer को नहीं allowed है. This is incorrect. ठीक है, there is no prohibition on IPO financing कि आप इस layer से हो तो you should not go. ठीक है, instead they require money from people to invest in them. क्योंकि NBFCs अपने आप से तो पैसे नहीं लाएगा, डिपॉजिट भी एक्सेप्ट नहीं कर रहा है अगर सपोज फ्रॉम द पब्लिक एट लार्ज, एंड दे वांट टू टेक रिस्क एज वेल, सो दे हैव टू हैव द मनी ना, दे हैव टू हैव द मनी. मेकिंग 1 and 3 as incorrect. Only statement number 2 is correct. देखो, NBFCs in base layer are given a glide path to transition to 90 days NPF form non 150 days by March 31, 2024, 150 120 to till March 31, 2025, 90 days from by March 31, 2026. So 180 days is not correct for March 2025, it is 120 days. ठीक है. There is no prohibition on IPO financing by middle layer or top layer, upper layer NBFCs. Instead, there is a limit of 1 CR per borrower. NBFC may apply stricter internal caps. Which of the following statement regarding corporate governance norm applicable to NBFCs are correct? The key managerial personnel of NBFC ML can simultaneously serve on the board of another NBFC ML provided it is a group company. जो एक पर्सन इंपॉर्टेंट है एक मिडिल लेवल एनबीएफसी में, वो दूसरे के लिए भी ही कैन बी अ डायरेक्टर एट सेम एनबीएफसी एमएल. ठीक है. दिस इज व्हाट स्टेटमेंट नंबर 1 इज सेइंग. बट द जनरल रूल इज इफ यू आर अ की पर्सनल, ठीक है, यू कैन नॉट होल्ड ऑफिस ना सेम लेवल पे ना उससे अपर लेवल पे. व्हाई? बिकॉज आप एक जगह पे ऑलरेडी एक इम्पॉर्टेंट रोल ले रहे हो. इफ यू गो एंड होल्ड एन ऑफिस in another similar NBFCs, whether middle level or upper level or top level, top पे तो अभी कोई है नहीं, that is not allowed. That is not allowed. Next is the risk management committee is required to operate only at the board level and not at executive level. Again correct, incorrect. The risk management committee जो है ये constitute होती है board level और executive level. ज़रूरी नहीं है सिर्फ board level पे हो. The independent directors can serve on board of maximum of 3 NBFCs ULs and unlimited BLs provided no conflict arises. Independent directors. If you are a key managerial person, आप नहीं कर सकते हो. But if you are an independent director, you can. You can. Making statement number 3 as correct. Yes, very good. A is the correct answer. Which of the following statement align with fair practice code and governance exceptions for NBFCs? NBFC must provide loan application acknowledgement, ideally mentioning the time frame for disposal of applications. Disclosures in the annual financial statement must include auditor qualifications, their impact and management views on the same. A whistleblower mechanism is optional for NBFC unless they are listed on the stock exchange. See, all NBFCs must formulate a whistleblower mechanism for directors, employees, regardless वो listed है या नहीं है. Whistleblower mechanism should be there. There has to be a whistleblower mechanism. It is not optional. Third statement गलत है. C is the correct answer. Which of the following statement regarding bank finance to NBFCs are correct? Banks can exempt finance to NBFCs for investment in long-term debentures or private companies if NBFC is registered with RBI. Residuary banking companies can obtain finance up to 100% of their net owned funds. Banks may finance NBFCs for rediscounting bill unrelated to genuine sale transactions or commercial vehicles. The answer is B. Statement number 2 and 3 are correct. Let's start with unit 7. यहाँ पे हमारी मॉड्यूल A कंप्लीट हो जाएगा. ठीक है, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है ये. इसमें 2 क्वेश्चंस जो मुझे लगता है इंपॉर्टेंट है दैट आई थिंक यू शुड नो इज द पॉइंटर्स दैट आई थिंक यू शुड नो इज नरसिम्हा कमेटी 1 एंड नरसिम्हा कमेटी 2. नरसिम्हा कमेटी 1 आई थी जिसने बैंकिंग रिलेटेड जो प्रोफेशनलिज्म पॉइंटर्स थे इसको लेके आए थे. ठीक है. एंड नरसिम्हा कमेटी 2 जो थी इन्होंने एडवांसमेंट के बारे में बात करी थी. इसके बाद आई थी हमारे पास फाइनेंशियल स्टेबिलिटी एंड डेवलपमेंट काउंसिल. ठीक है. दिस गॉट एस्टैब्लिश्ड इन 2010. फाइनेंशियल स्टेबिलिटी एंड डेवलपमेंट काउंसिल केम नेक्स्ट. फर्स्ट इज नरसिम्हा कमेटी 1, सेकंड इज नरसिम्हा कमेटी 2, देन इज फाइनेंशियल स्टेबिलिटी एंड डेवलपमेंट काउंसिल. ठीक है. इसमें जो चेयरपर्सन है FSDC में जो चेयरपर्सन है वो है यूनियन फिनेंस मिनिस्टर. इसके मेंबर्स है आरबीआई का गवर्नर, सेबी, आईआरडीए, जो भी मनी से रिलेटेड मेंबर्स होते हैं ना, जो मनी के हेड होते हैं, वो इसमें आते हैं। ठीक है। तो 1991 में जब हम लिबरलाइजेशन, ग्लोबलाइजेशन, प्राइवेटाइजेशन पॉलिसी लाए थे, तब नरसिम्हा कमेटी 1 के बारे में सोचा गया था। नरसिम्हा कमेटी 1 जो है फर्स्ट, दिस वाज टॉकिंग अबाउट द स्ट्रक्चरल, ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल एंड फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम्स की प्रोसीजर से रिलेटेड बात करी थी उन्होंने। ठीक है। और यही जो कमेटी ने बोला था, इसको रिव्यू करा था नरसिम्हा कमेटी 2 ने। चलिए, let's start with the questions then. Which of the following statement correctly reflect the binding and concerns raised by Narasimha Committee 1 about Indian banking system at the time? The high level of SLR and CRR were seen as an implicit taxation on bank, impacting their profitability. Directed credit programs were viewed as beneficial for the health of bank portfolios by ensuring credit flow to all segments. The committee emphasized the importance of timely credit over subsidies, interest in government schemes. चलिए, इसके ना हम आंसर डिस्कस करते चलेंगे, बिकॉज थोड़ा भटकने वाला पार्ट है ये। ठीक है। इट इज ए, स्टेटमेंट नंबर 3 इज करेक्ट. विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट रिफ्लेक्ट द फाइंडिंग एंड कंसर्न्स ऑफ नरसिम्हा कमिटी 1? The proliferation of bank branches without viability studies was highlighted as a structural inefficiency. Excessive bank lending to agriculture and small industry led to high administrative costs, affecting profitability. So statement number 1 and 2 both are correct here. Okay, it was pointed out the branch were often opened without assessing need or viability, leading to inefficiency. Which of the following statement are correct regarding Narasimha Committee 2 के outcomes? The committee recommended eliminating government guarantees on sticky advances and treating them as NPAs. The concept of ARC was introduced to manage non-performing asset. The Finance Sector Legislative Reform Commission, formed in 1998, implemented Basel Norms 1 across all India. स्टेटमेंट नंबर जो FSLRC है, मैंने आपको बताया था 2010 में आई थी, नॉट इन 1998, है ना, नॉट इन 1998, मेकिंग स्टेटमेंट नंबर 3 एज इनकरेक्ट. C is the correct answer. Which of the following statements regarding financial market reforms in India are accurate? Tri-party repo introduced in 2017 replaced CBLO and involves a third-party agent to facilitate collateral management and settlement. Government borrowings reform eliminated the automatic monetization of defects and introduced market-based auctions. Certificate of deposit and commercial papers are long-term financial instrument primary trade on stock exchange. The correct answer is C. Statement number 2 and 3 are correct. CDs and CPs are short-term instruments and not necessarily traded on stock exchange. They primarily trade in money market. Which of the following statements are true about Financial Sector Development Council? FSDC is a statutory body created under the BR Act. FSDC ensures coordinating between sectoral regulators like RBI, SEBI, IRDA, PFRDA. अभी मैंने बताया था ये statement ठीक है. The finance minister chairs the FSDC. See here B and C are third statement 2 and 3 are correct. First is not. FSDC statutory body नहीं है. Which of the following statement regarding the wings and technical groups under the FSDC are true? The Macro Financial Monitoring Group is chaired by Chief Economic Advisor and regularly meets to track emergency macro financing vulnerability. The working group on resolution regimes was created to align India's resolution framework with Financial Stability Board key attributes and proposed legislative change. So the answer is C. Both the statements are correct. We have completed module A and D. We have B on our hands. B बहुत छोटा है. फटाफट B खत्म करेंगे. चलिए. First is PMLA, that is Money Laundering Act. Why Finance Limited is registered NBFC and also acts as intermediary. Any doubt in module D or A? Is registered NBFC and also acts as an intermediary under SEBI. During an internal compliance audit in March 2024, it was observed that the company had failed to maintain proper records of suspicious transactions reported between April 23 and February 24. Further, the designated directors had not attended two compliance meetings in May 2024. The director under PMLA initiated an inquiry and passed certain directions. Which of the following statements regarding the actions and obligations under PMLA are correct? The director under PMLA can issue written warning to Y Finance Limited for non-compliance with obligations. The absence of designated director from compliance meeting may attract a fine of minimum 10,000 rupees per failure. Only financial institutions can be penalized under Section 13. Designated directors are exempted. Designated directors are exempted. It is. The answer here is C. Statement number 1 and 2 are correct. Here for every failure, the amount can be 10,000 and up to 1 lakh rupees. Up to 1 lakh. So 10,000 is the minimum amount. Next is K. Mr. K, a businessman, was found to have routed 15 crore earned through smuggling gold into the formal banking system by transferring the funds to shell company. The shell company used the funds to purchase real estate, later shows in Mr. K's name in personal asset. These activities continued between 2019 and 2023. Enforcement agencies discovered the trail in 2024 and initiated action under PMLA. Which of the following are applicable to Mr. K's case under PMLA? The act of transferring smuggled funds to shell company is called acquisition and is a part of money laundering offense. Showing real estate as personal property amounts to projection as untainted and is punishable under Section 3. As the offense relates to smuggling, imprisonment can be up to 10 years. Yes. What will be the answer for this question? The answer is D, neither. Okay, not D. Uh, the answer is D. All of the statements are correct. All of the statements are correct. What happened? क्या हुआ? Yes, D. All the statements are correct. Mr. K, a businessman, was found to have routed. Same. Almost same question hai, so we'll not do this. We'll skip this. Which of the following statement correctly reflect the requirement under Rule 3 of the Prevention of Money Laundering Rules as amended? Every reporting entity must maintain records of all cash transactions exceeding 10 lakhs or equivalent foreign currency. Cash transactions using forfeited notes must be reported even if the amount is below 10 lakh rupees. अभी हम ये क्वेश्चन ऑलमोस्ट सिमिलर करके आए हैं. Monthly aggregate of smaller cash transaction under 10 lakh is ignored if individually they do not cross the limit. It doesn't matter. ठीक है? If the amount is less, making statement number 3 as incorrect. 1 and 2 are correct. Next, which of the following statement correctly reflect the requirement under Rule 3 of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act as amended? Suspicious transaction must be reported only if they are done in cash. Transactions involving forged document used to facilitate monetary dealing must be recorded. Do we have to record them? Yes. Second statement is correct, first is not. Rule 3D requires all suspicious transactions to be reported regardless whether they were in cash or non-cash. Which of the following statements are correct with respect to record maintenance and procedures for furnishing information under the applicable PMLA rules? All records must permit the reconstruction of individual transactions, including detailed such as transaction nature, amount, currency, and parties. The principal officer must report suspicious transactions under Clause B of Rule 3 within 15 days of following month. Delay of each day in reporting or rectifying or misreported transactions beyond the stipulated time constitute a separate violation. So, what will be the answer here? What will be the answer here? A is the correct answer, right? Statement number 1 and 3 are correct. Why? Suspicious transaction must be reported within 7 working days, not by 15th of next month. Next question. Which of the following statements are true regarding the verification of client identity under PMLA rules? A banking company must verify the client's identity and address at the time of account opening or executing a transaction or within a reasonable time thereafter. For an individual, a self-attested utility bill is sufficient proof of identity. A company must submit a certificate of incorporation, board resolution, and official valid documents of a account operator. एक बात बताओ, वेरिफिकेशन कैसे हो सकती है? खुद सेल्फ अटेस्टेड बिल से. Verification of an individual requires certified copy of an officially valid document. आपको अगर अपने आप को वैलिडली दिखाना है तो यू कैन गिव अ सर्टिफाइड कॉपी ऑफ योर 10th मार्कशीट, राइट? अपने घर का बिल को सेल्फ अटेस्ट करके आप अपनी वेरिफिकेशन नहीं करा सकते. करा सकते हो क्या? हाँ जी. मेकिंग ए एज द करेक्ट आंसर. लेट्स स्टार्ट विद एनआई एक्ट. अ वेरी गुड एक्ट. ठीक है, थोड़ा सा कंफ्यूजिंग है, थोड़ा सा, ज़्यादा नहीं, बट अच्छा एक्ट है. तो आपको इसको पॉइंट को ध्यान में रखना है कि हम एनआई एक्ट कर रहे हैं. Let's. Miss Ananya is a finance officer in a textile company. So streamlining transactions, she used two different instruments. Instrument Act X is issued to a supplier and drawn on a nationalized bank. It is payable on demand, may be crossed, and does not require any acceptance or stamping. We have three types of bill of exchange. First is three types of negotiable instrument: bill of exchange, promissory note, and check. है ना? Next, instrument Y is issued to a distributor drawn on a local business partner and is payable 30 days after sight. It was accepted by the drawee and was formally stamped. Ananya now needs to guide her junior of the nature of true instruments. Which of the following correctly distinguishes between instrument X and Y? Instrument X is a check as it is always drawn on a bank and payable on demand, while Mr. Instrument Y is a bill of exchange drawn on a party other than bank and payable after sight. Stamping is not required in Instrument X, whereas stamping may be compulsory in Instrument Y depending on the applicable stamp laws. Instrument X can be countermanded by a drawer bank. It is paid, while Instrument Y, once issued, cannot be countermanded. See, do you want me to give you a difference between this the three negotiable instruments या हम example मतलब questions करें? Here all the statements are correct. ठीक है? इंस्ट्रूमेंट एक्स चेक है क्योंकि ये बैंक पे इशू हुआ है. इंस्ट्रूमेंट एक्स क्या है? चेक है. चेक हमेशा बैंक पे इशू होता है. और वाई एक थर्ड पार्टी के ऊपर इशू होता है कि पे ऑन माई बिहाफ. वाई इज मतलब बिल ऑफ एक्सचेंज. ठीक है? ऑल द स्टेटमेंट्स हियर आर करेक्ट. Stamping is mandatory for bill of exchange in many jurisdictions. Checks are generally exempted. If anybody wants me to give an explanation regarding the three negotiable instruments, please write that in the chat section. Next. सेम है, अपने आप कर सकते हो, आप अटेम्प्ट कर लेना. Which of the following, अच्छा ग्रेस पीरियड देख लेते हैं. ग्रेस पीरियड फॉर बिल ऑफ एक्सचेंजेस टिपिकली 3 days. Which of the following statement regarding parties to a NI are correct? The drawer of a check is a person instructed to pay. The money. A drawee in case of need is a person specified in a bill to be approached only if the original drawee refuses to pay. An acceptor becomes liable after signing the bill and informing the holder or someone on his behalf. Drawee in case of need मतलब देखो bill of exchange में क्या होता है? There is a drawer who draws the bill of exchange. There is a drawee जिसके फेवर में हम जिसको कहते हैं प्लीज पेमेंट कर दो मेरे बिहाफ पे. ठीक है? एंड देयर इज अ पे जिसको पेमेंट हो रही है. ठीक है? जनरली द ड्रॉअर मेक्स अ बिल ऑफ एक्सचेंज इन फेवर ऑफ ड्रॉई and the drawee has to accept this. The moment drawee accepts this, the drawee is liable to make payment to pay. Suppose मैंने लिखा है एक बिल ऑफ एक्सचेंज में कि मिस्टर ए से पैसे लेना, टेक मनी फ्रॉम मिस्टर ए. If A doesn't pay, go and take money from Mr. Y. That Mr. Y is drawee in case of need. If Mr. X says no, only and only then Mr. Y can be approached. ठीक है? Acceptor becomes liable. अगर accept कर लिया है तो उनको liability है. They have to make the payment. They have to make the payment. Now give me an answer for this question, please. When we are talking about drawer, drawer कौन है? जो चेक में इज अ पर्सन इंस्ट्रक्टेड है या जो पर्सन मेकिंग मेकर है ये ऑफ चेक और बिल ऑफ एक्सचेंज, मेकर ऑफ एनआई बोल देता हूँ. ठीक है? ड्रॉई कौन है? जो एक्चुअली में पेमेंट कर रहा है, द पर्सन पेइंग. नाउ गिव मी एन आंसर फॉर दिस क्वेश्चन. चले Yes, very good, Vrushali. B is the correct answer. First statement is incorrect. Which of the following statement regarding parties to NI are correct? An acceptor for honor intervenes to accept a bill when it is noted or protested for non-acceptance or better security. Acceptor for honor is somebody who is trying to do an act just to save the honor, मतलब इज्जत बचाने के लिए कोई काम कर रहा है, ठीक है? तो somebody is saying कि I do not accept कि आप payment करोगे, so that person comes in and accepts कि चलो मैं कर देता हूँ payment, ठीक है? A payee is a person named instrument to whom or to whose order the payment is directed. So I've just told you payee कौन होते हैं, है ना? I've just told you. चलिए, give me an answer for this question. See, here both the statements are correct, है ना? Both the statements are correct. C is the correct answer. Which of the following statement about banker's obligation under Section 31 of NI Act are correct? A banker must pay a check even if the funds are earmarked under the court order. Earmarked मतलब कोर्ट ने बोला है इस पैसों को टच नहीं करना, ठीक है? Such funds should not be touched. That account is frozen, ठीक है? क्या बैंक अभी भी उस बैंक के फेवर में, मतलब उस बैंक अकाउंट से पेमेंट के लिए एक चेक आया है, क्या बैंक उस ईयरमार्क्ड फंड्स को टच कर सकते हैं? The drawee bank is liable to the payee in case of wrongful dishonor, except in limited statutory exceptions. If the check is properly drawn and there are sufficient funds, the banker must honor it or compensate the drawer. At any moment you do find that you do not understand this statement, please make sure to write that point in the chat so that you can be explained about the same, because we have exam tomorrow and we want to clear the exam, right? Here the answer is B. Statement number 2 and 3 are correct. Okay, क्यों 1 is not correct? Because banker must pay. Must क्यों? banker को तो मना करा है ना पेमेंट करने के लिए. Funds must be properly applicable. Earmarked or impounded funds cannot be used. Which of the following is true about payment in due course under Section 10 of NI Act and related protections? A check must be paid in accordance with its apparent tenor. Very good, Roshali ji. In good faith and without negligence. If the possessor of the check is legally unauthorized but payment is made without negligence, the bank must still be protected. देखो, suppose एक person है जिसने check by fraud ले लिया है, he was not authorized to get that check, and bank was not negligent, and bank gave the money, bank took proper precautions before encashing that check. क्या बैंक यहाँ protected होंगे? Yes. Why? Because banks are acting in good faith and without any negligence. स्टेटमेंट देखेंगे हम इधर. इफ पोजेसर ऑफ द चेक इज लीगली अनऑथराइज्ड, अगर बैंक को पता है ये पर्सन अनऑथराइज्ड है, क्या बैंक अब अलाउड होंगे? नहीं, बैंक अलाउड नहीं होंगे, बिकॉज बैंक नो दैट दिस पर्सन इज नॉट ऑथराइज्ड. बैंक ने अपना ड्यू डिलिजेंस दिखाया, दैट इज करेक्ट, ठीक है. मेकिंग ओनली स्टेटमेंट नंबर 1 इज करेक्ट. वेरी गुड. चलिए, Mr. Sharma issued a check dated 12th March 2025 for rupees 2.5 lakh rupees to Mr. Ravi. Before presentation, the transaction alterations were discovered. The following alterations were discovered. Somebody made material alterations to the check. ठीक है. The date was changed from 22nd March without any counter signature, was changed to, चेंज कर दिए, 12th से 25th कर दिया. The name of the payee was changed from Ravi to Rajiv and re-signed by someone resembling the drawer signature. The check amount was altered to 5.5 lakh without authentication. The check was changed from order to bearer by striking out or order. The banker noticed overwriting in the account section and decided to verify it with the drawer before processing. If general rule, अगर आपके पास कोई बैंक में ऐसा करके चेक आए जिसमें ओवरराइटिंग होगा, आप कभी भी उसे इन कैश नहीं करेंगे. ठीक है. In which of the following context, in the given context, which of the following statement are correct? All the above cases are instances of material alteration that may render the check void unless duly authenticated. Alterations in the name of the payee is not a material alteration. आपने किसी का नाम ही बदल दिया चेक का, क्या वो material alteration नहीं होगी? A banker is under obligation to verify any suspicious alteration, especially if it affects the business effect of the instrument. What statement is correct? देखो, किसी ने नाम ही बदल दिया है. That is material alteration, making statement number 2 as incorrect. 1 and 3 are correct. A is the correct answer. Which of the following statement correctly reflect the legal interpretation and implications of Section 89 of NI Act in the context of non-apparent alteration? A banker who pays a material alterated check in good faith and as per its apparent tenor is discharged from liability even if the alterations are later detected. You did everything in good faith. Okay? You checked, you made on the face of it, you thought that the check is okay, there is no alterations, there is no mistake in the check, and यहाँ पे आपने अपना काम properly करा है. ठीक है. So the banker will not be obligated. Next, under Section 89(2), any mismatch between the tourniqueted check and its electronic image is treated as material alteration, making the verifying party liable. A check that appears normal on the face of it but is proven altered under UV lights entitles the bank to protection if payments was in due course. अब बैंक बार बार यूवी लाइट के अंदर तो चेक नहीं करेंगे ना कि इज द चेक टर्निकेटेड, इज द चेक ऑल्टर्ड और नॉट. This is not logically possible. On the face of it ही चेक करा जाएगा कि हाँ ये चेक ठीक है. प्रॉपर प्रिकॉशंस लिए जाएंगे चेक को इनकैश करने से पहले. दैट बैंक्स जनरली डू. ठीक है. अगर बैंक ने नॉर्मल फेस ऑफ इट पे पेमेंट कर दिए, दे विल बी प्रोटेक्टेड. दे विल बी प्रोटेक्टेड. So here all the statements are correct. All the statements are correct. D is the correct answer. Which of the following statements are true regarding the classification of holders and legal protection available to collecting bank? A person who receives NI through forgery cannot be considered a holder under Section 8 of the NI Act. A holder in due course must acquire the instrument before maturity and without any suspicion of defect title. A person is in possession of check drawn in their favor even without legal entitlement is automatically treated as holder in due course. Holder in due course concept क्या है? Holder in due course means I wrote a check in your favor. Okay? I wrote a check in your favor. You needed the money urgently. The check was for next month. You needed the money urgently on for 20th of December, suppose. You needed the money urgently. You went to Mr. Pen. क्या मुझे पैसे दे दो और चेक ले लो. ठीक है. This person gives you the money and takes the check. This person who is making the payment, who is giving the consideration and taking a check that is before maturity, he will be known as holder in due course. He will be known as holder in due course. Now, what will be the correct answer for this? The answer is C. Statement number 1 and 2 are correct. Let's start with FEMA. Again, giving you a 2 minutes break. We'll meet after 2 minutes. Till then, if you have any doubt, let me know. 2 minutes. Let's start with FEMA. Am I audible? Is the screen clear? Mr. Ravi, an Indian citizen, has been residing in UAE for employment purpose. He is visiting India for 2 months. During his visit, he engages in following transactions. Pays rupees 5 lakh as college fees for his current. इससे पढ़ने से पहले मेरे को दो बात बतानी है आपको. First is current account transactions, and second is capital account transaction. ये क्या होते हैं? Current account transactions क्या होते हैं? The transactions that are done in day to day life. ठीक है, जैसे एजुकेशन पे खर्चा, मेडिकल एक्सपेंसेस पे खर्चा. They do not alter the asset and liabilities of a person. Capital account transactions means a major expense that can affect, alter the asset and liabilities ऑफ अ पर्सन, बस ये जानना है आपको, ठीक है। लेट्स स्टार्ट विद द क्वेश्चन। मिस्टर रवि, एन इंडियन सिटीजन, हैज बीन रिसाइडिंग इन यूएई। अगर आप जॉब पर्पसेस के लिए आउट ऑफ इंडिया जाते हो, यू विल बी ट्रीटेड एज एनआरआई, नॉट अ सिटीजन ऑफ इंडिया, ठीक है। ही इज विजिटिंग इंडिया फॉर 2 months. During this visit, he engages in the following transactions: pays 5 lakh as college fees for his daughter studying in Canada. ये क्या हुआ? करंट अकाउंट ट्रांजैक्शन। क्यों? क्योंकि हम यहाँ पे एजुकेशन पे एक्सपेंस कर रहे हैं, ठीक है। एजुकेशन एंड मेडिकल कम्स इन करंट अकाउंट। क्या यहाँ पे 5 लाख इन्वेस्टमेंट से इनका कोई असेट बन रहा है? आर दे मेकिंग एनी असेट हेयर? Sends 2 lakh from, या liability बन रही है, sends 2 lakhs from UAE account to his mother's saving account in India for her medical treatment. Again, a current account transaction. Invest 10 lakhs in debentures in Indian company through a designated bank. अब इन्होंने 10 लाख के डिबेंचर्स खरीदे हैं, तो यहाँ पे इनका असेट्स एंड लाइबिलिटीज में ऑल्टरेशन हुआ। ये क्या हुआ? कैपिटल अकाउंट ट्रांजैक्शन। Purchases foreign mutual funds unit worth $20,000 while in India using NRE account. Next, based 50,000 interest on loan taken from Indian Bank in 2015. ठीक है। Transaction 1 is a current account transaction permissible under FEMA. Transaction 2 is a current account remittance from outside India and does not require RBI approval. Transaction 3 is a capital account transaction by a person residing outside India and require compliance with RBI norms. Here, all the statements here are correct. Here, all the statements are correct. Why? देखो, क्या 50,000 से मेरी असेट लाइबिलिटी इफेक्ट हो रही है? तो ये भी करंट अकाउंट ट्रांजैक्शन होगा। Whereas when we talk about the mutual funds while in India from NRE account, इससे हमारा ना current account effect होगा ना capital account, so we are not talking about this. ठीक है। Now give me an answer for this question please. First दो current है, next capital है ना? And capital account transactions के लिए of a person who is outside India needs RBI approval, making all the statements as correct. D is the correct answer. Same paragraph, different statements. Transaction 4 is a foreign currency security investment and may be permitted under a liberalization remittance scheme. Transaction 5 is a current account transaction and interest payments are allowed under FEMA. क्यों? क्योंकि देखो, ये पहली बात तो ये अमाउंट है बहुत छोटा, 50,000 रुपीज। नेक्स्ट, इससे ना मेरी कोई असेट बन रही है ना मेरा कोई लाइबिलिटी बन रही है। एंड LRS जो स्कीम है, दिस रेमिटेंस स्कीम, दिस अप्लाइज टू रेजिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया नॉट टू नॉन रेजिडेंट्स। रवि क्या है? नॉन रेजिडेंट है, ठीक है। मेकिंग स्टेटमेंट नंबर 1 एज इनकरेक्ट, 2 इज करेक्ट, बी इज द करेक्ट आंसर। Which of the following statement are true regarding FEMA and FERA? पहले FERA था, that was Foreign Exchange Regulating Authority. Now it is FEMA, Management Authority. FERA ना थोड़ा stricter version था because ये LPG पॉलिसी से पहले आया था। Whereas FEMA is talking about management. थोड़ा liberal है ये। FERA aimed at strict conversion of foreign exchange, while FEMA promotes liberalization and orderly market development. The term foreign security under FEMA only includes instruments where returns are paid in foreign currency. Under FEMA, security excludes promissory notes unless they are government promissory note. जनरल रूल में सिक्योरिटी नोट्स फेमा में नहीं आते हैं, बट गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटी नोट्स प्रॉमिसरी नोट्स आते हैं। ठीक है। मेकिंग A as the correct answer. Statement number 1 and 3 are correct. Foreign securities may be denominated by foreign currency, but they can have return payable in Indian currency too. Which of the following statement accurately describes the RBI's power and regulatory requirements under FEMA? RBI can appoint and monitor authorized persons to deal in foreign exchange and ensure compliance with FEMA provisions. Exporters are allowed to retain their export earnings in foreign countries if the payments are made in freely convertible currency. Non-repatriation of export proceeds to Indian constitutes a contravention of FEMA provisions. So repatriation means bringing money or asset back to home country from foreign country. From foreign country. So if we non-repatriate export proceeds, क्या ये contravention है FEMA का? Is it a contravention of FEMA? Yes, it is, because we are supposed to get the money back to our home country. Making statement number 3 as correct. Statement number 1 is also correct. Statement number 2 is not. Why? Retention of export earnings abroad is prohibited. Proceeds must be repatriated to India. वापिस आएगा पैसा इंडिया में. Next, which of the following statement regarding penalties under section 13 of FEMA are correct? A person contravening a provision under FEMA where the account is quantifiable may face a penalty up to 3 times of the amount involved. If the contravention is not quantifiable, the penalties may extend to 2 lakhs with additional of 5,000 rupees per day for continuing contravention. Acquisition of foreign assets exceeding the threshold under section 337A leads only to confiscation, not criminal proceedings. सी जो फर्स्ट टू है ये दोनों करेक्ट है, ये आपको लर्न करना है. यू हैव टू लर्न दिस. अगर अमाउंट क्वांटिफाइबल है तो जितना अमाउंट है उसका 3 टाइम्स. ठीक है. और अगर अमाउंट क्वांटिफाइबल है मतलब हम डिटरमाइन नहीं कर पा रहे कितना अमाउंट है, तो कितना 2 लाख रुपीज तक की पेनल्टी हो सकती है. और फॉर एवरी डेट इट कैन बी 5,000 रुपीज फॉर कंटिन्यूइंग कंट्रीवेंशन. लर्न कर लीजिए इसे प्लीज. फेमा के लिए यहाँ से क्वेश्चन आ सकता है फेमा में. When we are talking about not criminally prosecuting somebody, we can criminally prosecute. ठीक है. As per section 13 1A and 1C, acquisition of foreign assets above the threshold may attract confiscation as well as imprisonment. Making statement number 3 as incorrect. 1 and 2 are correct. C is the correct answer. Which of the following statement regarding penalty provisions under section 3 of FEMA are correct? Prosecution under FEMA for acquisition of foreign property is initiated only after the adjudicating authority and ED both record reasons for in writing. Imprisonment under section 13(1)(c) may extend up to 3 years along with monetary fine and specific contravention involving foreign property. हमने अभी भी पढ़ा है कि जेल हो सकती है, बट कितने साल की जेल है? इट इज अप टू 5 years, नॉट 3 years. इट इज अप टू 5 years. ठीक है. मेकिंग स्टेटमेंट नंबर 2 एज इनकरेक्ट. ए इज द करेक्ट आंसर. इम्प्रिजनमेंट मे एक्सटेंड अप टू 5 years. Which of the following statement correctly describes the adjudication and appellate procedure under FEMA? Adjudicating authority may confiscate properties that were converted from original assets in contravention, such as deposit or Indian currency. Appeal against the order of special director can be made to High Court even for factual disputes. We go to High Court or Supreme Court on the basis of law, not on the basis of fact. ठीक है. Making statement number 2 as incorrect. The appellate tribunal under FEMA is the same as the one constituted under SA FEMA after 2017 amendment. Yes, it is. Making 1 and 3 as correct. FEMA allows confiscation of converted assets such as bank deposit or Indian currency under section 13(2) explanation. Next question. Okay, now we have unit 11, that is Payment and Settlement System Act, a very commonly used act these days. ठीक है. Which of the following systems statements are correct as per PSSA? The PSSA 2007 empowers the RBI to establish a dedicated board for regulatory and supervision of payment and settlement system. Bank under PSSA includes both scheduled and post office savings. The definitions of electronic fund transfer exclude mobile banking and card based transaction. इलेक्ट्रॉनिक फंड ट्रांसफर की ना बहुत वाइड स्टेटमेंट है, ठीक है. अगर इलेक्ट्रॉनिक फंड में हम मोबाइल को ही हटा देंगे, विल दैट बी करेक्ट? विल दैट बी करेक्ट? चलो, गिव मी एन आंसर दिस क्वेश्चन प्लीज. Here, statement number 1 and 2 are correct. 3 is not. C is the correct answer. Which of the following statement accurately describes operational components or role under PSSA? A gross settlement system process multiplies payment instructions together, yielding a net payable amount. The term netting involves setting of obligations among participants, leading to a single net claim or obligations. Payment system includes credit card, debit card, and smart card operations, but excludes stock exchange. स्टेटमेंट नंबर देखो, जब ग्रॉस के बारे में बात करें ना, ग्रॉस रेफर्स टू इंडिविजुअल सेटलमेंट. ठीक है, ग्रॉस रेफर्स टू इंडिविजुअल सेटलमेंट ऑफ पेमेंट, नॉट नेटेड. और नेटेड क्या होता है? नेटिंग क्या होता है? एक प्रोसेस होता है सेटिंग ऑफ म्यूचुअल ऑब्लिगेशंस का, कि कितना अमाउंट पेबल है या कितना अमाउंट रिसीवेबल है, उसे जानने के लिए. Making statement number 2 and 3 as correct. 1 is not correct. B is the correct answer. चलिए, next question. Following statements relating to designated authority and board under PSSA are correct. The Payment Regulatory Board functions as statutory body under RBI and is chaired by Finance Minister of India. One of the member of Payment Regulatory Board is a person nominated by central government. The Deputy Governor of RBI of Payment and Settlement System is an ex officio member of Payment Regulatory Board. जो फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर है ना, वो नॉर्मल रेगुलेटरी बोर्ड्स के हेड नहीं होते हैं, ठीक है. व्हेन वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट पेमेंट सेटलमेंट बोर्ड ना, इनके हेड होते हैं गवर्नर ऑफ आरबीआई, नॉट द फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर ऑफ इंडिया. एंड देयर इज नॉट जस्ट वन मेंबर दैट इज नॉमिनेटेड फ्रॉम सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट, इट इज 3. ठीक है, मैं आपको कॉम्पनसेशन दिखा देती हूँ नेक्स्ट स्लाइड में. मेकिंग स्टेटमेंट नंबर 3 एज करेक्ट. सिर्फ स्टेटमेंट नंबर 3 करेक्ट है. चलिए, कॉम्पनसेशन पढ़ लेते हैं बोर्ड का. फर्स्ट इज गवर्नर ऑफ आरबीआई, चेयरमैन ऑफ बोर्ड. गवर्नर ऑफ आरबीआई के होते हैं, चेयरमैन होते हैं बोर्ड के. डेप्यूटी गवर्नर ऑफ आरबीआई इन चार्ज ऑफ पीएसएसए, ही इज अ मेंबर. वन आरबीआई ऑफिसर दैट इज नॉमिनेटेड बाय द सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट, क्या ये भी एक मेंबर है. एंड 3 to 5 एडिशनल मेंबर इज नॉमिनेटेड बाय द सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट. तो आरबीआई से कितने जने हैं? 1, 2, 3 आर फ्रॉम आरबीआई and 3 to 5, minimum 3, maximum 5 people from central government. So the board is comprised of 6 to 8 members. कितने members central government ने दिया उसके ऊपर डिपेंड करता है, ठीक है. Which of the following statement relating to designated authority and PSB under settlement PSSA are correct? The RBI performs regulatory and supervisory duties under PSSA, though through the Payment Regulatory Board. The board's meeting procedure, quorum, and powers are determined by rules prescribed under the Act. What is the correct answer? What is the correct answer? It is C. Both the statements are correct. है ना? The board meeting quorum, procedure and powers are determined by the rules prescribed under the Act. Which of the following statement regarding the regulations of changes to payment system and RBI supervisory powers are correct? A system provider can implement structural changes to payment system after providing a 30 days notice to participants without RBI approval. आप बिना RBI के approval के कोई भी काम नहीं कर सकते हैं, ठीक है? You have to take RBI's approval before making changes to any structural change. Before making any structural changes, RBI may waive the notice period to system participants if it serves monetary public or policy or public interest. Banks and system providers can impose a structure surcharge for using UPI, NEFT, or other modes covered under Section 269 SU of the Income Tax Act. So, when we're talking about the surcharge, are the surcharges allowed? Are the surcharges allowed? The surcharge as per Section 269 are not allowed. ठीक है, कोई स्पेसिफिकली चार्ज एक्स्ट्रा चार्ज नहीं लगाना अलाउड है. मेकिंग 2 एज द करेक्ट आंसर, मतलब स्टेटमेंट नंबर 2 करेक्ट है. लेट्स स्टार्ट विथ चार्ज. देखो 12, 13, 14 चार्ज से रिलेटेड है. चार्ज समझ आया अगर इफ यू नो व्हाट चार्ज इज, वेरी वेरी गुड. इफ यू डू नॉट नो, टेल मी इन द कमेंट सेक्शन, आई विल गिव यू अ ब्रीफ. क्योंकि नेक्स्ट 3 यूनिट्स सिर्फ चार्ज है. चार्ज कैसे क्रिएट होता है? चार्ज क्रिएट होता है वाई मॉर्गेज, प्लेज, हाइपोथिकेशन, एक्शनेबल क्लेम. ठीक है. सो आर यू वेल अवेयर अबाउट चार्ज? आपको डिटेल में पता है मॉर्गेज क्या होता है? हाँ जी, दीनानाथ जी, डू यू वांट मी टू गिव यू अ ब्रीफ रिगार्डिंग चार्ज? I'm starting with the MCQs then. Which of the following statement regarding charges and mortgage under the TPA are correct? ठीक है, देखो, please refer to the PDF provided. ठीक है. हाँ चले, give me a minute's time, let me come. देखो, transfer of property is given under section 5 of the TPA, which means act of conveying property from one living person to another living person. ठीक है. TPA में जो ट्रांसफर होता है that happens between the living persons only. Transfer should be of the future present property but not of the future property. मॉर्गेज जो है सेक्शन 58 में डिफाइंड है. देयर आर 6 टाइप्स ऑफ मॉर्गेजेस that are available that are given under ट्रांसफर ऑफ प्रॉपर्टी एक्ट. फर्स्ट इज सिंपल मॉर्गेज. सिंपल मॉर्गेज में नो पोजेशन इज डिलीवर्ड. ठीक है, यहाँ पे पर्सन अपने आप को पर्सनली लाइबल करता है कि आई विल मेक द पेमेंट. कोई प्रॉपर्टी नहीं दे रहा है, कोई प्रॉपर्टी का पोजेशन नहीं दे रहा है. दे आर सेइंग आई विल बी पर्सनली लाइबल, जस्ट टेक माई वर्ड फॉर इट एंड गिव मी लोन. मॉर्गेज बाय कंडीशनल सेल, सेकेंड टाइप ऑफ मॉर्गेज होती है मॉर्गेज बाय कंडीशनल सेल. इसमें हम एक नाम की सेल करते हैं, ऑस्टेंसिबल सेल करते हैं विद अ कंडीशन दैट ऑन रीपेमेंट डिक्लेयर द इनिशियल सेल एज नल और नल एंड वाइड. ठीक है, द इनिशियल सेल शुड बी डिक्लेयर्ड नल एंड वाइड as soon as the payment is made to you. Then the third type of mortgage is usufructory mortgage, in which we give the possession of the property to the other party and say आप इसको enjoy करो. You take the rent from the property, you take the profits from the property. Suppose I own a vegetable garden, a fruit garden. एक प्रॉपर्टी है जहाँ पे फ्रूट लगे हुए हैं, ठीक है, आई से जो भी इस प्रॉपर्टी के फ्रूट्स एंड वेजिटेबल्स आएंगे ना, यू सेल देम इन द मार्केट एंड गेट द वट एवर प्रॉफिट्स दैट आर जनरेटेड फ्रॉम इट, वट एवर मनी दैट यू रिसीव, appropriate that amount to the mortgage money. आप उसे अपने पैसे लेके समझ लेना कि that is your money that I am paying you back, ठीक है. The property possession is given, यहाँ पे property का possession दिया जाता है. usufructory mortgage में property का possession is the essence. Then we talk about English mortgage. Here we absolutely transfer the property. This property belongs to you, and we impose a condition that जब मैं आपको पैसे दे दूंगा ना, you please sell that property back to me. You sell that property back to me. I am giving you my property. I am selling your property, and I'll give you some amount after some times. आपकी जो जितने में मैंने आपने मेरे से खरीदी है, जितने में आपने मेरे से प्रॉपर्टी लिया, I'll give you that amount with interest maybe, and you give that same property back to me. Here the person, the mortgager is making himself personally liable. तो दो सिचुएशन है जहाँ personally liable होते हैं mortgager. The first situation is in simple mortgage and the second is English mortgage. Next sort of mortgage is mortgage by deposit of title deed. This is also known as equitable mortgage. अभी तक हमने जितनी भी mortgage पढ़ी है एंड इसके बाद जो 6 तरह की mortgage है इसमें भी all sorts of mortgages are required to get registered. Registration होगी हर mortgage deed की. Every mortgage deed needs to get registered. But equitable mortgage एक इकलौती mortgage है जिसमें आपको registration की need नहीं है. Why? Because जो title deed होते हैं, जो property के documents होते हैं, already registered होते हैं. And जिसके पास के documents हैं उसकी वो property है. We do not need to get it registered. इसमें क्या करते हैं, पर्सन अपनी प्रॉपर्टी के डॉक्यूमेंट्स और मॉर्गेजी के पास डिपॉजिट करा देते हैं एंड प्रॉपर्टी के वे अगेंस्ट मनी ले लेते हैं. ओके, दिस यूजुअली हैपेंस विद बैंक. यूजुअली बैंक में मॉर्गेज बाय टाइटल डीड होती है, ठीक है. नेक्स्ट, एनालिमस मॉर्गेज. इसमें क्या होता है, इट इज अ कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ 2 और मोर मॉर्गेज. यूजुअली ना इससे रिलेटेड क्वेश्चन आते नहीं है, बट एनालिमस मॉर्गेज पता होना चाहिए बिकॉज ना कभी कभी क्वेश्चन आ जाता है कि व्हाट इज एनालिमस मॉर्गेज, इज दिस टर्म दिस लाइन डिफाइनिंग एनालिमस मॉर्गेज, एंड वहीं पता चल जाएगा, कॉम्बिनेशन से आपका आंसर पता चल जाएगा कि दिस स्टेटमेंट इज करेक्ट और नॉट, एंड यू विल बी एबल टू यूज एलिमिनेशन मेथड. राइट ऑफ मॉर्गेजर एंड मॉर्गेजी क्या होता है, मॉर्गेजर के पास राइट होता है. मॉर्गेजर कौन होता है, बोरोवर, जिसने पैसे लिए हैं, प्रॉपर्टी रखवाई है गिरवी, ठीक है. ही हैज द राइट टू रिडीम, प्रॉपर्टी वापस लेने की राइट. द पर्सन हैज द राइट टू गेट द प्रॉपर्टी बैक. When we talk about the mortgage, the person who is giving the money against the property, that person has the right to foreclose, that is sell the property, get the property in their own name, sell the property and get the money recovered basically, ठीक है. अब चार्ज जो है सेकंड टाइप का, चार्ज की डेफिनेशन करते हैं. चार्ज इज सिक्योरिटी इंटरेस्ट क्रिएटेड ऑन इमूवेबल और मूवेबल प्रॉपर्टी, ठीक है. इससे क्या होता है, रिकवरी राइट्स मिल जाती है. द पर्सन हु इज गिविंग द मनी ना गेट्स द रिकवरी राइट. मॉर्गेज के अलावा देर इज सेकेंड टाइप ऑफ सेकेंड फॉर्म ऑफ चार्ज, दैट इज प्लेज, in which we give the possession of the movable goods. Mortgage किस पे होती है, इमूवेबल प्रॉपर्टी पे होती है. प्लेज किस पे होती है, मूवेबल प्रॉपर्टी पे होती है. प्लेज में वी गिव द गुड्स टू द पर्सन, द बैंक, क्योंकि हम बैंक से रिलेटेड पढ़ रहे हैं तो लेट्स टॉक बैंक. वी गिव द मूवेबल गुड्स टू द बैंक एंड एज सिक्योरिटी एंड टेक मनी अगेंस्ट इट. सपोज आई गिव माई गोल्ड टू द बैंक एंड टेक मनी अगेंस्ट इट. दिस इज नोन एज प्लेज. ओनरशिप जो है बोरर की ही रहेगी, बट पोजेशन किसके पास है, क्रेडिटर, दैट इज द बैंक. नेक्स्ट इज क्रेडिटर जो है, इधर क्रेडिटर को व्हाट वी कॉल द क्रेडिटर, क्रेडिटर इज कॉल्ड एज द प्लेजी और द पॉनी, लास्ट में डबल ई, ठीक है. एंड द पर्सन जो लोन ले रहा है उनको हम कहते हैं प्लेजर और पॉनर. जब ओ आर है मतलब क्रेडिट एक्ट कर रहा है, दैट पर्सन इज इनिशिएटिंग. ऑफरर, ऑफरी, प्लेजर, प्लेजी, डबल ई और ओ आर से डिफरेंशिएट कर सकते हैं. The first party is the OR1 and the second party is the WE1, ठीक है. नेक्स्ट इज हाइपोथिकेशन. हाइपोथिकेशन जनरली होता है इन द केस ऑफ लोन्स टेकन ऑन मूवेबल व्हीकल्स, व्हीकल्स पे ली जाता है यूजुअली या स्टॉक पे. हाइपोथिकेशन में व्हाट वी डू इज वी डू नॉट ट्रांसफर द प्रॉपर्टी इज विद मी. द गुड, इसमें मैं चार्ज कर रही हूँ मूवेबल प्रॉपर्टी पे, प्रॉपर्टी की जो पोजेशन है वो मेरे पास है, बट प्रॉपर्टी है बैंक की. जैसे जब मैं कार लोन, सपोज आई टेक अ कार लोन फ्रॉम बैंक, बैंक गिव्स मी मनी अगेंस्ट द कार, ठीक है. द प्रॉपर्टी इज इन माई पोजिशन, आई एम यूजिंग द कार, ठीक है, एंड आई एम पेइंग EMIs ऑन द डेली मंथली बेसिस. ओनरशिप पोजेशन दोनों मेरे पास है, बट बैंक के पास क्या है, राइट है टू टेक अवे दैट प्रॉपर्टी पोजेशन फ्रॉम मी इफ आई डू नॉट मेक द पेमेंट टू बैंक ऑन टाइम. ये मेजर रिस्क होता है बिकॉज बोरोअर कभी भी प्रॉपर्टी, मतलब सपोज मेरे पास कार लोन है, मैंने कार बेच दी और मैंने बैंक को पैसे नहीं देना चाहिए, फिर बैंक कैसे निकालेगा पैसे, ठीक है. सो इट इज अ मेजर रिस्की थिंग. हाइपोथिकेशन इज अ बिट रिस्की कंसेप्ट, बट होता ही है. नेक्स्ट इज असाइनमेंट. असाइनमेंट क्या होता है, जब आप अपना एक्शनेबल क्लेम को ट्रांसफर करते हो, व्हेन यू ट्रांसफर योर एक्शनेबल क्लेम, व्हेन यू ट्रांसफर योर एक्शनेबल क्लेम, ठीक है. एक्शनेबल क्लेम जैसे अनसिक्योर्ड डेट के अगेंस्ट आपको मनी मिलता है. असाइनमेंट यूजुअली होता है व्हेन यू गिव अवे योर इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसी, you take this insurance policy, give me my money. If suppose I give my life insurance policy, not insurance policy, life insurance policy, I sell my life, assign my life insurance policy to bank, you take this money, if I die, give me money on basis of this life insurance policy, if I die you take the money, ठीक है. LIC असाइनमेंट डेट्स होती हैं और बुक डेट्स होते हैं. बेसिकली क्या है, असाइनमेंट्स में ना यू डू नॉट नीड टू गिव द नोटिस टू द अदर पार्टी. मेरी LIC पॉलिसी है, मैं किसी को भी दे सकती हूँ, ठीक है. आई कैन टेक क्रेडिट ऑन इट्स बेसिस, आई डू नॉट नीड टू नोटिफाई द अदर पार्टी. बट अगर मैं चाहूँ, मतलब सी इट इज लीगल, वी शुड नोटिफाई द अदर पार्टी, बट इफ वी डू नॉट, इट इज ओके, नोबडी कैन सू अस फॉर दैट, ठीक है. एक्शनेबल क्लेम होता क्या है, एक्शनेबल क्लेम इज अ डेट अदर देन सिक्योर्ड, secure, when we do not secure the debt, it is known as unsecured debt, and that unsecured debt is known as actionable claim, ठीक है. Let's start with the MCQs now. Which of the following statement regarding charge and mortgage under TPA are correct? The charge refers to a right or interest created by a borrower or guarantor over an asset in favor of lender as security for a loan. The method of creating a charge depends primarily on the amount of loan sanctioned by the lender. Mortgages are applicable when immobile property like land and buildings are offered as security. Mortgage हमेशा immobile property पे होती है. Yes, A is the correct answer. Very good. Next question. Which of the following statement regarding charge and mortgages under TPA are correct? As per section 58A of TPA, a mortgage involves transfer of ownership of property to mortgagee. The mortgager. Ownership दे रहे हैं क्या हम? Mortgage में are we transferring the ownership? Mortgage. तो अगर हम ownership दे रहे हैं तो हम सेल कर रहे हैं, है ना? How is that transfer of rights? सेल बोल देते हैं, mortgage क्यों बोलेंगे मुझे फिर? A mortgage is created to secure the payment of loan or performance of an obligation giving rise to pecuniary liability. Question number 2 is on the screen. Give me the answer for this. The answer is B. Statement number 1 is not correct. 2 is correct. Which of the following statement are correct with respect to simple mortgage and mortgage by conditional sale? अभी में हम लोग already difference पढ़ के आए हैं. The simple mortgage, possession of the property is transferred to the mortgagee until repayment. Simple mortgage requires a personal covenant to repay and allow the mortgagee to sue for sale of property through court. In a mortgage by conditional sale, the sale becomes absolute automatically on default of payment. Nothing is automatic in law. Nothing is automatic. किसी की राइट अपनी राइट बनाने के लिए ऑटोमेटिकली कुछ नहीं होता है. आपको कोर्ट जाना पड़ेगा अपने राइट में कोई फेवर को लेने के लिए, ठीक है. Suppose somebody slapped me on the face. क्या मैं उसके लिए उसको डायरेक्टली जेल में डाल सकती हूँ? आई हैव टू गो टू कोर्ट एंड आई हैव टू फॉलो द प्रोसेस ना. For every right of my getting infringed by anybody, I need to go to court. Okay, if somebody wants to take away my right of owning a property, nothing becomes absolute. You have to reach out to the court. Making statement number 2 as the only correct option. C is the correct answer. ठीक है, सिंपल मॉर्गेज में हम पोजेशन नहीं देते हैं, हम पर्सनली बाइंड करते हैं. We personally bind ourselves. Which of the following statements are correct with respect to simple mortgage and mortgage by conditional sale under TPA? In mortgage by conditional sale, foreclosure is permitted but not sale. A mortgage by conditional sale becomes valid even if the condition is not documented in writing. हाँ जी. When we are talking about mortgage by conditional sale, ठीक है, फॉर ऑलरेडी सेल हम कर चुके हैं, ठीक है, उस सेल को अपने नेम में फाइनलाइज कराना है. तो फोरक्लोजर इज परमिटेड बट नॉट सेल, दैट इज करेक्ट. और कंडीशनल सेल वैलिड होगी इफ द कंडीशन इज नॉट डॉक्यूमेंटेड इन राइटिंग. इवन अगर हमारे को सारे मॉर्गेज डीड को राइटिंग में करना कंपल्सरी है. A is the correct answer. Identify the correct statement regarding usufructory and English mortgage. In a usufructory mortgage, the mortgagee gets legal possession and can appropriate rent towards the loan. Usufructory mortgage creates personal liability of the mortgagor to repay the debt. या तो मैं प्रॉपर्टी दे रही हूँ तो मैं अपने आप को पर्सनली लाइबल तो नहीं करूंगी. तो स्टेटमेंट नंबर 1 and 2 आर कॉन्ट्राडिक्टरी टू ईच अदर. In an English mortgage, the mortgagor transfers the property absolutely but retains the right to get it reconveyed on repayment. है ना, ये हम पढ़ के आए बेबी. The answer is A. Statement number 1 and 3 are correct, 2 is not. Which of the following statement about equitable and anonymous mortgage are accurate? An equitable mortgage is created by depositing title deed with intent to secure a debt. Equitable mortgage require registration in all notified town to be valid. An anonymous mortgage refers to a mortgage that is a mixture of two recognized type of mortgage. देखो इससे में पता चल गया स्टेटमेंट नंबर 3 करेक्ट है ना. इससे में पता चल गया स्टेटमेंट नंबर 3 करेक्ट है. Yes, very good. A is the correct answer. Very, very good. Equitable mortgage do not require registration if title deeds are deposited in notified town. Which of the following statement correctly represent legal provisions related to priority and enforcement of mortgage under Indian law? जो पहले रजिस्टर करा देगा उसको प्रायोरिटी मिल जाएगी. This is the law. So whoever gets the charge registered first will get the priority. Under Section 47 of the Registration Act, a document operates from the date of execution, not registration. A mortgage created earlier but registered later can still have priority over one created later but registered earlier. Yes, it does because you have registered it earlier. मैंने एक mortgage करा property, एक charge create करा on 1st of December and उसको register कराया मैंने on 20th of December. मैंने मेरी प्रॉपर्टी ए ही प्रॉपर्टी है, ठीक है. मैंने फर्स्ट मॉर्गेज करी मॉर्गेज 1. मैंने सेम प्रॉपर्टी पे मॉर्गेज 2 क्रिएट करी ऑन 5th of December एंड मॉर्गेज जिसके पास मैंने मॉर्गेज करी दैट पर्सन गॉट रजिस्टर्ड द सेम ऑन 6th of December. ठीक है, रजिस्टर करा ली. जिसने पहले रजिस्टर कराई उसको प्रायोरिटी मिलेगी, ठीक है. दैट मेक्स सेकेंड मॉर्गेज को प्रायोरिटी मिलेगी. दैट मेक्स mortgage created earlier but registered later can still have priority. Can it have priority? Prior mortgage by deposit of title deed can lose priority to a subsequent registered mortgage as per section 50. प्रायर इक्विटेबल मॉर्गेज, देखो इक्विटेबल मॉर्गेज में हम रजिस्ट्रेशन नहीं कराते हैं, अब किसे प्रायोरिटी मिलेगी? अ प्रायर मॉर्गेज बाय डिपॉजिट ऑफ टाइटल डीड कैन लूज प्रायोरिटी। देखो जब हम जिस मॉर्गेज में लॉ कह रहा है कि आपको रजिस्ट्रेशन की नीड नहीं है, दैट इज इक्विटेबल मॉर्गेज, अगर वो पहले करी है, ठीक है, तो उसकी ही प्रायोरिटी रहेगी, बिकॉज लॉ अबव ऑल, लॉ अबव ऑल। ये एक्सेप्शन हमेशा फॉलो करता है सिर्फ और सिर्फ इक्विटेबल मॉर्गेज के केस में, सिर्फ, मेकिंग स्टेटमेंट 1 एज द ओनली करेक्ट ऑप्शन। Prior equitable mortgage is not affected by subsequent registered mortgage. This is explicitly protected under Section 48 of the Registration Act. Next. A. Amit, a businessman owes multiple debt to XYZ bank. 1,50,000 अंडर ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटीज। देखो अगर आपने मल्टीपल लोन्स ले रखे हैं तो आपको इंस्ट्रक्शंस देने पड़ेंगे बैंक को कि किस तरीके से उस अमाउंट को यूज़ किया जाए, किस तरीके से अमाउंट को यूज़ किया जाए। इफ़ यू डू नॉट गिव इंस्ट्रक्शंस देन द बैंक कैन यूज इट एज इट्स थिंक फिट, ठीक है, और द बैंक कैन इक्वली डिवाइड दिस अमाउंट इनटू ऑल सॉर्ट्स ऑफ लोन्स इक्वली, और सबको सबके अगेंस्ट उनको अप्रोप्रिएट कर सकती है। चलिए ठीक है, 1.5 lakhs as an overdraft facility granted in 2018 barred by limitation, मतलब इसके ऊपर आप केस नहीं कर सकते। 2 lakhs as term loan taken in 2021, EMI due every month. 75,000 under credit card balance outstanding to 2022. 1 lakh under working capital loan disbursed in 2023. 50,000 as interest due on term loan accumulated over 5 months. On 1 June लमसम पेमेंट होती 2 लाख की, बैंक को इंस्ट्रक्शंस नहीं दिए अमित ने, बैंक अपने हिसाब से अप्रोप्रिएट करेगा, एंड उसने सबसे पहले टाइम बार ओवर डेट की तरफ इसको फैसिलिटी को करा फॉरवर्ड किया, एंड टुवर्ड्स द क्रेडिट कार्ड बैलेंस, ठीक है। Which of the following statement are correct in the context of Indian Contract Act appropriation rules? The bank is within its right to apply the payment to the time barred overdraft as per Section 60. Since Amit did not specify appropriation, the bank cannot allocate funds at its own discretion. The payment should have been applied proportionately to all debts as per Section 61. If neither party has appropriated, the payment would be applied in chronological order of debt. The Clayton rule supports the principle that appropriation must follow the first debt incurred. What will be the correct answer? The correct answer here is C. Statement number 1, 4 and 5 are correct, 2 and 3 are not. Okay? Mr. Y, a mercantile agent, pledges goods belonging to Mr. Z to DEF Bank. Mr. Y was in possession of the goods with Z's consent for sale purpose. DEF Bank accepts the pledge in good faith. Meanwhile, Mr. Z claims that Mr. Y had no authority to pledge the goods separately. Mr. Y default and DEF Bank issues a notice and sells the pledged goods. Mr. Y argues that bank should have waited longer. Consider the following statement. Which of the following statements are correct in this context? The pledge by Mr. Y is valid since he was a mercantile agent acting in ordinary course and DEF Bank acted in good faith. DEF Bank's sale is invalid since Mr. Z was the actual owner. DEF Bank is not required to issue two separate notices before the sale. Mr. Y retains the right to redeem the goods even after the notice but before actual sale. DEF Bank is required to return any surplus released from sale to Mr. Y. here statement number 1, 3, 4 and 5 are correct. ठीक है. 2 is not. Why? Ownership lies with Mr. Z, but a valid pledge can be created by mercantile agent. ठीक है. मर्केंटाइल एजेंट वैलिड प्लेज कर सकते हैं, ये उनके पास राइट होती है. ठीक है. So this overrides owner's claim if pony acts without knowledge or in restriction that pledge is valid, making A as the answer. XYZ Agrotech, a joint stock company running a rice mill, availed working capital finance from ABC Bank as security. XYZ offered its raw material inventory and semi-processed goods without handing over possession to the bank. A registered hypothecation agreement was signed, creating a floating charge over current assets, with a clause stating that possession would be handed over when demanded by the bank. जब possession मांगेंगे तब दे दिया जाएगा. Later, due to wage arrears, the Labour Commission initiated proceedings to auction machinery and goods allocated at the rice mill premises. ABC Bank intervened, citing their interest, the secure interest in the hypothecated goods and opposing the sale. कि मेरे पास the goods belong to us. Which of the following statement best explains the legal and operational principle of hypothecation applicable in the above case? Hypothecation creates a legal charge over movable property without transferring ownership or possession to the lender. Is this what statement of hypothecation is? Is this the definition of hypothecation? Upon delivery of possession by the borrower, on the creditor's demand, hypothecation can transform into pledge. Hypothecation over movable property of a joint stock company requires no registration under law, hence cannot serve as a constructive notice to third party. In the case of default, the bank cannot claim ownership over hypothecated assets unless physical possession was earlier transferred. The bank as a secured creditor under hypothecation has priority over the claim of unsecured debtors, even in enforcement proceeding, even wage recovery. देखो hypothecation क्या है? एक secured बैंक क्या है यहाँ पे? secured creditor है. ठीक है. क्यों है बैंक यहाँ पे secured creditor? Because बैंक के पास charge है. Bank has the hypothecation in their own favor. ठीक है. And they will have a better position over the title of anybody else. Whereas when we talk about statement number, hypothecation एक legal charge over movable property without transferring ownership of the possession to the lender. Yes, it does, है ना? बिल्कुल hypothecation यही होता है. Hypothecation creates an equitable charge, not a legal charge. Hypothecation देखो ये word सिर्फ एक word है ये legal, इसकी वजह से statement हो गई है incorrect. Hypothecation एक equitable charge create करता है, not a legal charge. Statement number 2 is correct because possession देते ही hypothecation pledge बन जाएगा. Possession जैसे ही चली जाएगी, possession ही तो एक main sense है pledge और hypothecation को जो differ कर रहा है. Hypothecation over movable property requires no registration. क्यों? It does require registration. Statement number 4 is also incorrect. Why? Okay. While possession is not as initially with the bank, the secured interest still exists with the bank. Okay. And this was, they are not the unsecured creditor. They have the right as secured creditors. They will get the priority over the unsecured creditors. Making statement number 2 and 5 as correct. C is the correct answer. ABC Bank has an ongoing banking relationship with various clients. Zeta is handling multiple customer accounts while varying relationship. In each of the following scenario, assess whether the right of set-off can be illegally and operationally exercised by the bank at the given time. Choose the correct option regarding availability and conditions under which the bank can invoke the right of set-off. Mr. Sharma has a credit balance of 5 lakhs in his current account. Set off करा जा सकता है कि नहीं. ठीक है. इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन है, ऐसा क्वेश्चन आपको एग्जाम में देखने को 100% मिल सकता है, ठीक है। मिस्टर शर्मा हैज अ क्रेडिट बैलेंस ऑफ 5 लाख। देखो सेट ऑफ कब होता है, सेट ऑफ होता है एक अकाउंट का दूसरे अकाउंट में ओनली एंड ओनली इफ, ओनली एंड ओनली जब सेम पर्सन हो दोनों साइड, ठीक है, एंड एट सेम लेवल हो, ठीक है। Mr. Sharma has a credit balance of 5 lakh in the current account and also has a demand loan of 3 lakhs with the bank. The due date of repayment has not arrived yet. जब पेमेंट की डेट ही नहीं आई, क्या उस अमाउंट को सेट ऑफ किया जा सकता है? नहीं. Next, Miss Rani is a partner in Messrs. Jewel Associates and had a credit balance of 2 lakhs in her personal saving account. The partnership firm has a debit balance of 5 lakh. उसका खुद का पर्सनल अकाउंट में देयर आर क्रेडिट, बट पार्टनरशिप फर्म के अकाउंट में देयर इज मनी. क्या ये सेटअप हो सकता है? नहीं. क्यों? क्योंकि सेम लेवल पे नहीं है दोनों. वन इज पार्टनरशिप अकाउंट where other people have rights to, and one is personal account where this Rani has the right. ABC Trader is sole proprietor run by Mr. Karan. His personal account shows a debit balance of 1 lakh and his proprietor current account shows a credit of 1.5 lakh. ये सेटअप हो सकता है. क्यों? क्योंकि पर्सनल अकाउंट है दोनों, चाहे एक सेविंग है करंट है. दिस कैन बी सेट ऑफ. द जॉइंट अकाउंट हेल्ड बाय मिस्टर ए and Mr. B has a credit balance of 3 lakhs. Mr. A has a personal loan outstanding with bank. Joint account में यहाँ पे सिंगल है, ए और बी, यहाँ पे बी का भी राइट है. क्या बी और ए, बी का राइट ओवरराइड कर सकता है? यहाँ पे बी का राइट को हटा सकते हैं? नहीं, सेट ऑफ नहीं हो सकता यहाँ. Mr. Raj is a trustee operating a trust account that holds 4 lakhs in credit. The trustee owns account. Show a debit balance. ट्रस्टी की तरह अकाउंट और एक पर्सनल लोन है, दो अलग बात है, दो अलग पोजीशंस में. यहाँ पे भी सेट ऑफ पॉसिबल नहीं है. कहाँ पे सेट ऑफ परमिसिबल नहीं है? कहाँ पे सेट ऑफ परमिसिबल नहीं है? हर जगह परमिसिबल नहीं है एक्सेप्ट 3. दैट इज डी इज गोइंग टू बी द करेक्ट आंसर. डी इज गोइंग टू बी द करेक्ट आंसर, है ना. अब यूनिट 14 है, यहाँ पे मॉड्यूल बी खत्म हो रहा है. ए बी सी ये हम ऑलरेडी कर चुके हैं, आप एक बार रीड कर लो, इट विल बी क्लियर. ठीक है, जस्ट गो हेड, गिव इट अ रीडिंग. द करेक्ट आंसर इज डी. सिर्फ स्टेटमेंट नंबर 3 इनकरेक्ट है, बाकी करेक्ट है. विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग आर करेक्ट विद फिक्स्ड एंड फ्लोटिंग चार्जेस. फिक्स्ड एंड फ्लोटिंग चार्जेस का डिफरेंस क्या होता है? फिक्स्ड एंड फ्लोटिंग चार्जेस में डिफरेंस क्या होता है? ठीक है, फिक्स्ड चार्ज मतलब चार्ज विच इज क्रिएटेड ऑन अ स्पेसिफिक आइडेंटिफाइबल एसेट, जैसे लैंड, मशीनरी, बिल्डिंग. फ्लोटिंग एसेट क्या होता है? फ्लोटिंग एसेट मतलब जो एसेट, फ्लोटिंग चार्ज क्या होता है? जो वो चार्ज जो क्रिएट होता है एक एसेट पे जो चेंज होता रहता है, जैसे स्टॉक्स, रिसीवेबल्स, ये चेंज होते रहता है फ्रॉम टाइम. स्टॉक हमेशा स्टैग्नेंट नहीं रहता, स्टॉक चेंजेस तभी तो पैसे आएंगे. ठीक है, स्टॉक चेंजेस. क्या लैंड और बिल्डिंग चेंज हो सकते हैं? नहीं. तो जब जो चीज़ फिक्स्ड है नेचर में वो उस पर लगता है फिक्स चार्ज, जो चीज़ चेंजेबल है नेचर में उस पर लगता है फ्लोटिंग चार्ज. ठीक है, फिक्स चार्ज के असेट्स को अगर उस पर चार्ज हुआ है, फिक्स चार्ज हुआ है किसी एक असेट पे, तो उसके लिए लेंडर की कंसेंट चाहिए बिफोर सेलिंग दैट. ठीक है, सपोज मेरे पास मैंने एक मॉर्गेज क्रिएट करा है इमोबल प्रॉपर्टी पे. अगर मैं उस मॉर्गेज प्रॉपर्टी को सेल करना चाहती हूँ तो जिसने मुझे पैसे दिए हैं, द क्रेडिटर, आई नीड टू टेक परमिशन ऑफ दैट पर्सन फर्स्ट. बट फ्लोटिंग चार्ज में कंपनी कैन डील विद असेट्स. कब तक कंपनी डील कर सकती है एसेट के साथ? टिल द कंपनी वाइंड्स अप, company ceases to carry the business, और there is a crystallization event अगर crystallization event अगर मीन्स लिक्विडेशन प्रोसेस स्टार्ट हो गया बेसिकली, कि अब कंपनी के जो चार्जेस हैं, जो कंपनी है उसमें कोई चेंजेस नहीं होगा, जो असेट्स हैं, जो स्टॉक्स है वो सेम रहेंगे. अब nobody can interfere with that, nobody can sell this anymore. Crystallization event means the company is getting dissolved and the floating charge becomes fixed charge. Floating charge fixed charge रहेगा. Registration of charge is done with the registrar of the company. When a charge gets registered, it becomes valid and is enforceable. That means when you do not register a charge, it is unenforceable against the liquidator. वैसे enforceable है, बट आप चार्ज कराओगे तो आपकी प्रायोरिटी है. अगर आप चार्ज को रजिस्टर नहीं करा रहे हैं तो आपको भी अनसिक्योर्ड डेटर की तरह ही माना जाएगा, क्रेडिटर की तरह ही माना जाएगा. ठीक है. Which of the following statement are correct? क्वेश्चन पढ़ लीजिए प्लीज. A fixed charge is created over specific property and restricts the company from dealing with the property without the creditor's consent. A floating charge initially allows the company to deal freely with the charge asset until the charge crystallizes upon a triggering event. तो फिक्स चार्ज किस पे होता है? फिक्स्ड प्रॉपर्टी पे होता है, जैसे लैंड एंड बिल्डिंग. फ्लोटिंग चार्ज किस पे होता है? स्टॉक्स पे, है ना. हम ऑलरेडी पढ़ के आए. और स्टेटमेंट नंबर 1 and 2 करेक्ट है इससे. तो 1 and 2 जहाँ साथ में दे रखा है वो रखेंगे हम, बाकी हम एलिमिनेट कर देंगे. इससे हमारा स्टेटमेंट नंबर बी और ऑप्शन नंबर बी एंड सी एलिमिनेट हो गया. लेट्स सी स्टेटमेंट नंबर 3, 4, 5. ठीक है. वंस अ फ्लोटिंग चार्ज क्रिस्टलाइजेस इट बिकम्स फिक्स्ड एंड टेक्स प्रायोरिटी ओवर ऑल अदर चार्ज. फ्लोटिंग चार्ज क्रिस्टलाइज हो जाता है तो फिक्स बन जाता है बट डजंट टेक प्रायोरिटी, मेकिंग स्टेटमेंट नंबर 3 एज इनकरेक्ट. तो जहाँ पे 3 मेंशन है इनकरेक्ट हो गया. लिविंग एज विद डी, बट हम बाकी स्टेटमेंट्स भी एक बार पढ़ेंगे. Floating charge generally covers both present and future assets of the company and do not fasten it as specific asset without crystallization. क्यों? क्योंकि प्रॉपर्टी आज में स्टॉक चेंज हो रहा है. कभी मेरे पास स्टॉक 10 लाख का था, कभी 5 लाख है, कभी 15 लाख का है. ठीक है. तो it is about, it is on the asset that I have right now or I'll acquire in the future. Appointment of receiver by a debenture holder may result in crystallization because we are going for liquidation. That means crystallization हो जाएगा. अब कंपनी आगे काम नहीं करेगी. Which of the following statement correctly describes the legal implication and procedure related to registration and non-registration of charge under Companies Act and its amendments? An unregistered charge will be ignored by liquidator appointed under the Companies Act or IBC during liquidation and the creditor will be treated as unsecured creditor. जो आप unregistered रखोगे चार्ज को, आपको creditor unsecured माना जाएगा. क्यों? क्योंकि आपने रजिस्टर नहीं कराया. आपके पास चांस था कि आप अपने आप को प्रायोरिटी दिला पाओ बट आपने नहीं दिलाया. If a company fails to register a charge, the charge holder may independently apply for its registration and recover registration fees from the company. When two charges exist in same asset, the earlier registered charge takes precedence over the later registered charge. ठीक है. जो unregistered charge है वो क्यों प्रेसिडेंट लेगा? जो पहले रजिस्टर होगा उसकी प्रायोरिटी होगी. मेकिंग 3 एज इनकरेक्ट. तो जहाँ पे भी 3 मेंशन है लेट्स एलिमिनेट दैट. और जहाँ पे 1 and 2 देखो दोनों में कॉमन है 1 and 2, तो 1 and 2 ठीक है. लेट्स सी 4th and 5th. Section 82 exempts that intimation of full satisfaction of charge must be given to registrar within 30 days, extendable up to 300 days with additional fees. Under Section 80, any person acquiring property subject to re-registered charge shall be deemed to have constructed notice of that charge. Here, statement number 4 and 5 are also correct, making C as the correct answer. हमारा मॉड्यूल बी खत्म हो चुका है. नाउ वी हैव मॉड्यूल सी ऑन आवर हैंड्स एंड अ 5 minutes ब्रेक. ठीक है. अ 5 minutes ब्रेक. विल मीट आफ्टर 5 minutes. चले, let's start. रिजर्व बैंक ऑम्बुड्समैन स्कीम, ठीक है, यहाँ से मॉड्यूल सी स्टार्ट हो रहा है. विल ट्राई टू वाइंड अप इन नेक्स्ट 1 hour. Which of the following statement regarding evolution and coverage of integrated ombudsman scheme are correct? The scheme becomes effective from November 12, 2021, replacing 3 earlier ombudsman scheme into one consolidated scheme. The scheme covers all primary urban cooperative banks, regardless of their deposit size. NBFCs with customer interference and assets of 75 crores and above are mandatorily covered under the scheme. Credit information companies, as defined under the relevant regulations, are also included as regulated entities under Integrated Ombudsman Scheme. The scheme applies only to entities regulated by Reserve Bank, Banking BR Act. At any moment you find you need a gist of such unit, just let me know in the chat section. Chale. Till then, give me the answer. So when we are talking about the Reserve Bank Integrated Ombudsman Scheme now, okay, this scheme came basically to strengthen the redressal mechanisms of the bank. Okay, to be this basically want to ensure that there is no partiality and with the customers, and there is a fair treatment with the customers. It reduces the complaint escalated to RBI's banking ombudsman, and the bank, if the banks do not act properly, you can reach out to the ombudsman. First, initially what you need to do is you need to file an application to the bank. अगर बैंक आपकी बात नहीं सुन रहा है तो आप ombudsman के पास जा सकते हैं. 30 days का टाइम देते हैं हम बैंक को कि आप रिप्लाई कर दो. 30 days के अंदर एक एप्लीकेशन देते हैं. बट अगर नहीं बैंक रिप्लाई करते हैं तो यू हैव 1 year ऑफ टाइम टू रीच आउट टू द ombudsman. ठीक है, तो the ombudsman will hear the complaint and will eventually decide on the matter. ठीक है, अब deficiency of service क्या होता है? Deficiency of service means, see, basically it is not defined कि deficiency in services होता क्या है, but deficiency of service हर कस्टमर के ऊपर डिपेंड करता है कि उसके लिए सर्विस कम है. ठीक है, ombudsman award up to 20 lakh rupees for actual losses and up to 1 lakh rupees for mental agony and harassment. आपको ये टर्म्स याद रखने हैं. 20 लाख की जुरिस्डिक्शन है and 1 lakh for mental agony. The complaint to RE must be filed within 1 year of the cause of action. Cause of action will arise when the RE does not give a reply within 30 days. ठीक है, and the appeal to whom can we appeal after ombudsman? If we are not satisfied with the reply of ombudsman, we can appeal to the deputy governor of RBI. Next, chale, let's start. Let's come back to the question. So here the answer is A. Statement number 1 and 4 are correct. बाकी कुछ भी correct नहीं है. ठीक है, see why urban primary cooperative banks with a deposit of 50 crores and above are covered, and when we talk about NBFCs, the limit is 100 crores, whether they accept deposit from the customer or not. The scheme applies. The scheme applies to entities under multiple acts, not just the BR Act. It applies to the entities under RBI Act, to BSSA, to this different monitor related acts. Which of the following statement related to terminologies and definitions under Integrated Ombudsman Scheme are correct? Deficiency in service refers only to the service that caused monetary loss to the customer. So what if customer is not satisfied? Customer face a hardship in reaching out to the bank. So it is not just monetary losses. So wherever we have written 1, let's eliminate that. Now 3 is common and 4 is common, making 3 and 4 as correct. Just read कर लेते हैं हम इन दोनों को. Settlement under the scheme may be achieved through facilitation, conciliation and mediation. Yes, it can be. A system participant is defined under BSSA and not the same as system provider. System provider and participant दो different people, दो different होते हैं. System provider मतलब the person who is providing the services. Participant मतलब who is receiving the services. The term bank includes entities like State Bank of India, RRB, but exclude bank in resolution or winding up. Authorized representative must be advocates or legal professionals formally appointed to represent the complaint. So when we are talking about these schemes now, where we do not require a lawyer to be present. Why? हम चाहते हैं customer खुद आए. Why do we do not require the customer to invest in the lawyer fees and everything. If the customer is facing any issue, he can file the complaint directly. Making statement number 2 as incorrect, 5 is correct, so 3, 4, 5 is correct. B is the correct answer. Which of the following statement represent the structure and functioning of RBI and CAIIB are correct? The appointment of ombudsman and deputy ombudsman by RBI is fixed for 5 years. RBI can set up ombudsman offices at any location it deems fit and allow sitting to be held elsewhere as needed. CRPC is responsible for receiving, scrutinizing, and initially processing complaints under Ombudsman scheme. Complaint via email or post to an RBI office must be redirected to CRPC for further processing. Staffing and operational cost of both RBI, Ombudsman and CRPC are to be borne by regulated entity. See, these costs are not to be borne by regulated entities. They are to be borne by RBI. They are borne by RBI. फिफ्थ जहाँ पे मेंशन है उसे इनकरेक्ट कर देते हैं. 2, 3 दोनों में कॉमन है. Either 1 is correct or 4 is correct. Just tell me that. What do you think will be the correct option? What will be the correct option? The correct answer here is statement number 4 correct है. 1 is not. ठीक है? 1 is not. Tenure is not exceeding 3 years. यहाँ पे 5 mentioned है. ठीक है? Complaints जो भी आरबीआई के पास आते हैं हम सीआरपीसी को फॉरवर्ड कर देते हैं क्योंकि सीआरपीसी ही इस मैटर पे हेयर करता है. Which of the following condition would render a complaint non-maintainable or ineligible under RBI Ombudsman scheme? The complaint concerns the outsourcing. The complaint concerns the outsourcing contract between bank and the vendor. यहाँ पे ना सिर्फ RBI Ombudsman scheme में हम सिर्फ बैंक एंड कस्टमर की बात करते हैं. ठीक है? The complainant receives a reply from the RE in 45 days after filing the complaint. तो 30 days का टाइम होता है प्लस 15 days उन्होंने एक्स्ट्रा ले लिया. You can file a complaint after 1 year and 15 days. Yes, you can because यहाँ पे उन्होंने 15 days extra लिया है, so you will be given 15 days extra as well. The matter in the complaint is already under adjudication by the consumer court. The complaint is submitted by the advocate on behalf of the relative who is not a lawyer. Again, we do not involve lawyers. A complaint is against the service outside RBI regulatory purview. RBI की purview से बाहर है, तो क्या यहाँ पे हम जा सकते हैं? Can we reach out to RBI? Ombudsman? सच देखो ये नॉन मेंटेनेबल है, ये भी नॉन मेंटेनेबल है, ये भी नॉन मेंटेनेबल है क्योंकि कंज्यूमर कोर्ट में है, ये मेंटेनेबल है क्योंकि टाइम पीरियड के अंदर है, और ये भी नॉन मेंटेनेबल है क्योंकि ये वेंडर और बैंक के बीच में है. दैट मेक्स 1, 3, 4, 5. दैट इज बी इज द करेक्ट आंसर. ठीक है? नाउ वी हैव MSME एक्ट. Which of the following statement related to MSME are correct? The Act became operational on 2nd October 2006 and covers both manufacturing and services enterprises. The manufacturing enterprise must engage in producing goods listed under Schedule 2 of the Industrial Development and Regulation Act. Schedule 2 नहीं, Schedule 2 of this Act नहीं. देखो, अगर manufacturing, मैंने एक specifically Act बनाया है ना, a specific Act has been made. So why will we bring this Act? ठीक है, बिकॉज इंडस्ट्रीज की जो मैनेजमेंट एक्ट है उससे ही हम सारी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग देखते हैं, एंड इट इज नॉट शेड्यूल 2, इट इज फर्स्ट शेड्यूल. मेकिंग स्टेटमेंट नंबर 2 एज इनकरेक्ट. तो जहाँ पे भी 2 मेंशन है हम उसे एलिमिनेट करेंगे तो सी हमें पता चल जाएगा करेक्ट है, बट वी विल रीड ऑल द स्टेटमेंट्स. सर्विस एंटरप्राइज अंडर द एक्ट मस्ट नेसेसरली प्रोवाइड फाइनेंशियल और आईटी सर्विस. जरूरी नहीं है, इट कैन बी एनी सॉर्ट ऑफ सर्विस. इट इज नॉट सपोज टू बी जस्ट फाइनेंस और आईटी सर्विस. MSME redefined हुआ है after Atmanirbhar package. Yes, the amount has been changed. The act is applicable only to enterprises involved in export-oriented activities. No, it is not. The 1 and 4 are correct. Identify the correct date. Correct statement about MSME Development Act. Appointed day क्या होता है? It means actual delivery day. It does not mean actual delivery day. Buyer is a person who receives the goods or services for free. Buyer is a person who receives the goods or services for consideration. Board means National Board of MSME under Section 3. Yes, it does. Supplier includes micro and small industries that has filed memorandum under Section 8(1). Goods means goods and acts exclude movable property. Goods की definition ही immovable property होती है. Exclude कैसे कर सकते हैं? B is the correct answer. Next, which of the following statement, ये तो याद करना है, 2.5, 25 and 125. Micro, small, medium, turnover 10, 100, 500. ये तो आपको लर्न करना ही है, और ये दोनों मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और सर्विसेज पर ऐसा वो लगता है, तो ऑल द स्टेटमेंट्स आर करेक्ट. ये 2020 की नॉर्म्स है, 2025 के नॉर्म्स है. 2020, 2025. लर्न 100%. Next. Which of the following statement correctly describes the functions and provides provisions related to advisory committee under MSME? The advisory committee operates under the chairmanship of Secretary, Ministry of MSME. The committee comprises of fixed 10 members with all being central government officer. ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. Central government officers होना कोई personal requirement नहीं है. It is, the composition is different. We'll see in the answer. The committee may recommend classification standards for enterprises based on factors such as investment, employment, and technology upgradation. The advisory committee plays no role in advising state government on MSME Act rules. अगर वो advisory है, why can it not advise state government? Member Secretary of National Board of MSME also serves as the Member Secretary of Advisory Committee. Correct answer for this will be A. 1, 3 and 5 are correct. 2 and 4 are not. Yeah, क्यों? देखो. The committee includes 5 central government officers, 3 state representatives, and 1 from each micro, small, and medium enterprises. The committee can advise state government, including composition of visitation council. Next. Which of the following are true rendering delayed payment under MSME Act? Maximum credit period can be agreed in writing between the buyer and supplier is 45 days. It is not 45 days. ठीक है? Oh, sorry. It cannot exceed 45 days. Maximum credit period can be agreed in writing. ठीक है? Section 15 में specifically बोला है कि 45 days से ज़्यादा आप नहीं कर सकते. 45 days से ज़्यादा आप नहीं कर सकते. Even if the contract allows longer credit term, the buyer cannot delay payment beyond 60 days. अरे 45 days ही rule है. 45 days से अब rule ही नहीं है. उसके बाद penalty लग जाएगी. In the case of delayed payment, the buyer must simply pay simple interest at twice the bank rate. It is not simple interest, it is compound interest. The interest liability of delayed payment is compounded monthly and at 3 times the bank rate. Yes, it is 3 times the bank rate. So third and fourth में fourth is correct, third is not. It is 3 times compound interest, 3 times the bank rate. Second statement लिखा है simple interest 2 times the bank rate. No, it is 3 times the bank rate. And compound. Section 16 overrides any agreement that attempts to reduce or waive the interest liability. Yes, it does. Section 16 has overriding effect even if an agreement provides otherwise, making C as the correct answer. Let's start with SARFAESI. Important act. SARFAESI, DRT, important acts हैं, ठीक है. इससे हम थोड़े से ज़्यादा क्वेश्चंस करेंगे. Which of the following statement regarding SARFAESI are correct? SARFAESI Act empowers secured creditor to enforce security interest without court intervention. It applies only to security created after 21st June 2002. Creditors who are not classified as secured creditors can also use SARFAESI provisions. The Act does not apply where the security interest is created on agricultural land. For the enforcement provisions to apply, the due amount must be at least 20% of the principal and interest. Do you want me to give you an overview of SARFAESI Act? Let's. I haven't received any reply for the same, so let's move to the answer now. The answer is C. 1, 4, and 5 are correct. Next, identify the correct statement in relation to constitutional validity and scope of SARFAESI. The Act was initially challenged in the Supreme Court in the case of Mordia Chemical versus Union of India. Section 17(2) mandates 75% deposit, which was upheld. It was not upheld. 75 को strike down करके 50% कर दिया था. The applicability of SARFAESI extends to entire India. Housing finance company notified under central government fall under the ambit of SARFAESI. The Act applies even when the amount is less than 1 lakh. It does not. Statement number 5 incorrect है. Statement number 2 incorrect है. 1, 3, 4 ठीक है. B correct है. Next, which of the following statement relate accurately to the provisions of ARC and appellate tribunal under SARFAESI? DRAT can reduce the mandatory deposit of appeal from 50 to 25% on sufficient grounds. Only a company registered with SEBI can undertake asset reconstruction activity under SARFAESI. Asset reconstruction means acquisition of bank loans or interest for purpose of recovery. No asset reconstruction company can function without a registration certificate from the RBI. DRAT is constituted under Companies Act. If we constitute DRAT under Companies Act, why do we need DRT Act? इससे स्टेटमेंट नंबर 5 इनकरेक्ट हुआ एंड हमें सीधा सी एज एन आंसर दिख गया. ठीक है. नेक्स्ट, which evaluate the following statement in the context of SARFAESI Act and select the correct option. Quote: the recovery of debt due to banks and financial institutions is applicable only when the outstanding amount owed to the bank and financial institutions are less than 20 lakh rupees. It is more than 20 lakh rupees. More than 20 lakh rupees पे लगता है. जैसे ही more than 20 lakh बोलूंगी और यहाँ पे less than 20 lakh लिखा है, स्टेटमेंट नंबर 1 हो गई इनकरेक्ट. अब अगर हम रूल ऑफ एलिमिनेशन देखेंगे तो A भी कट हो गया और B भी कट हो गया. 2, 4, 5 दोनों में कॉमन है. Now we have to just see statement number 3. As per the amended Central Registry rules, filing of security interest details with SARFAESI now has a time limit of 30 days. ये जो SARFAESI जो amendment के बाद ना 30 days का लिमिट हटा दिया गया है. मेकिंग थर्ड एज इनकरेक्ट. सी इज द करेक्ट आंसर. हाँ जी दीनानाथ जी. You want to say something, Dinanath ji? Okay, it is okay. Mhm. Hypothecation refers to charge on immovable property. So आपने read कर लिया होगा question. Let's move to the answer. C is the correct answer. Statement number 2 and 4 are not correct. Which of the following statement correctly describes concepts defined under SARFAESI? Obliger includes anyone liable to pay the originator or discharge obligations regarding the financial asset, even if the obligation is contingent. Property under the Act includes patent, receivable, debts, and other intangible assets. Only tangible assets can be considered as property. Tangible, intangible, दोनों आता है. Act broadens the scope of property to include rights to receive payment, whether secured or unsecured. An obliger necessarily has to be a borrower under the loan agreement. The answer here is, जैसे ही 3 हमने पढ़ा, 3 incorrect है. A is the right answer because intangible और tangible दोनों आता है. Which of the following statement correctly describes the legal and operational framework governing securitization by asset reconstruction companies? Asset reconstruction company can start securitization without any minimum capital requirement. एसेट रिकंस्ट्रक्शन कंपनीज का क्या होता है? टू मेक द डेट्स गुड, है ना, बैंक से डेट खरीदना. सो दे हैव टू हैव एटलीस्ट 2 करोड़ और हायर. ये हायर कैसे होगा? आरबीआई चेंज कर देते हैं अमाउंट. तो अभी फिलहाल इट इज 2 करोड़. 2 करोड़ कम से कम उनका नेट ऑन फंड होने चाहिए. नेक्स्ट इज, upon acquisition of financial assets, ARC becomes legal owner and assumes the role of the lender. Yes, they do. Why? Because now they have the right, and they have the property. On acquiring the financial asset, the ARC step in the shoes of the lender as they have paid to the bank, and the money has now gone from ARC's pocket. Securitization involves converting financial assets into tradable securities, typically in the form of security receipts. Again, correct. Indian law traditionally has no provision in respect of transfer of mortgage backed up loans, which was changed by SARFAESI. SARFAESI से जो इंडियन लॉ में प्रोविजनल चेंजेस हुए मॉर्गेज से ट्रांसफर ऑफ क्लेम सिक्योर्ड टू मोबाइल मॉर्गेज, ये आए थे. मेकिंग स्टेटमेंट नंबर 4 एज करेक्ट टू. नेक्स्ट इज, द कंसेप्ट ऑफ सिक्योरिटाइजेशन इज लॉन्ग स्टैंडिंग. 4 में बोल रहे हैं न्यू कंसेप्ट है, 5 में बोल रहे हैं न्यू लॉन्ग स्टैंडिंग है. Before SARFAESI, that is not correct. Statement number 5 incorrect है. A is the correct answer. Which of the following statement correctly relate to fundraising and issuance of security receipts under ARC? The security receipts can be issued to retail investors who meet minimum financial literacy standard. Separate accounts must be maintained by ARCs for each schemes formed to acquire financial assets. Trusts are deemed to be created for every scheme, making ARC the trustee and investor the beneficiaries. Qualified buyers hold 60% or more of the security receipts, can compel a meeting and enforce decisions. In case of liquidation of ARC, trust held funds are shielded and distributed to investors on priority. लिक्विडेशन में, ठीक है, ARC की लिक्विडेशन में जो ट्रस्ट हेल्ड फंड्स होते हैं दे आर प्रोटेक्टेड, What will be the correct answer here? The threshold here is written 60%, but the answer is 75%. Qualified boys को 75% कम से कम होना चाहिए और more, ठीक है. Making statement number 4 as incorrect, 5 correct है, ठीक है. अब we have to see minimum literacy rate के बारे में. पहली बात, individuals ना they are barred from investing in ARC. Making statement number 1 as incorrect, B is the correct answer. Individuals are barred from investing in security receipts due to complexity of the risk. Next question. The threshold for calling a meeting is 75%, not 60%. Which of the following statements are correct regarding registration requirements and legal treatments of security receipts issued by ARC? Security receipts giving undivided interest in financial assets do not require compulsory registration under Registration Act. If the security receipts involves transfer of interest in immovable property, it must be registered under Section 8. All types of security receipts, whether involving movable or immovable property, are exempted from registration requirements. ARC must compulsorily register every security receipts with the registrar of the company under the Companies Act. Exemption from registration applies only if the security receipt does not alter legal rights in immovable property. What is the correct answer? The correct answer here is D. 1, 2 and 5 are correct. 3 and 4 not. ये generally exempted होते हैं, ठीक है, exempted from registration requirement. It is wrongful exemption. पहली बात, all types of security receipts, क्या इनको रजिस्ट्रेशन की नीड नहीं होती? क्या मैं मॉर्गेज को रजिस्टर नहीं कराऊंगी? क्या मैं प्लेज को रजिस्टर नहीं कराऊंगी? हाइपोथेकेशन को रजिस्टर नहीं कराऊंगी? आई विल. दिस इज अ नेसेसिटी, ठीक है. व्हाई? टू गेट अ प्रायोरिटी. नेक्स्ट, फर्स्ट ऑफ द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट रिगार्डिंग द रोल ऑफ CMM एंड DM इन एडिंग सिक्योर्ड. देखो, सिक्योर्ड क्रेडिटर्स क्या होते हैं? दे what they do is they approach to CMM and DM so that they do not take the law in their own hands, ठीक है. They do not take the law in their own hands. एक बार आप क्वेश्चन रीड कर लीजिए प्लीज. See, statement number 1, 3 and 5 are correct. 2 and 4 are not. Why? There is no requirement that the secured creditor must first seek permission from the tribunal. They can directly approach to CMM or DM. The action taken by CMM or authorized officer for taking possession cannot be questioned in the court. Which of the following statement about the filing of transaction with SARFAESI are correct? Every transaction involving securitization, asset reconstruction, or creation of security interest must be filed with Central Registry under section as per section 23. It is suggested that we should to get priority. The central government can mandate registration of past transaction existing before the Central Registry was set up. Forms and fees for registration of security interest are determined by the Central Registrar through notification. The requirement for register different types of security trust on various properties can be enforced via government notification. Transactions are to be registered free of cost to prompt ease of doing business under SARFAESI. See, हम ना एक फीस लेते हैं रजिस्ट्रेशन की. We take a fees for registration. There is nothing free of cost when we record the transactions. जैसे ही हमने पता चला फिफ्थ गलत है, सब एलिमिनेट हो गया. C is the correct answer रह गया. Let's start with Recovery of Debt and Bankruptcy Act. Any doubt till now? Which of the following statement regarding the recovery of DRT Act, let's call it RDB Act, are correct? The act was introduced primarily to address delay and insufficiency in recovery of debt by banks and financial institutions through regular courts. So let me give you a gist about this act. Okay? Let me give you a gist. This act came in force on 24th of June 1993. ठीक है? इसमें amendment हुआ 2016 में, and we added the provisions related to bankruptcy of individuals and partnership in this. So when we talk about the insolvency and bankruptcy of partners and individuals, वो इस act के अंदर आएंगे. But when we talk about the bankruptcy and insolvency of companies and LLPs, it will come in insolvency and bankruptcy code, जो इसकी next unit है. ठीक है? इस एक्ट का काम क्या था? फटाफट जो ट्राइब्यूनल टू रिकवर द loans due to banks and financial institutions expeditiously. ठीक है? And to reduce the civil courts burden. Debt मतलब क्या होता है? Any liability claimed as due by bank or financial institutions during business operation, whether secured or unsecured. बैंक में क्या क्या आएंगे? बैंक में बैंकिंग कंपनीज आएंगी, सेबी, एसबीआई आएगा, सब्सिडरी बैंक्स आएंगे, कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स आएंगे, पब्लिक बैंक्स आएंगे, प्राइवेट बैंक्स आएंगे, ऑल सॉर्ट्स ऑफ बैंक्स. फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशंस में क्या क्या आएगा? LIC हो गया हमारा, पब्लिक फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशंस लाइक LIC, कंपनीज एक्ट, IFCI, द कंपनीज दैट आर मेड अंडर कंपनीज एक्ट, नॉट द कंपनीज एक्ट. ठीक है? We have two tribunals under this. One is Debt Recovery Tribunal and the second is Debt Recovery Appellate Tribunal. The jurisdiction for DRT is the DRTs have power to entertain and decide applications for bank and recovery for debts of 20 lakhs or more, and the DRAT hears appeal against DRT order. कॉम्पोजिशन क्या रहता है? DRT में देर इज DRT और DRAT दोनों में सिर्फ एक पर्सन है. द DRT is of just one person, the DRAT is consist of just one person. DRT में the head is the person who is subsiding the officers, presiding officer. He can have a tenure of 5 years and up till the age of 65 years. Whereas we talk about the DRAT, that person is known as the chairperson, and he can have the tenure of 5 years until the age of 70 years. अब जो क्वालिफिकेशंस क्या होंगे? प्रिसाइडिंग ऑफिसर की क्या क्वालिफिकेशन है? He should be in the legal services as a judge. He should, or a presiding officer. He should be a district judge, basically a qualification of a district judge. He should be holding a qualification of a district judge. Whereas when we talk about the DRAT, the qualification should be of a high court. ठीक है? Or he should be a presiding officer of any DRT for at least 3 years. अपील में फ्रॉम DRT टू DRAT. सपोज यू आर DRT पे सिर्फ और सिर्फ बैंक जा सकते हैं. थोड़ा हमने बैंक के लिए बनाया है ये ट्राइब्यूनल. So if a case has to be filed in DRT, it has to be filed in the name of bank. The bank can only reach out to the DRTs. An individual cannot go to DRT. सबसे पहला केस DRT का फाइल होगा बाय द बैंक. ठीक है? Now if you want to go in appeal from the order of DRT, you can go in appeal to DRAT within 30 days. Within 30 days of the order from DRT. DRT के order से 30 दिन के अंदर आप अपील में जा सकते हो DRAT के पास. Initially Mordia Chemical Limited में ना it was कि 75% of the deposit has to be deposited with the DRAT. But this amount got reduced from 75% to 50%, and even this 50% can be reduced to 25% if DRT wants. If DRT thinks कि this they should, it will put a deterrence effect on the customer. DRAT का डिसीजन हमेशा फाइनल होता है और बाइंडिंग होता है. चलिए, let's start with the case. Let's start with the MCQ. The act was introduced The act was introduced primarily to address delay and inefficiency in the recovery of debt by finance banks and financial institutions through regular courts. The Delhi High Court initially upheld the constitutional validity. सबसे पहले चैलेंज दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट में था. दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट ने बोला था कि it is unconstitutional. This act is unconstitutional. फिर सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बोला कि नहीं, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल है, स्पेशल प्रोविजंस बनाए जा सकते हैं. नेक्स्ट इज सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने अपहेल्ड किया था DRT mechanism under this act applies uniformly to all banking institutions including cooperative banks. The act was amended in 2019 to include provisions related to insolvency and bankruptcy. The answer is B. Statement number 1, 3 and 5 are correct. Which of the following are correct regarding finality of orders constituting a DRT or DRAT? No order of central government appointing any presiding officer or chairman of tribunal can be challenged on any ground. क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट का ऑफिसर गवर्नमेंट ऑर्डर है, वी कैन नॉट चैलेंज दिस ऑर्डर ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट. दैट गवर्नमेंट हैज मेड दिस ऑर्डर अंडर its powers. Proceedings before the tribunal or appellate tribunal can be invalidated if there is a defect in their constitution. ऐसे नहीं है, प्रोसीडिंग्स वैलिडेट रहेंगी चाहे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन नॉट प्रॉपरली हुआ, डिफेक्ट हुआ कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में. प्रिसाइडिंग ऑफिसर और चेयरपर्सन कैन नॉट बी रिमूव्ड फ्रॉम द ऑफिस अनलेस एन ऑर्डर इज पास्ड बाय द सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ऑन मिसबिहेवियर और इनकैपेसिटी. दिस इज अगेन ट्रू. 1 and 3 are correct. B is the correct answer. Which of the following statement correctly describes the power of chairperson of appellate tribunal? The chairperson can transfer one case from one PO to another without giving prior notice to the parties. The chairperson may convene periodic meeting of POs to assess their performance. If misbehavior is proved, actions can be taken. A is the correct answer. Statement number 1 is not correct. Okay? Case can be transferred, but only after giving notice to the parties. Next. Which of the following statement regarding the bar of civil court jurisdiction under the DRT Act are correct? Civil court loses jurisdiction over debt recovery claim of rupees 20 lakh and above only from date the DRT was enacted. DRT enact होने से नहीं, हम देखते हैं DRT establish कब हुआ. जैसे DRT Act came, ठीक है, in 1996. 3. एक्ट आया, कोर्ट सिविल कोर्ट में चल रहा था, केस सिविल कोर्ट में था. बस आ गया एक्ट और ट्राइब्यूनल बना 1994. Just because the act came, will the case be finished from the civil court? बस एक्ट आ गया, इस वजह से अब सिविल कोर्ट की राइट से खत्म होगी जुरिस्डिक्शन. नहीं, जब तक ट्राइब्यूनल नहीं बनेगा तब तक सिविल कोर्ट्स की राइट है. जिस दिन ट्राइब्यूनल बन जाएगा उस दिन सिविल कोर्ट्स की जुरिस्डिक्शन खत्म हो जाएगी, उस दिन. ठीक है, तो High Court or Supreme Court retains their jurisdiction. Yes, they do. Civil court's order passed after the commencement of DRT, but before DRT was established is valid. Yes, it is. जब तक DRT नहीं आएगा, ट्राइब्यूनल ही एग्जिस्ट नहीं करेगा, तब तक इसकी प्रोसीडिंग्स चलती रहेंगी और जो भी इसने बोला है वो ठीक रहेगा. सिविल कोर्ट का काम चलेगा एंड सिविल कोर्ट की जुरिस्डिक्शन रहेगी एंड सिविल कोर्ट का ऑर्डर रहेगा. Making 2 and 3 as correct. C is the correct answer. Next. Which of the following statement regarding tribunal's jurisdiction and interim order under section 19 of DRT are correct? The tribunal can attach their defendant's property only after final order is passed and recovery certificate is issued. The conditional attachment order can be passed if tribunal is satisfied that the defendant is likely to cause damage to the property. Tribunal can detain a person in civil prisons for non-compliance with the interim order, but only after giving him opportunity of being heard. Yes, he can. तो जहाँ जब 3 जो सभी मेंशन है तो 3 वैसे भी सही है. Next is a tribunal can appoint a receiver even before issuing a recovery certificate. A attachment order passed without fulfilling the conditions of section 719 are void. स्टेटमेंट नंबर 1 के अलावा सारे पॉइंटर्स ठीक है. ट्राइब्यूनल कैन अटैच द डिफेंडेंट्स प्रॉपर्टी ओनली आफ्टर फाइनलिटी ऑफ ऑर्डर. ट्राइब्यूनल कैन पास इंटरिम एंड कंडीशनल अटैचमेंट even before finality of order. We have insolvency and bankruptcy code now. एक इसमें waterfall mechanism है. Please read this. चलिए, let's move to the question. Alpha Infracron Private Limited, a real estate development company, has defaulted on payment to multiple parties. The company had taken the following financial arrangements and transactions over the past few years. 30 crore raised through the issuance of secured non-convertible debentures subscribed by bank and NBFCs. 10 crore collected from allottees in the residential real estate project for flats to be constructed. 5 crores. देखो, we have two sorts of creditors. One is financial creditor. देखो, 30 crores raised through issuance of debentures. तो यहाँ पे क्या मिला? Financial assistance. They are financial creditors. 10 crores to allottees, again financial creditors. 5 crores of unpaid bill of steel and cement procured. This is operational credit. 1 crore dues pending towards GST bill. जो गवर्नमेंट के ड्यूज होते हैं वो भी ऑपरेशनल क्रेडिट होते हैं. The derivative contract entered with foreign hedge funds to hedge interest rate fluctuation, now showing a negative of 50 lakh rupees. Next, 3 crores in loan raised under a hire purchase agreement for heavy construction machinery accounted for lease finance. 2 crores paid as earnest money via buyer under a forward sale agreement yet to be developed commercial plot. Which of the following the company has CIRP started, मतलब insolvency process start हो गई है basically. Which of the following statement are treated as financial creditors? Financial creditor किसे हम मानेंगे? ठीक है, तो बैंक्स एंड NBFCs, बैंक्स तो लोन देते हैं कैश के बदले कैश, तो दे आर फाइनेंशियल क्रेडिटर्स. होम लोडीज फाइनेंशियल क्रेडिटर्स. सीमेंट वाले सीमेंट दिया है, सामान दिया, ऑपरेशन क्रेडिटर, गवर्नमेंट ऑपरेशन क्रेडिटर. बायर्स हु एंटर इन फॉरवर्ड सेल एग्रीमेंट, पैसे दिए हैं, फाइनेंशियल क्रेडिटर. नाउ कौन कौन है फाइनेंशियल क्रेडिटर? 1, 2 and 5. D is the correct answer. Next, which of the following statement correctly relate to the concept of insolvency, bankruptcy and operational debt? Insolvency क्या होता है? A status, a state where you do not have money to repay the debt. बैंक्रप्सी क्या है? बैंक्रप्सी इज लीगल डिक्लेरेशन ऑफ इंसॉल्वेंसी। कोर्ट से डिक्लेयर करवा लिया आपने आपको इंसॉल्वेंट, तो आप बैंकरप्ट हो। इंसॉल्वेंसी क्या है? जब आप पैसे नहीं दे पा रहे हो। तो दो डिफरेंट टर्मोलॉजीज हैं। इंसॉल्वेंसी क्या है? सिचुएशन है वेर यू आर अनएबल टू पे द डेट। बैंकरप्सी इज लीगल डिक्लेरेशन। ऑपरेशनल डेट मीन्स जो गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज से मिलता है, ठीक है, एंड गवर्नमेंट यूज। तो व्हाट विल बी द करेक्ट आंसर हियर? द आंसर इज डी, ठीक है। CAIRP के लिए देखो 66% याद रखेंगे हम, ठीक है। हम अगर CAIRP में जाना चाहते हैं 66%, वी वांट टू गो इन CAIRP, वी वांट 66% ऑफ क्रेडिटर्स कमिटी टू अप्रूव दिस। विड्रॉ करना चाहते हैं, वी नीड 90% वोट फ्रॉम COC, ठीक है। टू गो वी नीड 66%, टू विड्रॉ वी नीड 90%। यहाँ पे 100% अप्रूवल लिखा है, ये है स्टेटमेंट गलत। यहाँ पे 90% लिखा है, ये स्टेटमेंट है करेक्ट। इनिशियली the initial time is 180 days plus 90 days up to 330 days including legal time, legal proceedings में जो time लगा है, ठीक है। it is 180 days, maximum 330 days। पब्लिक अनाउंसमेंट होगा हमेशा IRPs लाने से पहले। मेकिंग 2 as incorrect, C is the correct answer। इजी क्वेश्चन है, एक बार आप रीड कर लीजिएगा PDF डाउनलोड करके। ये क्वेश्चन देख लेते हैं एक बारी, ये अच्छा है, वाटरफॉल मैकेनिज्म के ऊपर है क्वेश्चन, ठीक है। इंसॉल्वेंसी रेजोल्यूशन एंड लिक्विडेशन कॉस्ट, IRP कॉस्ट, सबसे पहले इसे पेमेंट करेंगे। इट विल गो ऑन 1। वर्कमैन ड्यूज फॉर 20-30 मंथ्स प्रायर टू लिक्विडेशन इज 2 करोड़। ABC लिक्विडेशन में जा चुके हैं, 8 करोड़ इनकी सेल से आया, लिक्विडेटर ने 8 करोड़ रिलीज कराया असेट की सेल से। वर्कमैन ड्यूज नंबर 3 पे आते हैं। सिक्योर क्रेडिटर्स नंबर 2 पे आते हैं, बट सिक्योर क्रेडिटर्स में भी 2 टाइप्स ऑफ क्रेडिटर्स है। सिक्योर क्रेडिटर 1, इन्होंने सिक्योरिटाइज प्रॉपर्टी को रिलीज करा लिया है और 50 लाख रुपीज ले लिए अगेंस्ट 1 करोड़ 20 लाख, ठीक है। तो 70 लाख रुपीज इनको भी हमने फिर भी पेमेंट करनी है। सिक्योर क्रेडिटर 2 एंड 3, इन्होंने रिलिंक्विश कर दिया अपनी सिक्योरिटी और इनका कंबाइंड क्लेम है 2.5 करोड़ का। Since they have relinquished their security, they will come on the same footing as workman dues, ठीक है। वर्कमैन ड्यूज के सेम फुटिंग पे होंगे। एम्प्लॉइज की सैलरी ये भी 3 पे आएंगी, एम्प्लॉइज की सैलरी 3rd नंबर पे होगी। एम्प्लॉइज की सैलरी दैट इज अनपेड फॉर 10 मंथ्स, इट इज 12 मंथ्स का रूल है, 12 मंथ्स तक की अनपेड सैलरी, और यहाँ है 24 मंथ्स का रूल, 24 मंथ्स की अनपेड वर्कमैन ड्यूज। अनसिक्योर्ड फाइनेंशियल क्रेडिटर्स ये आते हैं नंबर 4 पे। देन इनकम टैक्स एक्ट, द इनकम टैक्स ड्यूज दिस कम ऑन नंबर 5। रिमेनिंग डेट नंबर 6 पे आता है और डिवेंचर होल्डर्स, सॉरी शेयर होल्डर्स नंबर 7 पे आता है। दिस इज द वाटरफॉल मैकेनिज्म। अब द पर्सन जिसने अपना असेट को रिलीज करा लिया है, दिस पर्सन विल कम ऑन 6, ही विल गेट द अमाउंट इफ ऑन एज अ रिमेनिंग डेट। रिमेनिंग डेट के पॉइंट में आएगा। ये 1 2 3 4 5 6 क्या कह रही हूँ मैं, आप कंफ्यूज हो रहे होंगे, राइट। ये 1 2 3 4 5 6 इस चार्ट के बेसिस पे कह रही हूँ। फर्स्ट इज in insolvency resolution process, that comes on 1, secure creditors on 2, workmen dues for 24 months at 3, employees dues for 12 months, unsecured creditors for at number 4, government dues for 2 years at number 5, remaining net at number 6, and shareholders at number 7. Do you get this concept now? ठीक है। अब इस स्टेटमेंट्स को पढ़ेंगे हम। फुल पेमेंट ऑफ IRP मस्ट बी मेड बिफोर एनी क्लेम्स, येस इट शुड बी, तो 1 इज करेक्ट। तो जहाँ पे 1 नहीं है उसे हमने एलिमिनेट कर देंगे, हमने डी को कर दिया एलिमिनेट। सिक्योर क्रेडिट 2 एंड 3 को सेम एट पैरी पासो देंगे हम, वर्कमैन कॉम्पनसेशन के साथ बिल्कुल देंगे। तो जहाँ पे 2 नहीं है उसे एलिमिनेट कर देंगे, तो लेट्स एलिमिनेट दिस। 1 एंड 2 करेक्ट है, 5 और दोनों में सेम है तो 5 भी ठीक है। लेट्स सी 3 एंड 4। प्रेफरेंस होल्डर्स शेयर होल्डर्स विल रिसीव क्लेम बिफोर ऑपरेशनल क्रेडिटर्स, नो दे विल नॉट। प्रेफरेंस शेयर होल्डर्स को हमेशा लास्ट में पेमेंट मिलेगी, और 4 कहीं पे दे ही नहीं रखा है, ठीक है। 0.5 करोड़ शॉर्टफॉल टू SC1 हु एनफोर्स सिक्योरिटी इंटरेस्ट रैंक बिलो अनसिक्योर्ड फाइनेंशियल क्रेडिटर, यस दे विल कम इन द टर्म ऑफ रिमेनिंग डेट। अगर पैसे बचेंगे तो इनको पैसे दे दिए जाएंगे। सो 1 2 3 एंड 5 आर करेक्ट, बी इज द करेक्ट आंसर। ऐसे क्वेश्चन देखने को आपको एग्जाम में मिलेंगे, बिकॉज ये थोड़े कॉम्प्लेक्स क्वेश्चन है, एंड हर the exam is not going to be easy. After seeing today's question paper, the exam is not going to be very easy. Next question. क्वेश्चन अटेम्प्ट करने से अच्छा है मैं आपको दो चीज बता देती हूँ यहाँ पे। फर्स्ट इज फास्ट ट्रैक का टाइम कितना है, फास्ट ट्रैक इंसॉल्वेंसी एंड प्री पैकेज इंसॉल्वेंसी में क्या टाइम लिमिट्स है, ठीक है। फास्ट ट्रैक प्रोसेस टू बी completed within 90 days होता है, with an extension of 45 days, with an extension of 45 days। प्री पैकेज इंसॉल्वेंसी को ये सिर्फ MSMEs पे लगता है, जिस हैज टू बी completed within 120 days, this has to be completed within 120 days। फास्ट ट्रैक to be completed within 180 days without exception, नहीं, it is not 180 days, it is 90 days with an extension of 45 days। तो स्टेटमेंट नंबर 1 हो गई इनकरेक्ट। जैसे ही स्टेटमेंट नंबर 1 इनकरेक्ट हुई वैसे ही मेरे सारे ऑप्शंस इनकरेक्ट हो गए, एंड डी इज द करेक्ट आंसर। वी हैव बैंकर्स बुक एविडेंस एक्ट, ठीक है। बैंक के जो रिकॉर्ड्स होते हैं वो हमेशा एक दे आर यूज्ड एज what they are used as certified copies, so that these can be presented in the banks, okay, they can be presented in the courts to get evidence, to act as an evidence, ठीक है। which of the following statement are correct with respect to applicability and key definitions of bankers book evidence act? The act do not apply to reserve bank, it सारे bankers book evidence act हर तरह के बैंक पे लगता है। इससे स्टेटमेंट नंबर 1 हो गई इनकरेक्ट। स्टेटमेंट नंबर 1 इनकरेक्ट होते ही BNC कट गया है। 3 एंड 4 दोनों में कॉमन है, 3 एंड 4 दोनों में कॉमन है, हम नहीं पढ़ेंगे बिकॉज वी हैव लिमिटेड टाइम ऑन आवर हैंड्स, आप अपने आप पढ़ सकते हैं। बैंकर्स बुक इन्वॉल्व इंक्लूड बुक रिकॉर्ड्स ओनली इन रिटन फॉर्मेट, रिटन में भी हो सकता है, इन इलेक्ट्रॉनिक फॉर्मेट में भी हो सकता है। इससे स्टेटमेंट नंबर 2 हो गए एलिमिनेट, ए ऑप्शन एलिमिनेट हो गया, डी इज द करेक्ट आंसर। Identify which of the following are accurate concerning certified copies as evidence under Bankers Book Evidence Act. A certified copy must be signed by branch manager of any office or any officer of the bank. It is not branch manager, ठीक है, branch manager नहीं sign करते हैं, they are signed by principal accountant or the manager of the bank, ठीक है। जैसे ही फर्स्ट हमारी इनकरेक्ट हो गई है, जैसे हमारी फर्स्ट इनकरेक्ट हुई है, बी आंसर मिल गया हमारे को, बट हम फिर भी एक बार रीड करेंगे सारी स्टेटमेंट। 3 4 5 स्पेसिफिकली रीड कर लेते हैं। सर्टिफाइड कॉपीज ऑफ मैकेनिकल स्टोर्ड डेटा मस्ट बी इंक्लूडेड इन स्पेसिफिक टेक्निकल सर्टिफिकेट, यस दे हैव टू बी। सर्टिफाइड कॉपीज फॉर इलेक्ट्रॉनिक डेटा मस्ट बी ऑल्सो डिस्क्राइब्ड इन द सिस्टम सेफगार्ड्स एंड कंट्रोल। हमें बताना पड़ेगा सर्टिफाइड कॉपीज में कि जो मेरा डेटा है ये क्यों एक्चुअली करेक्ट है, बिकॉज जो भी इसे हैंडल कर रहा है क्या सेफगार्ड्स मैंने यूज कर रहे हैं वो पता होने चाहिए। Certified copies are acceptable as prima facie evidence in all legal proceedings. Yes, they do. Which of the following reflect the correct position of bankers book evidence regarding bankers office bank officers and court proceedings? A bank officer can never be summoned to produce original books even if the bank is a party. ओरिजिनल बुक्स मांगी जा सकती है, जनरल रूल इज ओरिजिनल बुक मांग लेते हैं जब बैंक पार्टी होती है एंड इट इज एसेंशियल टू रिकॉर्ड द ट्रांजैक्शन, टू टेल द ट्रांजैक्शन, ठीक है। 1 करेक्ट है, वो सॉरी 1 इनकरेक्ट है, नेवर बोल रहा है, नेवर समन। जैसे 1 इनकरेक्ट हुआ, ये सब एलिमिनेट हो गई, डी इज द करेक्ट आंसर आ गया। हम 2 3 4 पढ़ेंगे इसलिए। कोर्ट में प्रिवेंट inspection of book even without summoning the bank. Yes, they can. The act restricts calling bank officers to court only when certified copies is sufficient. जब certified copy sufficient है तो हम लोग को जो बैंक पर्सोनल है उनको कोर्ट बुलाने की नीड नहीं है. The bank may voluntarily produce original book डिस्पाइट द कोर्ट्स अर्लियर डिस्क्रिप्शन. बैंक की मर्जी, अगर वो चाहते हैं ओरिजिनल बुक्स दिखाना तो दे कैन, इट इज देयर चॉइस. द एक्ट प्रोहिबिट्स बैंक ऑफिसर फ्रॉम टेस्टिफाइंग अबाउट सर्टिफाइड कॉपीज. ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, दे हैव टू टेस्टिफाई कि जो भी कंटेंट्स लिखे हैं वो बताना पड़ सकता है अगर कोर्ट बोले तो. Officers may be called for special cause or if documents are disputed. Which of the following statement are correct regarding legal outcomes and enforcement related to this act? Certified copies are always final and need no further proof even if challenged. Courts can enforce cost order against banks as if the bank is a party to the proceeding. If a person dispute entries in the certified copy, no further evidence is required. Court can decide whether the cost incurred due to delay of the bank should be borne by the bank. Execution of the order can be initiated in civil courts as it were a decree. ठीक है. स्टेटमेंट नंबर 5 करेक्ट है. ठीक है, हम डिक्री की तरह ही एग्जीक्यूट कराएंगे कॉस्ट ऑर्डर को. जहाँ पे 5 नहीं है उसे एलिमिनेट करते ही हमारा बी तो ऑप्शन हो गया इनकरेक्ट. 2 is common in all, 5 is common in all, so we'll just put our brains in 1 3 and 4. ठीक है, 1 3 and 4 में हम will put our brains. ठीक है. Certified copies are always final and need no further proof. They can be challenged with the court. So it is not said कि वो further proof की requirement ही नहीं है. These certified copies can be challenged in the court and we might have to give further proof for these certified copies. So जैसे ही 1 eliminate हुआ, we get A as an answer. Now we have Legal Services Authority Act. We have 3 maybe 4 questions here. ज़्यादा नहीं है. Let's move forward. First one. A Lok Adalat was organized at Taluka of Maharashtra by Taluka Legal Service Authority. Please read this question. The answer is A. सिर्फ स्टेटमेंट नंबर 5 इनकरेक्ट है. क्वेश्चन रीड कर लीजिए प्लीज. The answer is B. Statement number 2 and 5 are incorrect. Real estate dispute arises between Mr. Sharma and constructive company. आप इसे पढ़ लीजिए प्लीज. Over delayed possession and refund, both parties approached the Lok Adalat for resolution. And now Mr. Sharma changes his mind. Can Mr. Sharma do so? मतलब उन्होंने एग्री कर लिया कॉम्पनसेशन के लिए, डिक्री पे एग्री कर लिया. नाउ ही कैन नॉट रीच आउट टू द लोक अदालत, सॉरी सिविल कोर्ट. ठीक है. सिविल विटनेस, क्या सिविल लोक अदालत विटनेस को बुला सकता है? बिल्कुल बुला सकता है. और जो फीस कोर्ट में पहले दी थी शर्मा जी ने, वो वापस मिल जाएगी. वाई? बिकॉज द लोक अदालत हैज सॉल्व्ड द मैटर. नाउ रीड द स्टेटमेंट्स. After reading this, you'll find that C is the correct answer. Statement number 2 and 5 are incorrect. Now we have Consumer Protection Act with us. Okay. Mr. Sharma is a retired government employee. Ordered a multifunctional smart TV from e-commerce website, which was advertised to include 2 years of free subscription to OTT channel. Upon delivery, he noticed several issues. The remote didn't function and the screen had irregular black patches. The subscription was inactive despite being advertised. The brand's local service center refuses to repair the product and asks him to contact the online seller. The price charged was 3,000 more than what was displayed on the website at the time of purchase. Mr. Sharma's son, who had made the order online via his credit card, with his approval, files the written complaint. Based on the Consumer Protection Act, which of the following statement are correct? Mr. Sharma's son qualifies as consumer under the Act since he made the purchase with Mr. Sharma's approval. The act of overcharging rupees 3,000 constitutes a valid ground for filing a complaint under the act. The local service center that refused to act cannot be treated as branch office for the purpose of jurisdiction under the act. Since the TV was bought online, the transaction falls outside the ambit of act. The Voluntary Consumer Association may also file a complaint in the matter on behalf of Mr. Sharma. What will be the correct answer here? The correct answer will be B. Next question. Mr. Kapoor, a resident of Delhi. Answer for this question. Please read this question. Here, all the pointers are correct. All the pointers are correct, making D as the correct answer. इसके बाद ना I've written the notes कि कौन कब सेंट्रल कमीशन कब बनेगी, स्टेट कब बनेगी. You have to read this. All you need to do is download this PDF. ठीक है. Last question for the day. Last question for the day. Which of the following statement regarding the functions and frequency of meeting of various Consumer Protection Council is true? The Central Council must at least meet at least once a year every year, with the State and District Council must meet twice a year. यहाँ पे already मैंने mention किया हुआ है कितनी बार meetings करनी है, and this is absolutely correct. Statement number 1 is correct. All three councils, state, center, district, are advisory in nature and do not have advisory adjudicatory powers. Adjudicatory powers नहीं है इनके पास. They have advisory powers. 2 and 1 are correct. जहाँ पे 2 नहीं है, let's eliminate that. Let's eliminate A. The state and district council have the same minimum number of required annual meeting. State and district की same है, that is 2. So 3 is also correct. Let's see 4th. The central council object is to issue binding directions on consumer protection across India. They have advisory inputs. Binding directions नहीं देते. 4th incorrect हो गया. 4th वैसे भी mention नहीं कहीं पे भी. Let's see. And जहाँ पे 3 mention नहीं है, let's eliminate that. Let's see statement number 5. The district council are established by the central government. District councils are established by state government. ठीक है. 5th is also incorrect. B is the correct answer. That is it. We have completed our course here. If you have any doubt, please let me know in the chat section. If you have any doubt, please let me know in the chat section. All the very best for your exams. Okay. I hope you all clear the exams and become the officers for the exams that you have worked so much. We have given approximately 7.5 hours here for BRBL and have covered every aspect that was possible. If you want notes, if you want the PDF of this, you have to check the description link. This PDF will get uploaded within half an hour, maybe after this lecture ends. If you have any doubt in any part of BRBL, please write that in the chat section. Please write that in the chat section. We'll meet soon. I hope you all clear this exam. All the very best.